we couldn't capitalize from our batting side. But it's a learning process, and we would like to get used to the condition and apply ourselves in this game.
Yes. because this surface has, you know, really been a challenging one, but it's been something in it for the bowlers up front. And then as the day goes on, we have seen the batters come into the game. Let's have a closer look at it now. You see a lot of that green grass, the light green grass. It is a bit damp. Because of the dew factor, you do get that early morning moisture, but because of that, you do see a lot of that sideways movement. You saw the seamers, Rusty Theron, Ishan Adil. They've really been able to start the ball and actually have it seam away from those right-handed batters. And even with the swing as well, it makes it a big challenge. So we've seen the toss very important. A lot of teams have won the toss and bowl first because of that moisture. But I think as the day goes on, it does, you know, peter out into a much flatter surface, and both facets of the game come into play. It'll be another exciting day of cricket. Well, there you have pretty interesting playing conditions. Two batters out in the middle. But before we get to that, we did have the toss. As you can see, the USA batting first. Let's see how it unfolded. Match day here at PV5 in this Houston Challenge. We've got the USA Invitational 11 up against the MLC West team. Captains David White, Monat Patel, as well as the match referee Justin Gill. Monat's got the coin. Coin goes up. Heads is the call. And it is heads. David, you won the toss.
We're going to have a ball, so we'll chase.
Well, David's going to be bowling first. Now, you've opted to bowl first, David. Tell us why.
I think in theory it's a fresh wicket still, so I think there'll be something there for our seamers this morning. And always good to know what you're chasing this afternoon.
How have you enjoyed the Houston Challenge so far? And what are some of the goals you and your team are looking to achieve over the week?
No, it's been good. I think obviously we had a disappointing one game called off, but then we came back nicely with a win. So it'd be good to finish up unbeaten.
Any changes for your team today?
At the moment, Unmukt Chant's not playing, unfortunately. So we got Sanjay Krishnamurti coming in from the east to the west. And we got Zaid Zakel also coming in.
Fantastic. All the best to you and your team.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Let's have Monat Patel now, the captain of the USA. Captain, how much have you learned from this tournament and how much has it helped you in your preparations?
Well, it's a great learning process in this camp. The wickets is not easy to bat, and in the first game our batsmen actually adapt to the situation and the condition, and we are really happy so far. Last game, we couldn't capitalize from our batting side, but it's a learning process, and we would like to get used to the condition and apply ourselves in this game.
Yesterday, a tough loss for your team. How important is it for you guys to forget that quickly and move on to today's challenge?
And it's a new day and a new game. We would like to focus on our strength and like to adapt our plans and move forward. Yeah.
What is going to be the challenge like batting first on this surface? How are you guys preparing the top order?
It's important to take time on this kind of wickets, and initially the top three has to make sure that they play at least first 15 overs and take time on this wicket. Yeah.
Monat, all the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from Monat Patel. The MLC West team have won the toss and they'll be bowling first. Well, that was it from the toss. David White, the MLC West captain, winning the toss. And you can see there, Carmi LaRue to bowl to Stephen Taylor and Xavier Marshall. Lahir Malanta behind the stumps. First delivery will be run straight away for the US Invitational 11. Looking to rectify the batting performance from yesterday. Just were unable to chase that 152. Pretty shocking man in the end. Would have expected a lot more from a very experienced batting lineup. Xavier Marshall, well, he just got one delivery yesterday. Just stayed low on him. So he'll be looking to really spend some time in the middle. Got a 68 really in the first game against the MLC East. The Invitational 11 won that. That's going to be key, you think. Someone being able to stand up for a long period of time, 10 to 20 overs initially, to build a platform. They are playing without Aaron Jones today, the Invitational 11, as well as Dominic Ricky and Yasser Mohammed. So just managed 142 yesterday, the US Invitational 11. Stephen Taylor, in his first game, did get a start with the bat in hand. 16 for him, but was unable to really kick on. Monat Patel, the standout, the captain, 43. He expect him to come in next. almost just beating the outside edge. You have seen that bit of sideways movement. I look at the USA Invitational 11 and how they match up for this encounter. Gajanan Singh, Jaskar Malhotra, and Sushant Modani will be expected to carry some responsibility in that top order along with the captain, Monak Patel. So they do have their work cut out for them. A very potent bowling attack, Vatsav Akela. I haven't seen him with the ball yet in this tournament. In the meantime, we did have a dot delivery. So all to play for between these two teams. Both with a win, the MLC West beating the MLC East a couple of days ago. The Invitation 11 also with a victory in their first game against the East. So Carmi LaRue, we have seen a lot of value for bowlers that are able to hit the deck hard. Look at the bowling team. Sami Aslam. They will miss a lot with Unmuk Chan in his absence, but they do have tons of batting. We saw Jay Surya get runs. David White yet to fire. Milanta, Hamad Azam, Bhaskar Yajram, Shadi Van Skalvik. And I also drafted in Sanjay Krishnamurti today, so a very strong unit to face this USA Invitational 11. But before they can think about the batting side of things, they've got to restrict this team, a team that's been able to post 200 plus on the board. End of the first over, just one run, 1 for none. From the other end, the highway end, Charlie Van Skalvik into the attack. Have seen Van Skalvik be able to get that ball to seam in against the right-handers. Will push it across Stephen Taylor and his left-handed structure. So will be a challenge early on. So Van Skalvik. First delivery. Stephen Taylor was happy to spend some time in the middle. 39 deliveries yesterday for his 16. But he would have already been disappointed with the mode of dismissal. Really set up in the end, pulling to the bigger side because you're using this pitch furthest to the west. Does mean that that offside for Taylor becomes the big side. So have seen bowling teams try to outsmart him by making him hit into the long side. Even Stephen Taylor, for him, that's a big hit. He is a man that can hit those powerful boundaries. Another one that just keeps a bit low. I've seen that variable bounce pretty much throughout this Houston Challenge. Bit more yesterday. A lot of deliveries bouncing inconsistently. That one expected to be short, but just didn't rise on Taylor. My good friend Peter Della Penna alongside of me. Another day of cricket. Peter.
It's a beautiful day in Texas
no,
when there's cricket out in the middle, Nikhil.
Peter, you have to give me the big introduction, man. No, I'm not taking that.
Good morning, brother.
Yeah, much more like it. You see that one there, Stephen Taylor. He can't understand the bounce. One delivery stays down, the next one just rises. Peter, we have seen that early morning at this Prairie View venue, that overnight moisture playing a big factor.
Yeah, the teams have now tended to bowl first when they've won the toss, because that early morning, like you said, moisture and that variable bounce is a handful to deal with.
But he does just play this one late and plays it well into the boundary. Stephen Taylor, he's underway. That will be a good boundary for the Invitational 11, just too wide from Van Skalvik.
It's just that one slip in place to Captain David White, and Stephen Taylor played that intentionally, but it's a very safe shot. Very wide of David White at first slip, and Carmine LaRue is at it deep third man, had no chance to cut that off. But after that shot is played, Bhaskar Yadram is now coming into gully position. No, he's going to more be at an orthodox second slip, and Harmeet Singh goes into extra cover, so a slight adjustment in the field.
Well, has he got bat on it? He has. Taylor's walking. And just a nibble outside the off stump. And the MLC West have struck early. They've struck with a huge wicket.
Well, there's a correction in the length by Shadley Van Skalkvik that brings about, he got very full, too full on the previous delivery, and then he drags it back, and it results in the wicket. Excellent adjustment by the man from Seattle.
Well, the batting woes continue for the USA Invitational 11. It's Taylor gone for 4. Another look at it. Pushing that ball across the left-hander, Peter, and just, oh, beautiful. Gets the little touch on the bat. He knew it straight away, Van Skalvik.
It's just in that fourth stump channel. When you're bowling over the wicket to a left-hander, it becomes very difficult to judge whether to play or leave. And Stephen Taylor caught in two minds there. Flat-footed, just poked at the ball tentatively and pays the price.
Always such an important toss to win at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Because in this first hour, which is what the US Invitation, I think the key to them winning that first game was the fact that they only lost 1 wicket in the first 10 overs. Mona Patel and Xavier Marshall batted so well to ensure that they got through that really difficult start. So let's see if they can now do the restructuring, or construction really, restructuring of this innings. Xavier Marshall, though, he'll be looking for another score in this one, Peter. What went wrong for the US Invitation 11 yesterday?
A lot of things. At the top of the list, just the inability to negotiate the seam bowling. Very clever captaincy throughout by Corey Anderson. He exploited the variable bounce through his medium pacers, brought himself on. We haven't seen Corey Anderson bowl a lot since his arrival in the USA, and that was a big talking point. People on the USA bench, people who were around the boundary, everybody said, have you seen Corey Anderson bowl before? Have you seen him in Texas? We haven't seen him bowl in years. Last time a lot of these players would have seen a bowl was in New Zealand. And it wasn't just that he bowled. It was how effective he was yesterday, Nikhil. Very clever, very disciplined, brought about those wickets, but just his overall captaincy. I spoke about it in the first stint that we did together at the start of the chase, where I felt Dane Pete was a little bit conservative at times, defending a low target. And Corey Anderson, he had a slip in place almost the entire innings. There were only a handful of overs where a slip was not in place, and sometimes 2 slips. He was looking to attack the entire innings, brought himself on, and he recognized the difficulty that the USA batters were having with the variable bounce, and he just stubbornly refused to bring on a spinner. We didn't see Zia Shahzad come on until USA was 8 wickets down. So he was very persistent. He knew he had the depth of bowling options with the medium pacers and the seam options that he could continue to just keep that pressure on because USA couldn't handle it, and that's what contributed significantly to that victory.
Well, no promises, Peter, but you might get to tell Dane Pete yourself. He might be coming to join us on commentary a bit later. His team, 2 losses in 2 games, will be looking for a victory tomorrow, their first of this Houston Challenge.
Dane Pete, if he comes up to me today, I might be at the receiving end of a Stone Cold Stunner. Dane loves his Stone Cold Steve Austin. We're here at the home of the Texas Rattlesnake. Dane might show off his wrestling skills today.
Marshall making sure that he can get in on this surface. I made an over for Carmi LaRue. His second. End of 3, 5 for 1. So Van Schalkwyk already picking up a wicket in his first over. We'll be looking to do much of the same. Seen did give the US Invitational 11 a problem yesterday. Ishan Adil, 3 wickets for him. The real standout with the ball. I have to give credit to Calvin Savage as well. 3 wickets for him as well. Along with Corey Anderson, as you mentioned, coming and taking 2 crucial wickets. One of Sushant Modani that really, you would think, changed the momentum. Well, no Unmuk Chan in this MLC US team today, Peter. How much of a void does he leave? They've drafted in Sanjay Krishnamurti. Do you think that will impact the batting?
Oh, it's an opportunity for Sanjay to show some consistency with scores. He was one of the top scorers for MLC West, and Unmuk didn't get a start in his innings. He was bowled with that ball that kept low. So the fact that Sanjay's replacing him in the lineup, I think, is not going to harm them too much based on the recent results of this Houston Challenge Series. And it's good to see a young player getting an opportunity. I'll tell you what it will affect on Nikhil is the push-up count in the slips cordon. Unmukt was showing off his fitness regimen on the field, and David White, he's a big unit. It takes a lot for him to get up and down to do those push-ups. We haven't really seen that happen. No burpees, no push-ups. What we have seen is excellent line and length here from Shadley Van Schalkwyk. He's pushing at that off stump, keeping the pressure on Monak Patel.
Well, it goes over the top. Monak Patel really shot, and he will get it well to the boundary. He hasn't been afraid to play his strokes. He's in good nick in this Houston Challenge. He's done the bulk of the scoring for this Invitation 11.
And again, he's driving south, which is where the wind is blowing. It's blowing from north to south. Monak batting at the north end, the forest end, heading towards the highway. And in the last couple days, that's where the wind has been blowing. I had a look online last night, Nikhil. The wind's forecast about 20 miles an hour. I think that's generally for Prairie View Town Center. But if you go outside, as Monak gets this by Bhaskar Yadram, who's given chase, and it's going to be 2 for the USA captain. I think that's for the Town Center. Out here at the cricket complex, those winds are gusting above 30 miles an hour. I've been in tropical storms. I've been in hurricanes on the East Coast. I know what a strong wind speed is, and you're getting oceanside type wind gusts during a tropical storm that whip up across the ground here in Prairie View.
Well, I can tell you, Peter, it felt like 130, not only 30.
Now it's supposed to be, he said 20-mile-an-hour winds consistently today, and I think on the forecast, if it's tomorrow or Sunday, it's supposed to get up to 30-mile-an-hour consistent winds. Now, if that's the base wind speed, we might have to get Justin Gill and Josh Jascom to get some extra steel spikes to nail down the tents for reinforcement.
And I think whilst the wind has been a challenge for all the tents and the structures of the field, Peter, it's been a major difficulty for the players themselves on the field, speaking to them in terms of hitting against the wind and running up, especially from this highway end, running in against the wind. It's been a massive, massive challenge. So a lot of different factors because of this strong wind blowing across the ground. Really good short ball from Carmi LaRue. I keep saying it, I've never really experienced anything like it before. It's going to be a wide in the end.
I'm surprised none of these players during breaks in play or warm-ups or after the match, they haven't gotten their phones out to do an Instagram slow motion video reel of running into the wind. There's some very dramatic Instagram content that can be generated in these conditions. You can get the wind blowing into the face and the ripples in the face.
Well, that was going to be another one. Good take, though, in the end by Milanta. Just went so high. Be careful what you wish for, Peter, because some of the players from the other teams may be listening to you and saying, oh, that's a good idea. Let me ask Peter Delapenna to assist me with that.
It's all about the gram, Nikhil. If it's not on the gram, it didn't happen.
Oh, has he got bat on it? Has he got glove? He has. Finger goes up. And it was just a really well direction. Third short delivery in a row. And Xavier Marshall couldn't get out the way in time. And may have got a piece of glove on the way through. They knew it right away. Second strike now for the MLC West.
This is hostile bowling from Carmi LaRue. And he took the gamble there. If you get it too short, you're running the risk of a no ball, bowling that many bouncers in and over, but he just got it on that perfect length, back of a length. To ensure it was A, illegal delivery, and B, uncomfortable enough to find the glove of Xavier Marshall. Just cramped him up, and it clips the glove on the way through to Lahira Milanta. So USA in deep trouble at the moment, 13 for 2 in the fifth over. And I don't think there's going to be any respite coming from either Carmi LaRue or Shadley Van Skalkvik here in this power play.
Well, LaRue just continuously banging the ball into the trap, knowing that with that variable bounce, you will get some to rise. That one may have risen a bit more than Marshall expected. And in the end, the U.S. Invitational 11 yet again in some trouble. Never an easy wicket to bat on early. Sushant Modani comes to the crease. This was a partnership, 39 between the two yesterday, that allowed them to get very close to that 152, but just didn't have enough. Actually, sorry, 50 runs between the two, correction. The highest of the U.S. Invitational 11. But in the end, just coming up short by 10 runs. So the captain, yet again, has got to do the saving work for this team. Peter.
Well, he's shown he's got the grit and the temperament over the first couple days to do it. They're going to need to depend on it heavily today.
Yeah, really is getting that carry, LaRue. You can see how far Milanta is back. Really good toss to win. How important was that toss to win from David White?
Important enough that we could be in here for a short day. Might be able to get to that Chick-fil-A before evening rush hour tonight, Nikhil.
Just an aside from the cricket, Peter, I keep hearing everyone rave about this Chick-fil-A. I've had it a couple of times, but I don't see the hype. Now explain to me.
I think I'm going to have to exit the commentary box, Nikhil. I don't know if I can sit next to somebody who is not with fulsome praise of Chick-fil-A. All I know is that it's not just me who's been going to the Chick-fil-A. Justin Gill, listed on the team sheet today, is Ice Guy. Wears many hats for Major League Cricket. I'm not the only one that's been going to Chick-fil-A for dinner. Justin Gill has been going to Chick-fil-A for dinner quite often. Carmine LaRue, he's been fueled by Chick-fil-A. He gets the number one off the menu. He was telling me a couple days ago that's his go-to on the Chick-fil-A menu.
Well, they're appealing for a return. Charlie Van Schalve picked it up and threw it at the stump. Shot Modani for a minute. His bat was in the air. But umpire Jermaine Lindo says, no, I want to see that on a slow motion replay because I think that's closer than we expect. But very tough for Lindo in the moment to give that out. Almost the return catch. Just popped up on him, Mona Patel. Oh no, the foot clearly down in the crease. So easy decision in the end.
I like to see that aggression though from Charlie Van Schalve. And it just shows how much pressure they're under. Yeah, Carmine LaRue says he gets the number one. Regular, not spicy. He likes the regular chicken. Doesn't like it spicy. No pickles. He was very specific, Nikhil. No pickles on his Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. And he loves the waffle fries. Now, please tell me, Nikhil, you have to love the waffle fries.
I don't think I've had it enough to be able to give you a clear indication, but I think I need to really try this out if all this hype is around it. Yeah, I agree. We have to get the Chick-fil-A sponsoring the MLC.
Now it's not just Justin and Carmine. Mangesh Chowdhury, the groundsman, he pops in. He's shouting about Chick-fil-A. You're the odd man out, Nikhil. Come on, get on board the bandwagon.
Oh, bat on it again. They're all appealing, but umpire Roshan Samuels, he's not giving it. Sushant Modani looked like he was on the way. Looked like he was walking at one stage.
Well, we're at mid-on angle, but it looks like a clear deflection from where we were.
No, I think it missed. I think it may have just brushed the thigh pad on the way through.
It was definitely a deflection, but yeah, the question was, did it come off the bat or did it come off the thigh guard? And I think you hit it on the head, Nikhil. Looks like past the outside edge, and it just clicked the back hip, the back thigh guard.
I tell you though, Peter, in real time, very tough decision for the umpire, especially with all the MLC West team running, celebrating, Sushant Modani saying no. Umpiring, man, not an easy job. Much more behind this one, Modani. Have seen that ball though, that sideways movement. Just look at that surface, green grass. Have seen that sideways movement, ball just seaming away, seaming in. Been a big challenge in these first 6 overs. But Peter, I know you have a car in Houston, so just give me a call whenever you're ready to keep me for some Chick-fil-A.
Well, there's one within walking distance of the hotel. That's where Justin goes. He doesn't even need a car. Just go across the street. It's right there.
Oh, what a shot that is, though. That's gorgeous. I don't know if he'll run into the boundary. Great fielding in the end by Rohan Padke, but that just everything behind that for Sushant Modani to get to and get off the mark.
Well, Modani filleted this through extra cover. Just a firm punch, slicing the gap between extra cover and mid-off. And Rohan Padke, the North Carolina teenager, is full of energy, does well to save 2 runs there for MLC West. And I said, yes, he's from North Carolina. There's been some shuffling of the players across these MLC squads. Try and make the balance a little bit more even. So you see somebody like Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who was actually in the East squad a couple days ago, despite being based in Northern California. You'll see some rotating around throughout the week. But the majority of the players in the squad are based in the West. As we come to the end of the 6th over, 16 for 2.
And just to close that discussion, Peter, nothing in Houston is walking distance. That's what I've learned. Nothing.
It is a sprawling city. Yes, that is for sure.
So 16 for 2 after the first 6. The MLC West have been on top pretty much the entirety of this innings thus far. And more aggression from David White as he tries to get this 3rd wicket. You would have seen some deliveries pop on the way to Mona Patel. He's got a short leg in place now. Looks like Sanjay Krishnamurthy in that position.
He gets the helmet handed to him by Anirudh Emanuel, who we saw yesterday as a subfielder for the MLC Central squad. Anirudh Emanuel might also appear as a subfielder later on today for the West. But he's out of New Jersey. Garden Stater.
Again, that steep bit of bounce. Very difficult for these batters to contend with. Why is it that the youngest player always has to go in short leg? Peter, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, just 19 years old.
I've wondered myself because oftentimes we saw it even in the test series between Pakistan and Australia recently. You want a specialist guy in there. Alistair Cook, even when he was captain, he'd put himself in a short leg.
Oh, this one's staying down.
We saw Imam Al-Haq struggle during the test series. And really you want a guy who knows what he's doing out there. And Anirudh Emanuel, apparently the first helmet didn't fit quite properly. Now he's getting a replacement for Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Talked about Anirudh Emanuel. He took 2 catches as a subfielder yesterday. Nikhil, one of them a really sharp effort out on the boundary in difficult windy conditions. And then another superb effort at short fine leg when Nostesh Kenjige was trying to do a paddle sweep. He dove forward, took it very well. And that's a way to get yourself noticed. If you're a youngster up and coming on the scene, you're trying to push for playing time. You might not crack the 11 batting or bowling wise on every occasion, but if you can add that 3rd string to your bow as a fielder, as the ticket to force your way into a squad. And Anirudh Emanuel showed why he brings value to this MLC Houston Challenge Series.
This one just off the hips, and it will run into the boundary. Even Rohan Padke, one of the better fielders in this MLC West team, can't get to it. So Mona Patel, regardless of what's happening around him, he's just been able to find that bit of groove to find the boundary inside this power play.
Well, we saw how strong he was on his legs yesterday. The majority of his boundaries came through the leg side, and almost identical circumstances here against Carmine LaRue. Just too short on the hips, and that's bread and butter for Monank Patel. Also from the Garden State, originally from India. Something in the water in New Jersey, Nikhil. So much talent from the Garden State here in the MLC Houston Challenge Series.
Well, my favorite has to be Sateja Mukamala. Just this young man. I mean, under 19, to see him facing this type of bowling and the way he's done it as well, you know, really take the attack. I think he has a really bright future. Young, early days still. Of course, the East and Mukamala will be in action tomorrow, facing up against the Central team. That's at 10:30, of course. End of the over. End of 7, 20 for 2. So Nikhil Uttamchandani alongside Peter Delapenna for this Houston Challenge. 4 of the best teams in the USA. Got 3 MLC teams as well as a USA Invitational 11. Shadi Van Skarvik looked so threatening thus far. Off the inside edge will be another single for Modani. This was the partnership, Peter, that really was key for the USA yesterday. Did all the hard work, 50 from these two. But then Corey Anderson got Modani to just flash that one outside the off stump, and Andrew Scouse did the rest. And just from there, they began to tumble. So you expect them to both be very critical today as well. Oh, look at this. Mona Patel, just so easy on the eye. And as you said, anything down the leg side, anything on the legs too straight, he will put away. Another boundary for him.
It's just too easy. You feed him in that zone, and he shows no mercy. That's a half volley, really, on middle stump. And dispatched easily through square leg.
So Van Skarvik is getting that ball to seam in to the right-hander, but you don't want to seam too straight because Mona Patel will punish you, especially in this power play. No feed on the boundary in the leg side. Well, he's got the fine leg, but really in front of square, only the 2 in terms of mid-on and square leg. So a glaring gap. Another classy shot straight to the man, though. Harmeet Singh, you expect him to play a part with the ball later on?
Possibly, but based on the evidence of yesterday, we saw Zia Shahzad didn't come on until, like I said, the 35th, 36th over. Very long time. The seamers were the ones who did all the damage. And if David White was paying attention to what Corey Anderson did yesterday, rotating his bowling options, it could be quite a long time before we see a spinner enter. The West squad has got Bashka Yadram. They've got Hamad Azam, Rohan Posanapalli, who's a promising young fast bowler out of the San Francisco Bay Area. He was part of the USA Under-19 squad that was picked last year, but unfortunately did not get to participate in the Under-19 World Cup qualifier. That was canceled due to COVID logistical issues. So he's got basically 5 seam options at his disposal, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Posanapalli or Hamad Azam, in addition to Bashka Yadram, who took a few wickets early in the week. I expect to see them well before we see Harmeet Singh or Umair Khan come on with their left arm spin, or Sanjay Krishnamurti for that matter.
So 8 overs down, 25 for 2 the USA. The runs won't be a big problem for them, but they'll want to ensure that these two can bat at least to the first drinks break. Probably much longer if they want to look at anything close to 200. But I think on this surface, it's not been one where, yes, it's gotten slightly better, but it still is a challenge, even for teams batting second, like we saw yesterday with the Invitational 11. Leaves that one well. But I think, Peter, you would, anything in the range of 200 would be a competitive total.
Well, based on what we saw yesterday, if they can scratch out 200, that might be a winning total. It's not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. Is Carmine LaRue showing his stamina with a 5 over spell? It's Not as hot as it was early in the week, but it's still plenty warm out there. And he's got the wind at his back. So we saw Asan Adil bowl a long spell yesterday. Carmine LaRue trying to emulate that here with the new ball.
Just pushing him back, Sushant Madani. Not the tallest of men, so those balls into the pitch will really pose him a challenge.
We left out Rohan Fadke. Officially, he's on as a substitute, but he is on the team sheet. He's another seam option, depending on the playing conditions. If he's going to be available to bowl. And another hostile delivery here from Carmine LaRue. He's keeping the heat on here in Texas, Nikhil.
Well, two of the newer bowlers in this MLC setup, LaRue and Calvin Savage, have really impressed thus far based on the pace that they've been able to bowl. But I think because of their tall figures, the bounce that they've been able to generate probably have had assistance on this surface.
And Umar Khan getting into the act now. Might not see him bowl for a while because the seam options have been the ones to do the bulk of the damage the last couple of days, but he's getting active at backward point. Umar Khan keeping Monak Patel honest there. As you can sense the pressure getting to USA. These dot balls keep piling up here in the power play.
Full toss, but unable to capitalize. Sushant Madani really missed out there.
And that just shows the shell that USA's gone into. Negative mindset. Even when they get a loose delivery, they can't put it away. If they were scoring a little bit more freely, you'd think they'd be in a bit more of a positive mindset. And Sushant Madani would be able to pick that gap between mid-off and extra cover and get it by Harmeet Singh. Instead, he misses out, and that'll just pile on even more pressure that this pair is facing in the middle at the moment from Carmine LaRue.
Another short delivery from LaRue. So, end of the 9th over, another maiden for Carmine LaRue and this MLC West team. End of 9, 25 for 2.
We've just seen Carmine LaRue leave the field, so that's going to be the end of his opening spell. As Anirudh Emmanuel, as we said, was on as a sub fielder yesterday for the MLC Central. He's now on as a sub for the West.
Van Skalvik, Shadley Van Skalvik, again, being able to find that uncomfortable length for Monak Patel. He's still there, though. That's the important thing. Still there fighting these two for the Invitation 11.
USA will breathe a sigh of relief that Carmine LaRue is off the field and that spell is over, but there's no respite from the opposite end.
Well, go straight up, but he will get it past the infield. Has seen that flick or attempted flick a couple of times from Monak Patel in this Houston challenge. And very lucky that it was straight. Had enough on it to go past those fielders. Could have easily been a third wicket.
Well, there's that crosswind at the moment. Instead of it blowing straight north-south, it's blowing southeast. And so it just helped it carry beyond Rohan Fadke, who's at mid-off.
There will be more runs for Patel. This one through David White.
Good aggressive running there by Monarch, taking on Umar Khan's arm from deep third man. And that just shows the sense of urgency that the captain has to try and pinch as many runs as he can when the opportunity presents itself. David White at first slip couldn't corral it cleanly off a bounce. And it opens the door not just for one run, but sharp running by Monarch Patel to come back for the second to keep the strike.
So they are picking up those ones and twos so far. That's how you really go about rebuilding this innings. Do have, of course, Rohan Posanapali, who showed good pace in that first game for the MLC West. Expect him to come into the attack. I think with also his height, he can pose a problem similar to Carmel LaRue on this surface. That one keeping a bit low. Bashka Yadram, another seam option. Hamad Azam, the captain as well. Haven't seen him with the ball so far.
Well, and the other thing that stands out about the pace options, Shadley Van Skalkvik is not exactly short himself. He's actually the shortest of the pace bowlers. All these pace bowlers, Bashka Yadram, Rohan Posanapali, Carmel LaRue, they're all well over 6 feet tall. So that presents not just the pace, but that awkward angle if they can get that extra bounce.
Yeah, that's going to hurt Monarch Patel. He's been dealing with some pain early on in this series. Just a correction. I said Hamad Azam was the captain. It's actually David White today for the MLC West team. End of the over, and the USA Invitational 11 still battling on. It's 29 for 2 after the first 10.
50 dot balls in the power play, Nikhil. It's not going to cut it. If the boundaries aren't coming, you still got to be able to rotate the strike. And that just shows the amount of pressure that Carmel LaRue built up. 3 maidens in his 5 overs, 1 for 6 for Carmel LaRue, whose spell has ended. And it looks like Rohan Posanapali, as you talked about, Nikhil, the youngster, the teenager out of Northern California, he's going to be the one to replace Carmel LaRue in the attack, and he's got the wind at his back, so he's pretty sharp on a good day. But with that wind blowing southeast, coming at his back, it's going to help him even more to try and keep the pressure on Sushant Madani and Monarch Patel.
So Posanapali, very excitable young seamer in terms of the USA. You would have seen a lot of him at the under-19 level, Peter, but from what I've seen, has the makings of being around this sport for a long time. Won't be easy, though, bowling to 2 of the best batters in the country. Was dealing with some groin pains, really, but he told me he's recovered from that. First delivery goes full.
It's an opportunity for somebody like him to make a mark and stand out. You're always looking for youngsters in these situations to show what they can do against the established players. He's not had too many opportunities to play against high-class senior competition in this kind of format. So it's a big opportunity for him to really put in a performance to add to his resume.
Do get through for the single. Is that going to be key, though, to the rebuild, Peter, for USA? Do they just need to bide their time maybe to the 20th over and ensure that these two do everything not to be removed from the crease?
Well, the first mission objective was to see off Carmel LaRue. It's not so much the pace that I think was the difficulty. It's just the height and the awkward bounce and the angles that he was creating. Even though Rohan Posanapali is the pace, doesn't have that exact same awkward angle. And yet, just as I say that, he's able to get one past the defense of Monarch Patel. It was again hit on the thigh. He's taken a lot of punishment this week, Nikhil, but he's still standing.
Yeah, he's been battered, been bruised. Mona Patel, but as you said, still surviving and still scoring for this Invitational 11. 43 yesterday, top scorer for the USA.
And this is one of the reasons why he was named captain, I feel. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't say a lot, but he's a leader by action and by deed. You see the way he approaches these kind of situations, the grit and the determination that he shows, setting that kind of example for his teammates to show this is what you can do. If I can grind out the runs and fight through these situations, there's no reason why everyone else can't put in the same application to achieve a positive outcome. So even though he might not say a lot, it's these kind of deeds, leading with action, that makes Monak Patel a good leader.
I did like his captaincy yesterday, though. I think, yes, they lost, but you have to give credit for being able to restrict the MLC Central team to just 152. Did ring the changes well. His field setting was also impressive, but the batting couldn't do much about that. He did his part. His team didn't follow. So hoping for a different outcome today. So ends with a dot. Just the 2 runs from Posanapali's first over. It's 31 for 2. So David White just having a chat with Ron Posanapali in terms of that length you want him to hit, so that he can be successful. A full week of exciting cricket here at the Houston Challenge. Great opportunity to see basically the best cricketers, best 50 cricketers in the United States, all battle. Be great preparation for this USA team as they have a busy international schedule upcoming. The home series, Scotland, UAE, as well as those World Cup qualifiers. Look at this. That is lavish from Monak Patel, and just finishes on the shoulder to end off the statement piece. He just done his thing.
Well, he's been so strong through the leg side, Nikhil, but that's the shot of the day for me. On the up, punches through the line, trusting the bounce, and goes sizzling past Sanjay Krishnamurti in the offside, and then Rohan Phadke through the rope at extra cover.
And he's got him. Would you believe it? Monak Patel tries to leave this one, comes off the arm and goes into the stump. And it's been that type of day for the USA team. But that is really the epitome of unlucky. Deflects off the arm and could have gone anywhere, but goes on to the stump sometimes. Some way, sorry. I'm in shock.
Well, it's deja vu for Shadley Van Skalkvik, conceding a boundary and then striking back immediately with a wicket. He did it to Stephen Taylor. And now he does it to Monak Patel, who's showing his frustration, clattering one of the discs that makes up the 30-yard ring. And you said it, came off the elbow. He was trying to leave it, but just that extra bounce, that variable bounce, rose sharply. And the wind, we said it, it's angling in to the east side of the ground, so it was angling into Monak Patel's body. And that also assisted the movement. Comes off and goes onto the stumps. So rubbing salt into the wound. Monak Patel, who's taken so many blows on the body, and this one, another blow to the body, results in a wicket. USA further in a hole now at 35 for 3. And they've elected to go with a left-right combo now. Gajanan Singh comes out to the middle to try and salvage this innings at the moment, and the pressure continues to stay on. David White has not left slip for the duration of this innings, and now he's going to be joined by Shehan Jayasuriya at second slip. So similar to what we saw yesterday with Corey Anderson, USA under pressure, and they're not relenting one bit outside the power play. They've got 9 men in the ring.
Yeah, really and truly. I mean, Mona Patel, the shot selection was correct. It was a delivery to be left. But somehow just brushing the elbow on the way through to the stumps, and that would be really concerning for him, because another good start, another innings where he did all the hard yards to get in. Didn't look too troubled, even though the other batters have been struggling. He just looks so at bay in terms of his time at the crease, but a freak dismissal, you could call it. Out of nowhere, really. Just hit a boundary, lavish shot to the offside. And somehow a wicket for this MLC West team. They got the USA Invitational 11 right where they want at this stage.
Said the stamina of Ahsan Adil yesterday, and Carmine LaRue, the long spell with the new ball, and Shadley Van Skalkvik. How impressive is this? Running into the wind, 6 overs with the new ball, strikes with the second wicket. He's going to pinch a leg by here. Gajanan Singh to get to the non-strikers end, so he's not off the mark quite yet, but slight pressure relieved. Shadley Van Skalkvik in an excellent rhythm here. One of the other things we haven't seen Shadley Van Skalkvik do that has troubled some of the other bowlers who've been running into the wind, no balls. We've seen a lot of bowlers overstep, losing their rhythm in their run-up, unable to get that landing right. He hasn't had that difficulty.
I think it's because he just always bowls within his limitations. Doesn't need to run in too hard. Doesn't rely too much on pace. 5 runs from the over, but a crucial wicket to go with it. At the end of 12, 36 for 3. After 12, the MLC West much rather be in their corner at the moment. Posanapali just the one over for him. And given how the seamers have bowled on this surface, he'll be looking to get in on the action. Peter, do you play any cricket?
We see Gajanan Singh finally get off the mark with a single to Bashka Yadrim at deep fine leg. When I've got the time. When I'm not with a mic in my hand or a camera in my hand or a yellow notepad in my hand, I do try and play. Played, I think, 3 or 4 matches last summer. I played alongside Anirudh Emanuel for the Dream Cricket Colts squad in New Jersey. Got to see him up close. And Sai Mukamal also was part of that Dream Cricket Colts squad.
I have to ask them then about you in terms of your performances. What were you doing? Batting, bowling? Specialist fielder?
I got the most prized performance of any genuine club cricketer. Thanks for coming. My batting skills were not required, Nikhil, nor were my bowling skills. But I did save some runs in the field. I believe we won by 4 runs on the day.
Well, I hope someone was there to take pictures of you, Peter, because the roles would have been reversed. I need to see those images. Didn't make your Twitter for some reason.
Won by 4 runs. I'm trying to think. I think we scored 220 or 215, and then it came down to the last over. And the youngsters, now the Dream Cricket Colts squad, for people who are not aware, the intention behind the squad is to have mostly juniors, up-and-coming players make up the bulk of the squad. We want to give the youngsters opportunities. And according to the model of the club, you always have 3 or 4 adults on the field just to kind of mentor the youngsters. But the principle is that these 18, 19, 20-year-olds, we want them to get the bulk of the bowling and batting opportunities. Nobody's going to a cricket ground to see me bat and bowl on the keel, as much as I'd like to. We put the kids first. Kids like Saiteja Mukamal and Anirudh Emanuel. And I know we've seen Sai Mukamala's batting. We haven't gotten a chance to see Anirudh Emanuel bowl. He's a very good leg spinner. He played for the champion Mid-Atlantic Region squad in the USA Cricket Under-19 National Championships right here in Prairie View last April. And he bowled very, very good leg spin. He was very close to selection for the Under-19 National Training Group. Didn't quite make it, but he's still a very promising up-and-coming player, and that's part of the reason why he's here in Prairie View this week.
But this one, let's hit into the onside by Gajanan Singh. He's seen enough. Just sat back, waited on it, and Pasanapali using the pace. So end of 13, 42 for 3.
Now the coach of the Mid-Atlantic Under-19 National Championship squad, Earl Daly, was also the coach of the New Jersey Stallions minor league cricket squad, and he's also the coach, and sometimes player coach, of the Dream Cricket Colts. Earl Daly, former USA national team player, former USA men's selection chairman, and also played in Jamaica. He's part of Melbourne Cricket Club, famously the same club as Michael Holding, and a number of other outstanding West Indian representatives. Progressed through Jamaica and on to the West Indies. Earl Daly was a very sharp left-arm fast bowler in his playing days. Came to the USA, represented USA at the 1990 ICC Trophy, which is the former name of the World Cup qualifier. I believe Earl took a 5-wicket haul for USA during his playing career. That was at a time when in the Associate World and the World Cup qualifier, USA was playing, if you can believe it or not, teams like Gibraltar and Israel. The landscape has shifted dramatically. You didn't even have Ireland on the scene then, nor Scotland. It was the Netherlands who was really the associate that was at the top of the heap in Zimbabwe, as Harmeet Singh comes on for the first over of spin in this innings here in the 14th over. Bangladesh wasn't even around. It was a very different landscape.
Yeah, quite surprising, I think, that captain has gone to the likes of Harmeet Singh before someone like a Bhaskar Yadram. Maybe looking for some bit of grip, some bit of bounce in this surface. Oh, it's really full from Singh. So just going to take some time to find his rhythm.
He's on the mark here early. The USA team at that point in time was captained by former West Indian Sue Shivnarine. Played Test cricket for the West Indies in the late 70s during the World Series cricket era. Came to the USA, had a lengthy career as a left-arm spinning all-rounder for USA. It's based in New York. He's also a former USA Under-19 national team head coach, Sue Shivnarine. He was the head coach for the USA Under-19 squad when they went to the 2010 Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand. Sue, originally from Guyana. Another player from Guyana, Zaman Amin, is based in New York, was also a USA captain. There's been a very distinct West Indian flavor to the USA national team throughout the 80s and 90s and into the early 2000s, and now it's just starting to shift a little bit. The changing demographics of immigration. You see the bulk of the players who are here on the field, South Indian heritage, and now the emergence of South African former first-class professionals as well. So you get a big melting pot in American cricket, Nikhil.
Yeah, indeed, and these players taking on that legacy.
Can't leave out Steve Messiah as well as the dot ball ends the over. 43 for 3 after 14. Steve Messiah, former Guyana under 19 player, came up in the same era as Ramneresh Sarwan in the Guyana junior squads, and talked to a lot of people who feel that if Steve Messiah didn't migrate to New York in his early 20s, he very well may have gone on to represent the West Indies. Came to New York for family reasons, but he was a very, very talented player. Famously scored 100 against Zimbabwe for USA in a warm-up match ahead of the 2004 Champions Trophy in England, when USA was one of the 2 associate teams to participate, along with Kenya, in that competition in England. Steve Messiah was arguably the standout batter for USA on that tour, and went on to captain USA for a number of years. He's USA's all-time leading scorer in 50-over cricket. Unfortunately, those matches were not classified as ODIs. So if you look at the ODI record books for USA, with the exception of the 2 matches that he played against Australia and New Zealand at the Champions Trophy in 2004, there's not much to show for Steve Messiah's very lengthy and prolific career for USA.
Posanapali continuing. Last couple of overs have been a lull. Haven't really seen much action, just a lot of dot deliveries. Gurjendra Singh did hit that one boundary towards the end of Posanapali's last over, but other than that, it's been very quiet thus far.
I said they had 50 dot balls in the power play, USA, and again, post the power play, still not much to show for it. Just 5 scoring shots off the bat. So 19 dot balls, now 21 if you add the 2 in this over so far. Just really struggling to find a way to release the pressure, unless they're getting extras like this. Another wide, called down the leg side. That's really been one of the few ways that USA's helped inch that scoreboard to move along.
Yeah, Posanapali has done well, though, to carry on that bit of pressure. From the initial 2 seamers. Bhaskar Yadram, you wondered, Peter, do you see him in the attack anytime soon?
Well, I'm with you. I'm surprised he did not come on at first change from the highway end, where Harmeet Singh has come on. Maybe they just thought, we'll try an over of spin, kind of see if that'll break momentum at all, but no wicket for Harmeet in his first over. As you see Bhaskar Yadram on screen now, fielding that ball at deep third man. Took 3 wickets a couple days ago, so he's definitely a quality bowling option. And slightly unorthodox one, infamous for that wrong-footed action. Compared him almost to being a right-handed, right-armed Sohail Tanvir, in a sense that if you're not used to seeing him, it can be a bit awkward to face him just from the fact that he releases the ball when you might not expect it.
Gonna have to hurry, get through for the single, and they do in the end.
And that's the kind of running, that's the kind of rhythm USA needs to get into in the middle between Sushant Madani and Gajanan Singh. It's those kind of singles, pinching those runs in the ring. That'll start to force the field to spread out a bit. They do have 4 men on the boundary. The field's set to bowl short. Mid-on and mid-off are up in the ring. It's deep third man, deep fine leg, cover sweeper, and a deep square leg. So it's set for Posanapalli to bowl short.
Just that. Peter Delapena, he doesn't bowl short, but he hits it into the leg side. And it's a wicket. Sushant Morani's got to go. Umar Khan completes the catch at deep backward square. And just when these two were beginning to release the pressure, Modani just picks out the lone fielder at square leg. And they lose their 4th at the 15th over.
Well, the field was set for a short ball trap. I don't think that's quite the delivery that Posanapalli wanted to bowl there, but he achieves the result he was looking for. Instead of getting a pull or a hook out to deep mid-wicket or deep square leg, Modani really was a leg stump half volley. Got the length wrong. And again, that just shows the defensive mindset. Modani, we saw earlier, got a full toss, couldn't put it away. When you get bogged down with all these dot balls, you're struggling to find gaps in the field. Really leg stump half volley, and he just picks out Umar Khan at deep mid-wicket. And that just sums up the state of affairs for USA so far in this match. 46 for 4 now. At the first drinks break. And Modani, crestfallen, walking off the field. Finally got one he could time. Thought it was going to be easy runs, and instead he looks up and he sees Umar Khan roving left along the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And a very frustrating stay at the crease comes to an end, and USA couldn't chase down 152 yesterday. And at the moment, they'll be lucky if they get to that today, the way things are going. So we're at drinks. Jaskaran Malhotra has come to the crease to start the 16th over. Rohan Posanapalli, meanwhile, gets his first wicket. So that pressure that was built up by a combination of Carmine LaRue, Shadley Van Skalkvik, and to a lesser extent Harmeet Singh. Now Rohan Posanapalli is benefiting from it as well. USA in deep trouble here. Can Jaskaran Malhotra replicate his 173 against Papua New Guinea? That's what it's going to take maybe for USA to get a respectable total here. They're in a world of hurt right now, Nikhil.
So after that, you've had the initial drinks break, 15 overs. It is Gajanan Singh still fighting, but Jaskaran Malhotra, who's much a hero for this USA team, needs to play one of those innings yet again. So Harmeet Singh with his left arm spin. Almost a lot slower in pace and delivery. Harmeet Singh.
Clever from Harmeet Singh. He's bowling into the wind. So he's got to force the ball through, but he just lets it float in the wind there. And you could see the indecision from Gajanan Singh.
No real spin on that one. He can also get away with this. Harmeet Singh bowling to a left-handed batter. He won't be taking him on in this situation. 46 for 4.
The thing about bowling from the end he's bowling at, Nikhil, as the single is taken for long on to end the over, 47 for 4 after 16, is the wind is blowing southeast. So he's turning it in. They're trying to turn it in, but the ball is drifting away. The ball is going to drift significantly away from the left-hander in that situation, and that shows perhaps why David White chose to bring him on from this highway end, because he's getting that assistance from the angle with the wind, taking the ball away before it pitches, and it's just presenting a different challenge for the batters out there in the middle. And Carmine LaRue, who had a bit of a breather after the power play, he's been off the field for a few overs. He's back on, so David White is trying to bring the hammer down on the USA middle order here. Saw how uncomfortable he made things for Xavier Marshall in particular. And David White is trying to kill this game off early. He's not going to save him for a death spell necessarily. He wants to strike here again.
Almost off the leading edge. Just one bounce to Krishnamurthy at that point. He does have this fielder on the deep backward square boundary. It's the big side. And this was a tactic we saw used against the Invitational 11 batters yesterday, making them take on the big side boundary. I think with 4 wickets down, won't see much risk employed. It's so funny. Yesterday at the 15 over stage, they were 64 for 2. Today in a much worse position at 46 for 4. That one already staying low. Has been a real challenge for these batters in this opening 16 overs, Peter, to bat on this surface.
And then short ball trap, if he goes to it, he's got Rohan Posanapalli. Deep backward square. Bhaskar Yadram is at deep fine leg. Seen Carmine LaRue go very short consistently. Rohan Phadke is at it. Deep third man, I believe.
Well, loud appeal, but again, Jeremy Lindo unmoved. Carmine LaRue couldn't decide if he wanted to appeal for that. I've seen this a couple times today. And the good old tactic from the batter, Peter, just scratching.
Pay no mind from Gajanan Singh. Just pretend that appeal never happened. Mark out your guard.
Well, that's going to be runs. He does well in the end. Lahiro Milanta to save that from going for a boundary. Had it got over his head, would have been 5 wides.
Well, this is what we saw leading into the Xavier Marshall dismissal. Just consistently going short. And he finally got it on just the right spot to draw the glove of Xavier Marshall. It's actually Ruchir Joshi who's at it. Deep backward square. No, it's Ruchir Joshi's jersey being worn by Rohan Posanapalli with the floppy hat. They're keeping us on our toes, Nikhil.
That Chick-fil-A can slow you down sometimes, you know, Peter. You need to get some greens in there, man.
Chick-fil-A does a good salad. They do have a wide variety of menu items.
Do they sponsor you, Peter? You speak very highly of them. Malhotra facing his first delivery. Yeah, any sponsorship that we don't know about as yet?
There is no conflict of interest here. I am just a very devout Chick-fil-A disciple.
As is Justin Gill, as is Mangesh Chowdhury. They've got a number of followers, as is Carmine LaRue. I said it before, if you missed it in the first hour play, Carmine LaRue loves the number 1.
No, not spicy. Just a regular, normal chicken sandwich. No pickles. But USA's in a pickle right now. 49 for 4. As that short leg fielder is put back into place. Sanjay Krishnamurti's got the helmet back out. So again, that pressure unrelenting on USA here. Just beyond the first hour of play. And Umar Khan goes back out to deep square leg.
Really good Yorker from LaRue. Malhotra does well to keep that one out. Yeah, a lot of spin still in this MLC West team that they can go to. We've already seen Harmeet Singh from the other high end, the highway end. But Umar Khan did bowl a good 10-over spell in the West first game. Sanjay Krishnamurti as well into the team today. He can bowl spin. Has been sparing in terms of the use of that short delivery. Just trying to use it at the right time. LaRue ends with a dot. He's just conceded the 8 runs in his 6 overs. Sensational stuff. 49 for 4 after 17.
Again, this is really good from Harmeet Singh. As I said before, he's drifting it with the wind. The wind is drifting the ball, taking it away from Gajanath Singh before it spins back in. So he's just got to work to stay focused, to really cover the line of the ball. It's just when he thinks he's got the line covered, that drift with the wind is going to take it just that stump length further wide. It's also, I think, part of the reason why he's bowling around the wicket. A lot of times you see left-arm spinners, if they're bowling to left-hand, they'll stay over the wicket, but he's getting that ball to tail wider outside off, just coming with that angle around the wicket.
So they've already done the hard work to dismantle and remove the top order of this USA Invitational 11. And they'll be now looking to do the remainder and get these 6 wickets. What do you think they'll be happy from this position? 50 for 4, just inside the 18th over, Peter. What are the MLC West happy with chasing? You just never know on this pitch.
Well, from here, the way USA is struggling right now, if they get anything more than 130, 140, I think David White would feel disappointed. It's just been very difficult to score runs, and they're doing what they can to prevent that pressure from being released. 50 for 4 after 18 overs. Harmeet Singh, 3 overs, 3 runs. So even though he hasn't been able to be incisive necessarily, he's still being very, very disciplined. And he's just able to tie up one end. If he can keep pressure at one end, the goal for MLC West in the field right now is just to plug up one end and have it allow Carmine LaRue to strike. He's been the most threatening option here throughout this day. He's only got 1 wicket. Shadley Van Skalkvik has 2. But Carmine's been very threatening. He's got that short leg in place. And right there, that short leg, that's why he was there, but Sanjay Krishnamurti can't hold on. So the field placement was perfect. The ball was perfect. And Krishnamurti, the teenager from Northern California, just couldn't hold on. It was just outside of the camera frame down the pitch. It was a definite chance, though. It clearly carried. Sanjay Krishnamurti was in a crouch, and he just came up a touch too early. It was right in his breadbasket. If he stayed down, and unfortunately, he looked like he just popped up a little bit too early, and the chance popped out of his hands.
Well, they're never easy. Those return catches at square leg. Harmeet Singh just finished bowling his over. Will be on the chase. We'll just keep it to 2. Gajanan Singh, he's fought along well. Still battling, still fighting.
But again, the plan was there. Harmeet Singh's drying up one end. They've got that short leg. They've got the slip in place. Everything is set. And it was just that final piece of execution in the catching department. Sanjay Krishnamurti is a very sharp fielder.
That catch, never easy, Peter. That short leg close in. The pace that LaRue's bowling at as well.
You talked about it. Short leg experience lacking. Sanjay Krishnamurti is usually somebody who fields at backward point. He's usually in a long on, long off in the slog overs. He's got very good hands in terms of fielding at distance. You don't really see him too often fielding in the slips, though, and almost never at forward short leg. You don't really see anybody field at forward short leg in this kind of situation in American domestic cricket. As this one just goes off thick outside edge to deep third man for one.
And I'm going to challenge the stereotype of putting your youngest player at short leg, because I think it's such an important position when it is in play. So, for example, like that. And that's why Kyron Pollard for the West Indies always puts himself at short leg. I think, personally, especially in the white ball format, you want your best fielders in that position because of the reflexes, the quick reactions needed.
Well, I used the example before of Alistair Cook when he was captain of England. He would put himself in it forward short leg, and throughout his career, and you hit the nail on the head there as well, Nikhil. Kyron Pollard, whether it's been with Trinbago Knight Riders or Barbados Tridents, with the West Indies, other places, he's been a fixture at that short leg position because, as you said, he's got the skills. And there is a skill to it. And this is a skilled shot from Jaskaran Malhotra. Finally getting off the mark with a boundary through fine leg. Wraps up the 19th over, 7 runs from it. 57 for 4 is Carmine LaRue. When he's made a mistake today, the rare times it's happened, it's been on the hips. Saw Monak Patel do that. And now Jaskaran Malhotra. But yeah, going back to the point about short leg, Kyron Pollard, he's not asking Rothman Powell or Andre Russell or any youngster when Nicholas Poran was a outfielder before he was keeping wicket. You've got Dinesh Ramden in the team, or any other keeper for that matter. He wasn't asking a newcomer to go in there. It was Kyron Pollard who was going in there. You see Craig Brathwaite as well, I believe. He'll go in and field it short leg. So it's all evidence pointing to your argument that you really should have somebody in there who knows what they're doing.
So Harmeet Singh just trying to pick up a wicket. Loves to be in the wickets. Singh. We'll be looking for his first. Again, another bowler who's been so economical. Just 3 runs conceded in his 3. I want to keep taking wickets, keep the momentum up in terms of this innings for the MLC West team. Of course, winning the toss, electing to bowl first, showing to be a great decision in the end. But I do think as this sun, which is really in its full form now, Peter, does beat on this surface, it will get better. For batting, yes, you'll see that variable bounce, but I think the bounce will be a lot more true. And the batters can trust it. Great stop off his own bowling from Harmeet Singh. Man that loves his figures, so he will go to any lengths to make sure he can concede that one last run.
It's not just that, but also just highlights the eagerness of these guys to really play as hard as they can. I think on paper, people might see the scorecards and see the playing conditions and think if it's 12 versus 12 or 13 versus 13, what kind of level of intensity there is out in the middle. And all you have to do is watch the last 5 or 10 overs yesterday, Nikhil, to see how intense it was. Corey Anderson, even at the end of the first inning, he comes off the field after being the last player dismissed to top score for MLC Central, takes off his pads, and he's slamming his pads on the benches. He was furious with himself. He was not happy with the overall team performance. And he came out with a hell of a lot of intensity. And then the way you saw Ehsan Adil celebrate that final wicket, and Calvin Savage, the way he celebrated some of the wickets down the stretch, just shows the intensity that's being brought here. You can say it's not a full-fledged international. Might not be 11 versus 11. They're using the extra players, 12 players or 13 players in some instances, to try and give people some extra experience, but the intensity is still very high. You see that in Harmeet Singh. You see it in Carmine LaRue. And Jaskaran Malhotra, again, just is able to flick it off his hips to get a desperately needed boundary for USA.
Yeah, Milanta with his acrobatics almost held on. Fortunate in the end, but Malhotra dealing in boundaries is that aggressive type player known as a finisher for this USA cricket team. Now looking again to take the aggression to LaRue. I think as a bowler, Carmi LaRue, you won't be too upset about that, seeing Malhotra play these type of shots.
You'd be jumping for joy if you see him playing that shot, because we've seen that shot be the downfall of Xavier Marshall. That's basically how he went for a first ball duck yesterday. Yeah, we've seen a number of players fall to cross-bat shots on this pitch, which at times has that uneven bounce.
Much safer option from Malhotra this time, getting behind it. Yeah, it just seems to go to that short delivery, Carmi LaRue, so easily. Anytime he wants, Peter, especially on this surface, he can just pull it out of the arsenal. So just a look at what's to come in terms of with the bat for this USA team. These two pretty much the last recognized batting options. I do see Ritwik Bahira listed on in terms of in the playing 12 for the US cricket. And he can bat. Correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I believe he can bat on the back foot. Looks a good shout. And given the slow, deadly finger this time, goes up. Jaskaran Malhotra, from the time he was hit on the back foot, you just thought he was in trouble. And Jermaine Leno took some time to think about it and then sent him.
Well, I had my finger up immediately, even from our angle. We're at third man. That looked stone dead. His hit on the back leg, pinned on the crease. Justin Gill, adjacent to us, was jumping up and down out of his seat. It just looked out. He was hit so deep in his crease, playing around his pads. And Carmine LaRue, you see that variable bounce. It was really back of the length, but it skidded low, hit right in front of middle stump. And Jaskaran Malhotra, because of that length, that's why he went onto the back foot. It's really, you see where he was hit, you'd think that's a front foot ball based on the height that he was hit, but it was back of the length, and he's just stuck on the crease there. And that's got to be ripping out middle and leg stump.
Further trouble for this U.S. Invitational 11. It brings Kareem Agor to the middle, who did play an innings of 17 yesterday. You thought was just guiding the team on their way to victory, but again, set up hitting into that bigger side.
Got to give an assist for that wicket to David White, Nikhil. The captaincy, not just to bring Carmine LaRue back. You could easily have taken him off after 2 overs. There was that drop at forward short leg of Gajanan Singh. Some situations, you might see a captain there just think, I'll roll the dice for 2 overs, and I'm going to hold his last 3 overs back for something of the death. But it gives him that 3rd over in this second spell, and it pays off in a big, big way. So excellent, excellent tactics from David White being demonstrated here, the captain of the MLC West squad today.
So Gajanan Singh has got himself in and spent now 36 deliveries at the crease, but he does need some help. Something from someone. Kareem Agor very capable with the bat in hand, molded into that all-rounder for this USA team over the years.
The only thing I'm a little bit surprised at right now, Harmeet Singh staying on with 2 left-handers at the crease. MLC West doesn't really have any bowlers who turn the ball away from a left-hander. There's no genuine off-spinner in this squad, but even to have a leg spinner, they don't really have that at their disposal either. Somebody who could turn the ball away with a googly. They've got Umar Khan, Harmeet Singh, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, all left-arm orthodox spinners. And I'm a bit surprised they haven't perhaps gone to another medium pace option. Bring Bhaskar Yadraman or Hamad Azam on for medium pace to just angle the ball away from those left-handers, which has caused a lot of difficulties from this highway end.
Well, Kareem Agor, the right-hander, so do expect to see probably Harmeet Singh staying on into the attack.
I've seen Kareem Agor now for 2+ years, and still somewhere in my imagination, in the moment, Nikhil, I'm thinking he's a left-hander. It's not as if I didn't take any pictures of him yesterday.
Well, it is the left arm spin maybe throwing you off, Peter. Ambidextrous. Bowls with that left arm, but bats right-handed. Something that fascinates me to think that you can do both. Every time I try to bat left-handed, everything goes south. I can't even bat right-handed properly. But anyway, that's the story for another day. End of 22, 62 for 5. And it does look like you will have your wish. Bhaskar Yadram seems that he will finally get the ball for this MLC West team, a team with a lot of bowling options, batting depth. They're one of the strongest teams in this Houston Challenge. 1 from 1. And the way they've started, they would be fancying themselves to go 2 from 2 in this challenge. So Yadran with that tall figure. Not as tall as Carmi LaRue, but does hit the deck hard. That will be, I think, what he'll be aiming for, given the variable bounce we've seen. We'll know Gajanan Singh well, both being from Guyana. We both played some cricket together in Guyana as well. His first delivery. There goes short straight away. Easy for Singh. So So this far from over, they still have Jasdeep Singh, who can come in and play a couple good shots. As we mentioned, also Ritwik Bahira.
And Vatsal Vagela, even though he came in at number 11 yesterday, he's somebody who in underage cricket was a genuine all-rounder for USA Under-19. He opened the batting for USA Under-19 as Yadram oversteps. So a no ball first of the match. It's going to lead to a free hit. Desperately needed free hit for USA to try and relieve some of the pressure here. But Vatsal Vagela opened the batting for USA Under-19 a couple years ago and playing for minor league cricket franchise. He was a solid contributor in the middle order, scored a couple of half centuries in minor league cricket last year out in the Bay Area. So if he comes in, he's somebody who could also stretch out the innings.
Well, Gajanan Singh takes on Yajam straight away. That is a top shot on the dugout of the USA team. Really good. Picked up the length early and was able to get the power. Took on the big side as well with that stroke.
Well, the wind is blowing to that side of the ground, so he's using the wind and using the free hit to his advantage. Just cleared the front leg, and Yadram was going for Yorker. Just didn't get it full enough on that free hit delivery, and you get it fractionally wrong in the length. Gajanan Singh makes him pay.
Could that just be the one that relieves some of the pressure off of this USA team? Singh has been there for a while. That's what you get when you've spent time at the crease. You do get rewarded. Flicks this one well. Wants to Gajanan Singh, but Kareem Agor just slips.
David White is finally out of the slips cordon. Making the stop there to extra cover the captain today for MLC West. Former South Africa Under-19 representative.
Omer Khan in his stretches. Wonder if he will come in and have a ball at some stage. And do have a lot of batting, this MLC West team. So I think for the USA Invitation, it's important that they get to at least 150. They'll be aiming for much more. But 150 from here will take some getting, even without Umuk Chan, David White, Sami Aslam, Milanta, Sheanjay Asuria, who got 60. Then the hitting of Hamad Azam, Bhaskar Yadram, Sanjay Krishnamurti. But a couple early wickets for them could put the West in a similar position. They won't be thinking too much about with the ball, though. They'll be wanting to get up to that 200 mark first before they can even begin to think about their bowling plans. So an expensive first over from Yadram. Concedes 8 and 70 for 5 after 23. Almost trying to catch that one, Harmeet Singh. Gore off the mark. How much have you seen of Kareem Gore in terms of his batting, Peter, and how capable of is he in this situation?
Well, he was the man of the match, a forgotten man of the match in USA's victory over Canada in that famous super over match in Antigua. And it was because of his batting, just a thrilling knock, including a huge six in that final over that got the match to a super over. Everybody remembers what happened on the final ball where Ali Khan and Rusty Tron got those chaotic pair of byes. But forgotten in all of that mayhem was the role that Kareem Gore played to help get USA to that point. Some extraordinary batting on his part. And when he came up through the under-19 system in the Leeward Islands, he was an opening batter. It's really only since he's arrived in the U.S. that his primary role has shifted to being left-arm spinner, but through the bulk of his junior career in the Leeward Islands, he represented the Leeward Islands under-19. He was an opening batter, and when USA first discovered him, Bubadou Dasanaika, the head coach at the time, has just 2 singles taken off that 24th over, 72 for 5. He was playing as a batting all-rounder. USA was on a warm-up tour in Antigua ahead of World Cricket League Division II in Namibia in 2019, and they discovered Kareem Gore. They found out he had an American passport. He's born in New York, so he was eligible to play for USA. But his primary role at that point in time, even in the Antigua squad he was playing for, was as a batter. And they saw him bowling left-arm spin as well. He could bowl 10 overs of left-arm spin, but really most of his career developmentally has been spent as a batter. He's just adjusted his playing role for USA to spin for the majority of the time, but otherwise, over the course of his career, he's been a very capable batter. And even though he might be listed to come in at 7, he's somebody who's, on a few occasions for USA, demonstrated that he's capable of batting long. Did it on another occasion alongside Aaron Jones in Florida during one of USA's first home ODIs in the Tri-Series against Papua New Guinea and Namibia. He's definitely capable, if he can stay at the crease, which might be in question right now because he's just taken a very vicious blow on the hand, shaking off the gloves immediately after that delivery from Bhaskar Yadram. And it's going to mean another physio visit out to the middle. This time, Ollie Ricks is the man on duty today. We saw Asha Mosley make a record number of trips out to the middle yesterday, Nikhil. She's getting the day off. She earns a day off, Nikhil, after the work she was doing yesterday. And Ollie Ricks is on his way out to check on Kareem Gore right now.
Yeah, because of that variable bounce, we have seen a lot of batters being struck pretty much on the body. Thank you very much, Peter. As we have this break in play, Josh Dascom joins me. Josh, pretty interesting start for the MLC West team. How impressed will they be with the ability to take 5 wickets inside the first 25 overs?
Yeah, it's great to be back again for another day out here at Prairie View, Nikhil. I think they really set the tone early up the top with Van Shalwick and Carmine LaRue's new ball opening spells, and obviously, Harmeet Singh been very miserly through his 6 overs so far, so I think they'd be pretty happy with their start so far, and I'd imagine they'd be keen to wrap this one up pretty quickly now that they've got them 5 down and we're not halfway through this innings.
We have seen a lot of wickets fall, but the US have also battled through on a tough surface. Here's a look at some of the boundaries. Was Stephen Taylor, he started things off, just dabbed one down to third man. And that really got the US team going. But they haven't really found the boundary with that much regularity. Monat Patel, anything on the body, was happy to punish.
Very strong through the leg side. Patel, we'll see this one again here off his pads. Whipped beautifully through backward square. But I thought generally, particularly Van Shalwick bowled quite well to Monat, hanging the ball out wide, making him play through the offside. You see a nice shot through there, but that one was sandwiched by a lot of dot balls outside, hanging it out there at that 6-7 stump, stay away from his pads.
That was the delivery before he actually got the wicket. Karmi LaRue of Monat Patel. Jaskar Malhotra came to hit 2 boundaries, but his short stay at the crease was ended by LaRue. Second one less convincing down the leg side. So that was the story in terms of with the bat in hand for the USA Cricket. Invitation 11. Kareem Agor still getting some treatment to that hand. Here you see it's been a collapse. Another start from Monat Patel. 20 not out for Gajanan Singh thus far.
If we have a look through the scorecard here, Taylor the first to go. Caught behind. Off Shadley Van Shalwick to start proceedings. Following over. Xavier Marshall, a couple of short balls followed up by one that really rose at his gloves. Through to Lahiru Malantha, who took his second catch for the day. Monat Patel, as you mentioned, got off to a nice start. 29 balls with 3 boundaries before Shadley Van Shalwick picked up his second one. Sushan Madani looked to consolidate after losing 2 in the first handful of overs before he picked out Umar Khan at deep backward square. That got us to the first drinks break, and then LaRue back into the attack for his second spell. Standing captain today, David White, proactive with Carmi, bringing him back after his initial 5-over spell, picking up 1 on the last ball of his 8th over. And Nikhil, here we are at 73 for 5 in the 25th. And really up to these two now. No Aaron Jones today.
Yeah, thankfully, Kareem Agor seems to be flexing that right hand. Isn't his bowling hand, so should be okay. But needed that bottom hand to hold the bat. So let's hope that he's nothing too serious. Basi Ajam does bowl a heavy ball. And again, Gashan Singh straight away. Looks like he got hit on the hand as well. So those gloves being made to work.
Yeah, some steep bounce there from Yadram, which you'd expect with his high arm action and his 6'5" frame. (6'5" when he's standing on his tippy toes, of course, Nikhil.
Yeah, very unorthodox though in his action. That means I should be about 6'7" on mine, Josh.
This has been a very circumspect innings from Gajanan Singh so far. We've seen him really play a vital part in this middle order over the last few engagements for the USA national team. We saw him, of course, a 50 on debut against Oman before a match-winning knock against the Irish national team in Florida in December. Found himself coming in with a team in deep trouble, 4 down in the power play before he was able to consolidate as that one goes through to Malantha.
Almost shadowed it just below the ball. Every time he looks to pull, doesn't really get a lot behind it. Just hangs that bat out there.
Very good player of spin. We saw that in that match against Ireland in Florida in December. Took full toll of the leg spinner and the off spin of Simi Singh as well. interesting talking to him during the week, Nikhil, is just enjoying playing his cricket at the moment. He's taking, as he whips that one out to the sweeper there, Anirudh Emanuel, the substitute fielder, for a single, and that brings us to the halfway point.
End of 25, 74 for 5. Well, we had a no ball for that final delivery of the over, so it will mean a free hit coming up for Kareem Agor. Bit of a get out of jail card. It's a full toss, and it is a dot. So it does get away with that, Basky Adram.
We'll have another go there, Nikhil. At this point, halfway through, 75 for 5.
Huh. So just going around 3 runs and over, I don't think the run rate will be too much of a problem, Josh, because that does get them to about 150 from this position, where they were at one stage, 29 for 2, 74 for 5. You think 150, they'll take that, but they'll want some more, the US Invitation 11, with still some batting to come.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think they'd be hoping that a good partnership here can see that total get to, 180, 200, and they'll feel comfortable. They'll feel like they're in the game with that total on the board. Obviously, their bowling unit really ensuring that they're in the game over the past couple of days. Of course, defending 250 on the first day before skittling the MLC Central side for 150 yesterday. So anything over that 170, 180 mark, I feel like USA Invitational 11 would be happy with that on the board, but obviously a long way to go from here at 75 for 5 as we see the introduction of Umar Khan for the first time today.
So Umar Khan, the left-arm spinner. Interesting move to bring him against Singh. As you mentioned, not only a good player of spin, but also a left-hander as well.
Yeah, right. And pair of left-arm spinners on this team, which are very, very experienced and very cagey and wily. Obviously, we've seen Harmeet Singh be very miserly so far in his 6 overs, and he's replaced by someone also of very high quality here, Umar Khan.
Well, Kareem Agor very quick between the wickets, calling him through Gajanan Singh.
I think that's going to be the key to a rebuild here, Nikhil. Obviously, 75 for 5. Not in a position where they can really look to take that many risks. So I think that running between the wickets that we saw there is going to be key to them kickstarting their innings here and getting themselves to a defendable total.
Well, down the leg side will be more runs. Basky Adram.
One slides off the pad there. They scuttle through for a leg by, and I think that's as I touched on there, limiting the number of dot balls that spinners are able to bowl, particularly the left-hand, right-hand combination, is going to be key to starting to see this total grow to something that they'll be happy to defend. Gajanan Singh, big exponent of the sweep here. They've got the protection out there on the leg side. As that one's tucked away to mid-wicket for no run. Nikhil, who's your favourite caller to listen to in world cricket at the moment? Obviously, being from the Caribbean, who's your favourite to listen to on the airwaves?
Well, definitely Harsha Bogla is a big inspiration to me, but from the Caribbean, Ian Bishop, Darren Ganga, we have a lot of very skilled commentators. So it's things I aspire to, seeing how they've worked their way up in the industry.
It's hard to go past Kerry O'Keefe, isn't it?
And obviously Tony Kozia as well, being from my club, massive inspiration. Just being, I think, a big pioneer in terms of cricket commentary on both TV and the radio.
Fond memories as a youngster growing up in Australia listening to ABC radio. Jim Maxwell, Kerry, and obviously, once again, privileged to grow up in an era where callers are the likes of Richie Benno, Bill Laurie, Tony Gregg. But these days it's fascinating to hear the insights and the great cricket minds of Ricky Ponting and Adam Gilchrist on the airwaves as well in Australian domestic cricket. Gives you quite an insight into why someone like Ricky Ponting was such a good captain as well, when you can hear him start to talk about and predict what's going to happen in a game, and often see that come to light. Gives you an insight as a viewer that something that you wouldn't otherwise necessarily get to experience. Definitely, I think, what makes a good caller.
And even before he passed, I used to enjoy listening to Shane Warne. I think his analysis, just vast, knowledge of the game.
Without a doubt. The more he was able to speak about the cricket and less about what he had for dinner the previous night, the better caller he was. But a man that would have loved Major League Cricket, I think, Nikhil. Spent a lot of time over here in the US after he finished playing with his poker, and obviously with the Legend series that happened just a few years ago. So someone that would have loved Major League Cricket, and it's very unfortunate and sad that we won't get to see him over here in the US as part of that.
One of my good friends, also in the media industry, Andrew Leonard, spoke at length about that Legend series and how he worked alongside Shane Warne and just how receptive he was to all the new concepts and ideas. Yeah, he will definitely be missed in terms of the cricketing fraternity. Yajam starts with 2 dot deliveries here. Kareem Agor, unusual slow start for him. But probably playing the situation right, you would think.
I'd imagine that's absolutely it. The one thing that I would say is that whilst there is a need to consolidate here, often the best way to do that is by finding ways to get the ball into gaps and run hard. And we saw that from Corey Anderson yesterday with that international experience, with Shayan Jaiswaria the day before as well. Often the best way to consolidate is to keep the scoreboard ticking over, start to get off strike as much as you can, get down the other end, and that helps you to stay around that runner ball mark. Gore, 14 deliveries for just the 2 runs here. Just as a batter, you can sense, even in this type of situation where there is a need to consolidate, best way to do so is often by to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Well, 4 fielders out on the row. I'd like to see him get the ball into some gaps here. That one, big swing at that one, down the ground, mid on, mid off, up in the circle. Couldn't make a good connection with it. And it's out to mid on for no run. Be crucial for Yadram to close out this over now. He started off nicely, 4 dot balls. Just want to see him keep that discipline, get the ball through to the Malantha, close out the over here. Is that one? There we go. Just as we said it, drops a short ball in, and that one clears the rope for a maximum. And that's what I was talking about there, Nikhil, as we have a look at that one again. Short ball, a little bit of a top edge, but he's caught most of it. It's carried the full way.
Yeah, he is one of those type of bowlers, Basquiat Ajam, who will look for wickets, and at that, always have the cost of going for runs. He did have those 2 fielders on the boundary mid-wicket and sort of that deep backward square, but Gore just split the gap well. So I don't think Yajram will mind Kareem Agor pulling too much. Second maximum off his bowling though. Did see one early on by Gajanan Singh. So the rescue mission well underway between these two.
And that's one as a captain that you'd love him to re-bowl that one. Get that one through to the keeper again as he defends off the back foot. Brings us to the end of the 27th. 5 for 84.
So Gajanan Singh still facing. So Josh, obviously with this tournament being, put together for these players to get the most experience in the middle, work on their games, develop their skills. What is happening with teams who are actually not playing today? So they have two teams out of the rotation in terms of the Central and the East. They'll be in action tomorrow. What do they do on their off days?
Yeah, good question. There's probably a combination of things. I know that there's a handful of the Eastern team that will be heading out to the ground shortly to have a bit of a hit in the nets, the newly installed turf nets here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. We'll also have a look at the hybrid wicket for the first time today, as that one's down the leg side. Feel like it has caught some glove, and he's given it.
Well, it took ever long, Rushain Samuels, to make his decision. Gajanan Singh is signaling for the pad, but Samuels has sent him. Took very long to put the finger up.
A long time to put that one up. We'll have a look at it here in some slow motion, hopefully.
Jermaine Lindo, the square leg umpire, has also sent him.
As we have a look here. Well, it's not near the pad by the looks of that one. So if there was a noise, looks to have come either off the face or off the glove. Let's have another look at that one. We'll roll that one back there. We see that one come through there.
The glove did hit the pad, so I just wonder if that was a noise.
That may have been the noise. That's a difficult one to tell. Things go from bad to worse there for...
But also remember, though, something to think about is that we have the benefit of the replay. The umpires don't. So they have to make that critical decision. There was a noise, and...
Unfortunately, he does have to go.
But after a really toiling innings from Gajanan Singh, 60 deliveries, he was in the middle. Unfortunate way to be dismissed. So in it comes...
Looks like we've got... Is it the left-hander Vatsal Vaghela?
Yeah, it looks like Vaghela as well was trying to make him out. And as Peter Delapena said before, he can bat. Did play a big part with the bat in hand for the Golden State Grizzlies in the minor league.
Without a doubt. Also played a few nice knocks during the USA 50 Over National Championships for the West Zone Red side. Batting in the middle order there. Rotating the strike against spin well. So big opportunity for him today. Coming in with the side in trouble at 84 for 6.
Yeah, that is a crucial though wicket in the grand scheme of things. 3 dots and then a wicket just when you thought the rebuild was on.
Khan in and starts. And what we have overlooked there amongst the review of the decision was some beautiful wicket keeping down the leg side there from Lahira Melantha to take that catch off the deflection, and It's been quite tidy behind the stumps today. Always nice when you're not talking about a wicket keeper, Nikhil. I think he's done quite well.
Yeah, he has impressed in both facets, not only with the gloves on, but also with the bat in hand. We'll have a part to play for the West as we go forward in this innings. End of the 20th. A wicket finally for the West after having to work hard for that one. 84 for 6.
Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas here. Day 4 of the MLC Houston Challenge today sees the USA Invitational team batting first here against MLC West. And Nikhil, what have you made of the proceedings so far?
Well, obviously a tough surface to bat on early on. And it will mean now that Shehan Jayasuriya, have seen him bowl a couple of times in the T20 leagues. I believe he is an off spinner.
Yep, some right arm off spinners coming in. Quite a handy bowler actually. It probably doesn't bowl or doesn't see himself as much of a bowler as he probably should, but we'll look to dart them in quite quickly towards the stumps here. And obviously with the left-hander at the crease as well. He'll be definitely be targeting the pads and the stumps and looking to spin them away as well. So good to see him in the attack for the first time today, as the West side looking to wrap this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, kind of surprised that he hasn't looked to go back to one of the seamers, Josh. Just look at sort of who he's got at his disposal, the captain, Dave White.
I think we may have seen the last of Karma the Roofer today. Which leaves him with Van Shalwick and young Rohan Posnapalli, who bowled well in his first spell.
Yeah, again, just 3 overs for Posnapalli in the second game of this tournament. Just the wicket as well. Does have the 4 overs of Svan Skalvik and 7 from Bhaskar Yadram. But because of the left-handed Vaikela, may have wanted that off-spinner to take the ball away from Vaikela, causing an extra bit of challenge.
Spot on there, I think. You see him come in to slip as well, so I'd imagine he'll be looking to bowl quite straight here. Target the stumps, see if he can't get an edge to slip as he in and bowls. Well defended by Vaghela.
Yeah, I think with the second drinks break on the cusp, I think the goal from Kareem Agor, the discussions would have been just see out these next couple of overs. Just have to start all over again with another partnership, the USA Invitation 11.
Yeah, it's quite proactive, this captaincy, and I like it from Dave White. On the attack here, mid-on, mid-off, up in the circle to the new batter. Not letting him get off strike. Slip in place as well. Vaghela still looking to get off the mark. As that closes out Jayasuriya's first over. 1 off it. USA Invitational 11, 85 for 6.
So still some 21 overs left to bat for this US Invitation 11. A lot of time left. They'll have to try to mitigate this challenge. Umar Khan, the left arm spinner. So far, Kareem Agor has looked pretty much at ease. Not too troubled. Yes, he was struck on the right hand. But overall has seemed pretty comfortable at the crease.
Big treat for the viewers coming up this afternoon, Nikhil, is Dame Pete joining you in commentary.
Oh yes, the professional that he is. Look, interesting. It would be fun to pick his brains, and obviously as one of the captains in this Houston Challenge.
Well bowled there from Umar Khan. It's challenging both edges of the bat. I spoke about it yesterday, and that's really a hallmark of a good spin bowler, is being able to challenge both the outside edge and the inside edge of the bat. And what I mean when I say that is, he's got the ability to spin his stock delivery, like we've seen there, that one just straightening. But he's also got the ability to have one carry on with the arm and challenge that outside edge, and that's why you see that slip in place there. Well taken by Melantha down the leg side again.
We'll have to reball that one. I don't think that's the ideal line he'll be looking for, Umar Khan. Yes, he got the wicket. Gajan saying down the leg side, but right there, I think he wants to be there. The ball just going straight on with the arm outside the off stump.
Yep, that one there carrying on. And that's why you see the three fielders in the ring there on the offside, looking to get him to push it one through the offside, and that'll bring slip into play. And that one falls just short of Van Schal wicket cover.
Well, as a left-arm spinner yourself, Josh, what is the challenge like bowling to a left-handed batter?
It's a good question to kill. I wasn't a big turner of the ball myself, so I tended to spend a lot of time bowling around the wicket, this same angle as Umar Khan at the moment, and challenging that outside edge of the bat. Often felt I was more in the game trying to get the batter to play one to slip, coming around the wicket to a left-hander than I was to a right-handed batter, given that I wasn't a big turner of the ball.
So they have gotten to the 30-over mark. 87 for 6, the USA Invitational 11. Still a lot of concern, you think, would be in that camp, especially if they can't get up to that 150. Because even though it is a tough surface to bat on, you do sense that the West would have gotten the better part of this surface to bat as the sun now beats down on this pitch.
I think be interesting to be a fly on the wall in that dressing room at the moment of the USA Invitational 11. 10 overs of spin today, conceded only 11 runs.
So Jesse has kept it pretty tight for a part-timer. Hasn't really conceded runs. I just wonder, does Kareem Agor get that temptation to take him on?
Umar Khan just gone for 2 off his 2 overs, and Harmeet Singh in his earlier spell conceding only 6 off his 6 overs as he sweeps. And that one straight to mid-on, and the catch is held by Yadram. Vaghela will be the 7th one to go.
Yeah, I have to question the thinking behind that. Ball going away from him, playing against the spin, and looking to take on the sweep. Probably not ideal at this stage.
Unfortunately, Nikhil, my stay in the commentary box has been slightly curtailed with lunch being delivered. So I'm going to adopt my second role now as catering manager for this event, and I'll catch you a little bit later.
Well, thanks a lot, Josh. We'll also take a short break here with the drinks interval here at the 30th over. Do join us. Back on the way. Shanja Surya was very confident. Jermaine Lindo instantly said not out. Lahira Malanta just telling Jay Surya that one going down. Do you have a replay of that one? Was very close, I thought at first. But definitely may have been shifting down. These winds just went outside. Really strong. So Jay Surya looking for that second wicket. A part-time option, but showing he can get the job done. Forcing Vakela into that big sweep again. This is good bowling. Very skilled cricketer, both with the bat, now with the ball. Brings in that cover fielder from the boundary. So an end of a very successful over for the West. They get that crucial 7th wicket. Shanja Surya, the off spinner, into the attack, does the trick. 90 for 7. David White very happy to continue with spin from both ends. Umair Khan looking to wrap things up. Bowling 2, Jasdeep Singh. These two at the crease put on a 30-run partnership. And when the way they were batting, you thought yesterday they would easily get the USA Invitational 11 home. But weren't able to in the end. Kareem Agor just held out at cover. Jasdeep Singh did finish not out though, so does have that solid defense. You expect he will play the situation well. PC outside edge, getting the ball to spin against these right-handers. Wants to, Jasdeep Singh. Have to hurry though. Gets there in the end. He's a fast bowler, so you expect him to be quick. Between the wickets. Singh. Can't be the infield this time, Jasdeep Singh. Really good fielding this MLC West team have shown. Bhaskar Yadram ends the over with just a single. So it will be 93 for 7 after 32. So just 3 wickets to get for this MLC West team. And clearly he's been happy, David White, with the job that Jayasuriya has done. So he's gone back to Harmeet Singh from this end, the force end. Trying to get this. I think this is the partnership really for the West to break. Because these two have shown yesterday with that 30-run partnership that they're very capable. So found it pretty easy to get off the mark. Sorry, get off strike. Jasdeep Singh. And has he got him this time? Melanta, he has. The stumping. Kareem Agor not able to get back in time. And things just going from bad to worse for this US Invitational 11. Harmeet Singh straight back into the attack. David White, anything he's done today as a captain has turned to gold. So Gore, he's gone stumped for 13. Another start from Kareem Agor. Comes to an end. Here's another look at it. Harmeet Singh just so good at this deception. Just lured him down. I don't know. That foot did move. But did it move enough? Yes. Umpire Roshane Samuels gave him. Melanta was pretty confident. Let's have a look at it again. A bit slowed down when he gets to that point where he just removes that foot. So here it is. You can see pretty grounded now. He does make that straight forward. And the foot does come out the crease there. Hard to tell from that angle, but you would think very tight decision. Did it just leave? Tried his best to get back in, but don't know if he did that successfully. So Roshane Samuels sends him. They lose their 8th now. And it does mean that Noshish Kenjige comes to the middle. Also can bat. So will have his work to do. And at one stage you thought, could they get up to 150? Now haven't even crossed 100, just 2 wickets in hand. First delivery to the right-handed Kenjige. Gets off the mark straight away. So every run so precious, so crucial at this stage. How did they get here? The US Invitational team. 95 for 8. Inside the 33rd over. Harmeet Singh well into his act now. We'll take a nervy single to end, and it will end the 33rd. So at the end of 33, 96 for 8. This Invitational 11.
Okay.
So back in the 34th over, Umar Khan well into his work and got 2 spinners in operation. Who better to join me than former South African international cricketer himself, Dane Pete. Dane, hello to you. Welcome to the commentary box.
Hello, Nick. Good to be here. Good to be working with you again in the commentary box. A true professional, as always, you are. Good to be back at PV after 2 days off.
And of course, Dane, the captain of the MLC East. Before we even get into the commentary, Dane, your team under some pressure.
Huge pressure. Getting a bit of banter from the boys. We haven't done too well, but I mean we pushed both games. We've pushed quite far. The US I felt batted really well in the first game against us, quite maturely went about their stuff. But yeah, definitely a bit of pressure playing against the Central guys who pulled off a good win yesterday against the USA boys.
Well, you would have played against this MLC West team. And obviously you guys came upon the losing end on that day. What is it that's so good about this bowling attack? Yet again, they've got the USA team 98 for 8.
Yeah, I think they've littered with a lot of MLC players. I think 10, bar one, was Umar Khan was bowling at the moment. But everyone else was MLC contracted players against our game, and I think the way that they went about their business was really good. A guy like Shalif and Skalkvik always hitting a good length, and yeah, at PV, you know, if you hit a good length, you're always in the game. The guy that really impressed me the other day was Carmine Leroux. Left arm over is always a variety, as we do know, but he did quite well, you know. But they're well balanced attack, 2 left arm spinners, Bashka Yadram too. So a nice balanced attack, which is always good to have as a captain.
So Umar Khan again threatening in that over, and we'll end the 34th. Then I know you just recently arrived to the ground, but in terms of what you've seen so far, 98 for 8, the Invitational 11, the team that was able to post 250 against your team, really have been in some trouble in this batting innings, losing the toss, being asked to bat first.
Yeah, I've actually been following the game as we do know that the drive from the hotel to the ground is about 40 minutes. So I had some time to watch the game and some this morning. Yes, there were balls that were misbehaving, unfortunately. One thing in the game of cricket as cricketers, we're not in control of how the pitch will play, unfortunately. Because if I was in control, the pitch will always spin. but yeah, there were a couple of dismissals which was really unlucky. A few popping off a length, and that's never comfortable. But again, they bowled pretty well. All you can do as a bowler is to try and hit a good length, which they did do, you know. And losing wickets in at regular intervals in one-day cricket is never really an ideal situation for a batsman or batting team. And as you can see there, just one railing off a length, which is always good to see as a bowler. But the consistency and the learnings you take away from a game like this it's always important, and I hope the message gets spread across the US team, because the 50 over game is really a ebbs and flow kind of game where you really got to stay in it, try to develop a partnership. You're never out of the game, because if a partnership of 50 develops here, 140 odd looks something that they can bowl to.
Dane Pete alongside me. Dane, just before we get to the cricket itself, you would have had a good look at the surfaces. How have they played so far at PV5, both in the Houston Open and then in the Houston Challenge?
Yeah, they look good. I mean, the first game that we played against the US, like I said, it was good. I mean, 250. We got about if I'm not mistaken, 225, I think. And that for me is always a good indication of how the service played. But I think the US played quite maturely in that innings. They kept wickets in hand, which is always good going into the latter part of the innings. And for us in our innings, we lost wickets at regular intervals. But if someone batted through like they had Jonesy and
Xavier Marshall,
who batted through for them, it's always easier to set up a total of 250. And in my opinion, that's a kind of winning score at PV. But the services have been really good. What I liked about our service was it was pretty hard. It didn't really spin the second game that we played on. And that's always a good sign, you know. But I think I came in here 18 months ago. I still remember this development, and the way it's come on leaps and bounds. There's all turf, no more synthetic, which is always a brilliant thing, especially in a country that's not known for cricket.
Well, end of the 35th over, 100 comes up for the US Invitational 11. Dane Pete says these two can stick around at the crease. You just never know in this 50 over game. Well, Umair Khan, 8 overs, 8 overs, just but 11 runs conceded. And these last 5 overs, they've only conceded 13 runs then with 2 wickets taken. Really putting that pressure on the US Invitational 11 and this batting lineup.
Yeah, this for me as a spin bowler is a perfect position to bowl in. Ball spinning away from 2 right-handers. You can just come in and try to get over the top of the ball. In cricket terms, which means just trying to get more bounce on the ball, hitting a good length. If it skids on, you're always in the game. So, as you can see, what these 2 spinners have done, they haven't tried to leave the stumps at all. Trying to get 3 in 1 dismissal, bowled LBW, caught, and that's been really good. The paces that they've bowled has not been too quick, so the batting side will have to generate the pace. And the tail enders are not as skilled as the top order. So. But I mean, 2 experienced guys at the crease, Nick. So a guy like Jesse Singh's played a lot of cricket, Nosh too. So they should know what to do. But sometimes the execution is not there, like I said in the top order. I definitely do know that.
We do see Umair Khan into the attack. And one thing I liked about David White and his captaincy is he brought Umair Khan on when Gajanan Singh was batting, the left-hander. Then, as a captain yourself, but in modern day white ball cricket, we've seen so much of this, all about matchups being the off spinner to bowl to left-handers, the left-hand spinner more bowling to the right-handers with the ball going away. Do you think that really it should be this emphasized, where you have the ball going away, or is it overemphasized?
Well, in my opinion, it is overemphasized. I'm a strong believer in if you're good enough as a spinner, finger spinner, wrist spinner, and now in the modern day a mystery spinner, you can bowl to anybody. Because that's what the training facilities are for, to try and develop a game to sort of work around bowling to me to a right-hander, for example, me being an off-spinner. So that's where you develop your game to try and find or counter a way, because at the end of the day, the batter tries to counter what we are trying to do as the spinner. So if the ball is if a left-hander is on strike, for example, and I'm bowling, they're going to try to get off strike or find a way to get off strike. But I think it's overemphasized. Yes, I fully agree in the shorter format of the game. There are places for that. But if the ball is spinning a mile, there's no reason why a left-arm spinner cannot bowl to a left-handed batsman. There's always place for that in the game. But the modern day has really changed that. If you look at a guy like Nathan Lyon, for example, in Test match cricket, yes, I know it's a different format, but it's not a predominantly left-handers that he's got in his over 400 Test wickets, you know. So yeah, that's just my view. I've played for quite some time. I'm a strong believer. If you're good enough, you can get anybody out.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I think I was going to compare it to the Test format and just to see, the fact that obviously we have bowlers not really worrying about who's batting in terms of, as you said, if you're good, and you just bowl at anyone. And I think Harmeet Singh is that type of bowler. Inside edge may have just saved Kenjige there. But then I look at your journey in terms of in the USA. Coming from South Africa, how big of a transition was it, playing at the international level, then to come to the States where we didn't have those many high facilities in terms of quality, also not as many turf surfaces where you would have been really and truly, that's all in South Africa?
Not necessarily. I don't come from a background that's known for having the best facilities. To some of the other guys that's come over, I never grew up in indoor facilities and the best of facilities. We were always from the culture that I'm from, similar to Shadley van Skalkwyk. We weren't really fortunate to have these things, So that's why most of our cricketers are self-taught. We find a way to do things and the facilities that we have. But as my journey went on, I obviously got exposed to these kind of things, and fortunately for me, from the background that I came from, it wasn't too much of a shock to me coming here, I was pleasantly surprised by the amount of this facility, for instance, the one out in Los Angeles too, Woodley Park, I think it's called, and that's Musa Stadium down the road here too. So there are facilities, but it's not a shock for me. I mean, this country does have a lot of money in it for it to develop, and that's just part of the journey. So, like I said, it's an adventure for me and my family, and we thoroughly enjoying it so far. And cricket it's only going to get better with the amount of emphasis put on developing cricket within America. It's only going to get better.
How much do you think your test experience, the 9 test matches that you would have played, would have helped you actually, in cricket in the United States?
Yeah, lots. I mean, I've traveled the world, thankfully, to this beautiful game of cricket. So I'm always thankful for that. And what I wanted to do as a cricketer is to give back. It's and when I was a young cricketer, I wanted to learn from guys like Claude Henderson, who's got 900 first-class wickets, Robin Peterson, who's played a huge amount of games within. Oh, that's a run out, Nick. A bit of confusion by Nosh and Jesse in the middle. Tapped the ball to mid-wicket. Shadley van Skalkwyk basically underarming the ball back to Umar Khan and him just dislodging the bails.
Well, we were so caught up in your journey.
Yeah.
And also a bit of a lull. No runs being scored, Dane, but that is not what you want if you're the US Invitational 11. These two were doing a good job. Yes, they weren't really scoring, but they were doing a good job at just spending some time in the middle. Kanjige sent him back, and Van Skalkwyk actually tricked, I think, Jasdeep Singh. He set up to throw to the keeper's end. That's smart cricket from Shadley van Skalkwyk. And just threw to Umar Khan, and Jasdeep Singh just sleeping in the end. That could be a painful run out.
It was a painful run out. The confusion comes in, I know, from experience of when you're batting, you're always watching the striker. And what he did there was, as he tapped the ball, Jesse Singh was watching a Nosh, and he thought he was coming down for the single, which created the confusion. Instead of saying wait or no, so as the non-striker not to move. And that was the confusion that came into it.
So Saurabh Nachavalka comes in at number 11 for the US Invitational 11. Can bat, of course, Nachavalka, but you really expect the top order to do more of the weight pulling when it comes to running. When it comes to the runs, really. Just has been a dominant performance from the MLC West team. And even though, yes, this surface has been a bit tricky, there have been some dismissals where you would say a bit soft from the US Invitational 11. Last couple of days with the bat in hand, after such a strong start against you guys, hasn't gone well for them.
Yes, sometimes as a unit, you try. I know, obviously, still playing the game, you sort of bat with a mindset that the pitch is going to be difficult, instead of just facing the ball and trying to react to what the surface is giving you. And that for me can be tough sometimes, definitely, and also, as a fielding unit, getting a team out for less than 120, for example, you go out there with a much better mindset. If it's a 200 target, there will be a bit of nerves, thinking how are we gonna, navigate our way through this innings. But now that it's a low score, okay, 2 and over early on, just look after the new ball, and then just set up your innings, keep wickets in hand, and slowly but surely you get closer and closer to the total.
Well, this one straight back.
It's a great shot.
Down the ground. Not a shot of a number 11, Dane. That was a brilliant shot down the ground. Mid-on, mid-off, up in the circle. And he'll open his account with a boundary.
Great shot. better fielding expected of the bowler. He just didn't want to get his hands down there. Maybe he was scared of clipping a finger or two. But a great shot, like you say. He was in a great position. Just tapped the ball down the ground. And the Prairie View wind will definitely have helped that ball race away for 4.
Travalkar, yes, he's in at 11, but he can bat. Have seen him play a few cameos for this USA team in the past. The former captain. And then as a lower order batter yourself, you come in a situation like this, still 12 overs remaining after this. Is your goal to bat the 50 overs?
100%. Having navigated my way through a lot of innings with batting down at the lower order from number 7 to 11, it's important that you try to keep the good ball out for as long as possible, and understand that if the ball is out there, you can actually play, once the ball's off the line of the stumps, you can actually play quite freely. But it's all a mindset thing. So trying to stay in, trying to keep your head nice and still, and not try to be a Don Bradman, for example, So yeah, that's the way that you navigate yourself through this sort of period.
Well, the first class average was 17, then not too shabby.
No, it should have been better. Should have been well over 25.
End of 38, 106 for 9. So Harmeet Singh, just the 1 over remaining in his spell. Then he'll be looking. Then you would have played some cricket with Harmeet Singh. You know how relentless he is when it comes to wickets, always trying to put himself in a position to take a wicket. And he'll want to add to his tally and wrap this up for the West.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. The key to the way that 50-over cricket has developed over the last 5 years is down to, our East coach Liam Plunkett and his English team that changed the game of white ball one-day cricket, 50-over cricket, was the way that Owen Morgan really allowed his spinners to be aggressive in the middle period. Because the game has moved away from a spinner bowling 10 overs naught for 25 or 10 overs naught for 35. It's all about trying to take wickets in the middle period now. So I remember an interview with Owen Morgan. They asked him, how do your spinners bowl? He said they went really well, and Adil Rashid bowled 10 overs 4 for 70. And what he meant by that was that he doesn't care for the runs as long as he's taking wickets in the middle period. And like you chop away in the middle period, it becomes a lot harder for a batting team to set up a total.
Pulls out the switch hit. Kenjiga doesn't get the connection on it, so it would just be a 1. But good innovation being shown from Nosh Kenjige. Yeah, spot on in terms of England. It's actually something we spoke about with Liam Plunkett yesterday. Just the whole refining of 50-over cricket. Interesting shot selection from Nostish.
That's what we do at the bottom end, We think, the batters didn't do the job. Let me try and explore my ability and try to be like A.B. de Villiers or Brian Charles Lauder or anyone, because that's what Willow TV does here in America. You get to watch these highlights and you try to implement what the great batsmen do.
Harmeet Singh. 3 deliveries remaining, and if I know him well, I know he'll be desperately wanting that last wicket. Almost had it. He's got 2 slips in place as well.
Good friends, these two, Nick. Saurabh and Harmeet. I think they played some junior cricket together a couple of years apart. I know Harmeet was with Unmukt in a World Cup, Unmukt Chand and Smith Patel. And Saurabh was part of under 19 Indian World Cup too.
Yeah, all from India, of course. We'll have 1 delivery remaining. But what a spell this was. Just 13 runs conceded on a surface that's not spinning a whole lot. Bowling to left-handers along the way. And Saurabh Travalkar, well, that's a sign of great friendship. Takes him on and finds the boundary to close out his spell. The 2 shots he's played, he's like number 11, Dane.
He should be slotting in an all-rounder spot. Great bowler. And like he showed there, he knew that the mid-off was up. And again, with the ball spinning away, knowing if he gets his feet to the pitch of the ball over extra cover will be a very, very easy shot for him to play. And I like seeing that from the lower order. And he knows that he's got to strap his bowling boots on soon and try to defend the total. So why not give himself a bigger target to bowl to put the pressure back on the batting 11.
Bit of extra intent from Nachavalka being shown. Yeah, he can bat. Umair Khan will continue. But you really have to give credit to Harmeet Singh for that spell. Just 17 runs conceded. It's been a main reason why they haven't been able to get away.
That in the game of cricket, we spoke about the 50 over format now, and that kind of spell that he's just bowled is equivalent to a 10 over 4, 5 or 70. Because it really blocks off the middle period where a batting team is hoping to rotate the strike to go 4, 5, 5.5 and over. So that for me is an unbelievable spell of bowling. Good control, good shape on his ball, all those sexy, pretty things that we speak about as spin bowlers.
So the Spinners Union very loud with Dane Pete in the commentary box.
If no one backs the spinners, who's going to back the spinners?
What I like from Umair Khan, he's forcing him back, not just Kenjige. So if he does miss, two pads next to each other, you expect to be caught leg before. So as you said, every delivery making him play. That's the key. Do have a lot of options for Dave White, but as you said, then you won't want to let them get up to 130 from this position. You want to close this out now. A lot of cricket coming thick and fast within the next 4 days to close out this weekend of the Houston Challenge. Keeping a bit low, but another run for Saurabh Nachavalkar. You guys don't get to spend a lot of time together as the MLC group, Dane. How important is the Houston Challenge?
Oh, it's massive. We had a meeting the first day, and most, or not, if not all the players were asking for us to meet up a lot more. Geographically, this country is so big. There's 3 different time zones, which shows that that's how big it is, you know. And we just want to come together because everybody wants to get to know each other, not just on the cricket field. We just don't want to know that X and Y averages 45 in first class cricket. We want to know them as a person, you know. And this has always been good, you know. I was here last year when we played the Golds against the Silvers against the U.S. national team. But it's always nice just to come together and get a feel of us. And what I enjoy the most is mixing with some of the best under 19 cricketers too. The Krishnamurtis, the Sanjay Krishnamurti, Saeedip Makamala, Saitejas Makamala, Ritwik Behera, all of those kids, Rohan Patke. It's always nice mixing with the next generation of US cricket. And just trying to sit down and speak to them about the game.
Yeah, you have a lot of youngsters on your team as well. There are some in both of these teams.
Yes.
How important is it that the MLC have sort of invested in these younger under 19 players? Sanjay Krishnamurti, one of them will come into the attack now. And also, I've been massively impressed to see the talent level, the skill level of these young players. Someone like a Yasir Mohammed or Aditya Gupta on your team, 2 leg spinners who I think have got a really bright future.
Yeah, no, it's massive. I forgot those 2. They really put their hands up nicely, you know. And a guy like Adi Gupta, who's from the Morrisville Cardinals, that I've been joining later in the minor league. He's got a lot of potential. But obviously, the best part for me is they know what they need to work on, you know. They know that they're a long way away from being the finished article, and that's the best thing about this, you know. At the end of the day, there's loads of potential, but it's down to them to understand and know that, okay, this is what I need to work on. So why not just put my hand up and really go out, you know, and try to be the best cricketer that I can be. But again, like you say, I was pleasantly surprised by the skill level. My personal favorite player out of that group is Saiteja Makamala. He looks a serious talent. When you have time, batting becomes really easy.
Yeah, no, just under 19. I believe he's only 17 or 18 years old. But to see him take on sort of by the scruff of the neck, the bowling, whether pace or spin, I've been mightily impressed. Did get to see him a bit in the finals weekend for minor league. His team, the New Jersey Stallions, getting to that final, but losing in the end to the Strikers. One left arm spinner replacing the next Sanjay Krishnamurti. I just wonder if he'll be tempted then to flight one at Saurabh Nachavalkar with the long off back, given the way that Nachavalkar has shown his intent so far.
Yeah, I'll see Sanjay try to pitch this ball on middle and leg, trying for him to get across the line of the ball just there. Beautifully bowled. It's always that ball that drifts in that makes the batsman think a split second longer. Should I defend? Should I attack? Let me defend, and the ball just spins past him. That was beautifully bowled by Sanjay.
And Jiga, he continues to fight on. Again, pulls out the switch hit. This time gets it much better, and it will be 4. Since these two have come together, they're piling on the runs. The unsung heroes for this USA Invitational 11.
It's a great option with the ball spinning away. As you can see, ball slightly off the line of the stumps, which makes it a lot easier in the mindset for him to execute that. As you can see, Lahiru, the keeper's telling David White to bring a seamer back on. But that was a really good shot. Again, it's a safe option, and Nick, it looks like he actually does play that shot quite comfortably.
Yeah, don't for once think it's an easy shot to play. Changing complete position, having to be balanced to hit that as fine as he did. So ends Krishnamurti's first over. Just 5 comes from it. 9 overs remain in this innings. USA struggling still, 120 for 9, but getting up to that respectable total. Dane, if they get to 150 here, definitely have something to bowl at for the likes of Rusty Theron, who's been very dangerous on this surface. 7 wickets in 2 games. Saurabh Nachavalko himself at the crease, and even Jasdeep Singh.
Yeah, Jasdeep Singh bowled pretty well against us too. On the other day, got 3 for. No, yesterday he got 3 for 20. So he's coming out nicely. Rusty's bowling with a lot of energy, looking really good, looking evergreen. Rusty Theron got a 4 for the other day, bowling pretty quickly. And like you said, 150 makes it psychologically it makes it a lot harder than 120 all out. So as long as they keep together, with it still being another 9 overs left, out. As we said that, out. Take over here, Nick.
Well, the commentator's curse, Rohan Posanapali makes no mistake. And Saurabh Nachavalkar, well, he just looked to take on yet again, showed his intent from the beginning, but didn't get any elevation on it to beat that man at mid-off. Easy catch in the end, and what's been a dominant bowling performance by the MLC West team. And they'll really fancy their chances of chasing that 121 now.
Yeah, especially with their batting lineup. They're quite stacked in that regard, and that's a really good effort by the West to have done that. You can have a look here, 120 all out. A couple of starts again by the US team. It was crucial to get through that period, but unfortunately, losing wickets at the regular interval never makes it easy to get the final 150 that we spoke about. So a good all-round performance by the West. Really started well with a new ball with Carmine Leroux and Shadley van Schalkwyk who put the squeeze on. But as you can see there, it's a real good effort by all the bowlers to have executed that for David White as the captain, who's just clapping them off the field as we speak.
Well, here's a look at the wickets and how they went down. Van Schalkwyk again with the new ball, so potent, getting the edge of Stephen Taylor. Beauty
delivery, sets the tone straight away. Probably America's USA's best batsman. So started off nicely.
And Leroux with his pace, just getting one to tease Xavier Marshall. Couldn't get his glove down in time. And in the USA, we're in real trouble. Monak Patel off the elbow after another good start. Looked seamless at the crease. Really a freakish way of being dismissed.
That's unfortunate for you. He looked really good. I was watching his innings. The young man, Rohan.
Yeah, Posanapali getting the critical wicket of Sushant Modani. He couldn't believe it. Then Carmine Leroux continued on the back foot. Jaskar Malhotra, dead in front.
Great piece of bowling. Always difficult facing a left arm over. Kajanan Singh I thought was in a bad through, but then undone, unfortunately, by Umar Khan. Looked like it hit his pad.
Yeah, Jayasuriya, the part-timer, came on and got the important wicket of Vatsa Vaghela, who's very capable with the bat.
Yeah, that was a soft dismissal trying to play against the spin. But again, with the fielders in certain positions, you try to hit or manipulate the ball to different parts. Beautifully bowled by Harmeet Singh. Getting out Kareem Agor there.
And then a run out. This is not what you want when your team is struggling. Just unable to get any momentum through the innings.
That's the key word, yep.
You mentioned how important with the ebbs and flows of the 50-over game. Saurabh Nachavalkar, the last to go, trying to go over the top, as the good old tailenders do. He gets 11, but the US Invitational team just get up to 120. Not enough. at the end, you would think. But cricket is a very
you
funny game.
never know. You never know.
And as we saw yesterday with that 150, the USA struggled to get it. Let's see when we return. Join us in a couple of minutes' time. We'll have Dane back on commentary. And the the MLC West team will need 121 for victory.
Welcome back to live coverage from the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Here in Prairie View, Texas, we're about 50 miles northwest of downtown Houston. On PV number 5, where the USA was bowled out for 120 and 41.1 overs after being sent in at the toss by Major League Cricket West. You're watching again live coverage of this MLC Houston Challenge Series. Day 4 of the series, day 4 of 6 on the MLC Cricket Network on YouTube. I'm Peter Delapena. I'm joined by Nikhil Uttamchandani. Rusty Tehran has got the new ball in hand. Sami Aslam is on strike for MLC West, and David White, the captain today for MLC West, is at the non-strikers end. The playing conditions state you can have 12 aside here. So Sami Aslam, who was not in the field for the majority of the innings. Not sure if he was in the field for any portion of the innings, in fact. He's out there opening the batting. And Monak Patel, the USA captain, he's taking a day off from having the gloves on. Jaskaran Malhotra's got the gloves on. Monak is at first slip as Rusty Tehran gets ready to come in for the first ball.
Well, they have something to bowl at here, Peter. 120 on the board. I expect them to probably would have wanted a bit more, but that is what it is. They've got to now try to defend that.
Rusty's been arguably the standout player for USA this week. He's been outstanding with the ball. And Sami Aslam gets off strike with a single down to deep third man. There's no broken glass shattering in the background, but
The greatest introduction of all time.
still gonna build you up the best way I can. The former South Africa Test International, Dane Pete. Dane, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the warm introduction. Just like the greatest of all time, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Down from this region, am I right, Pete? Down from the Texas region, right?
He's the Texas Rattlesnake, Mr. Stone Cold. We got to get him out here one of these days.
Oh, couple of Bud Lights, you'll definitely be interested.
Now we know what the Stone Cold 316 motto is all about. What is the Dane Pete 316 motto? What would that be?
Live life, like literally live life with no regrets. That's my kind of way that I've lived my life. Try to express your God-given ability and talent as much as of your ability.
There's plenty of talent and ability out there in the middle throughout this week. There's David White now on strike. Trying to see off this new ball spell from Rusty Tehran. We've heard from a lot of people about what the conditions are like. You know firsthand, having been out there captaining the MLC East squad, the wind, the sun, the heat. What's been the most challenging thing for you out there in the middle, Dean?
Yeah, I think the wind most probably. It keeps changing direction, so you think about a bowling change, maybe from the interstate end, you're trying to bring on a left arm spinner because the wind's helping, and 2 overs later it switches to the other side. So that's the kind of challenges you face as a batting side. You don't want to take on the boundary that's the wind's pumping into kind of thing. So I think the wind is definitely something that was the biggest challenge for me personally, and some of the guys on the squad too. But that's just part and parcel of this lovely game of cricket. You know, you don't get everything your way.
Slight adjustment in the field with White on strike. Sushant Madani has moved over to gully. And that's the kind of delivery we saw Carmine LaRue exploit in the first innings. Rusty Tehran banging it in short. Can't draw the outside edge or the glove, but something to think about for David White and Sammy Aslam going forward. Just 1 run in the over, 1 for no loss after 1 here, chasing a target of 121. Now, Dane, talking to some of the fast bowlers, they said it's been a struggle running into the wind, and that's led to a lot of no balls with guys, and they've said just trying to push that extra bit harder. You lose your rhythm, you lose your pacing, trying to push harder going into the wind versus running too hard and too fast downwind. But one of the other things I heard that was very fascinating for me from some of the batters, they were saying it's been very hard batting, not the inconsistent bouts and the rising deliveries that we've seen a lot of guys get hit in the gloves. They said it's not the variable bounce that's been the biggest challenge. They said it's the wind blowing into their face. They're getting watery eyes and just the inability to see clearly with the wind. What's your take on that?
It's interesting. Again, the batter's probably trying to make it about them again. No, I'm only kidding. It is something that I'm, as you can see, I wear specs, so contact lenses are a nightmare in this type of conditions. So I can only imagine when setting up, especially with batting, you focus so much on the bowler running in that a lot of other things distract you. That's why we have side screens in cricket. But if there's wind blowing into your eye, you're sort of blinking. You can't really focus too much on it. So it's an interesting take. But again, like I said, it's the condition. So if the wind is blowing across David White now into his chest, there's definitely a disturbance of wind going into his helmet.
Saurabh Netravalkar coming over the stumps in this second over. And that's an interesting point. We've seen the wind, as you said, blowing more to the east this week. It's been going sometimes northeast, sometimes towards us in the commentary box and to the southeast. And we've seen a lot of dismissals where the ball from the bowlers coming, bowling from this highway, this interstate highway and this Route 290 end, where the wind is tailing into the right-handers. And we've seen the balls that start on around 5th, 6th stump, just that natural angle being helped by the wind. It's led to a lot of dismissals. And we have another one here. Fantastic work from Saurabh Netravalkar. Again, just using that angle with the aid of the wind, just getting extra shape, teasing that 4th, 5th stump line, and it draws the edge for the first wicket.
Beautiful delivery. I had a perfect angle of it in the commentary box. Just the ball holding its line. He's known for swinging the ball in, but right here, just holding its line. David White pushing out ahead of it, as you can see. Great delivery by the former national captain. This is what you need, Peter, taking wickets at regular intervals, trying to get into the middle order. It's a cliche, but getting the middle order in against the new ball always creates some sort of problems. And that is exactly what the USA Invitational team would want right now.
We saw yesterday chasing a target of 152 was a lot more challenging than it might have looked on paper at the start of that chase, and USA fell short by 10 runs. So even though this target is only 121, might not look like a lot, but it's anything but a cakewalk in these challenging conditions, whether it's the variable balance of the pitch, or as we've been talking about, the wind and the challenges that's presented. And Saurabh Netravalkar striking on his 3rd delivery here. So David White has had a rough week. Not found it easy to score runs. The captain today going out for a 6-ball duck. And it brings Lahiro Malanta, Sri Lankan, out in the middle. The left-hander plays for the Morrisville Cardinals, based in North Carolina. And it's going to mean there's 2 left-handers out in the middle. For you bowling in these conditions, we see the challenges for the pace bowlers running into the wind and getting that assistance bowling with the wind at their back. We've seen the spinners such as yourself be very cagey in terms of varying their pace, especially with the wind and how it's assisted or challenged. Spinners having a fight, if they're bowling into the wind, fight it, try and dart it in a little bit quicker through the wind. And then at times, do you get kind of a knuckleball effect with the wind when you give it a little bit more air so you're not forcing it through? And how do you use that?
Nate actually taught me about the knuckleball, so I'm learning my baseball knowledge as we go along. I don't know much about baseball, but yes, spot on. The interesting thing about bowling with the wind, some spinners kind of like that. I'm not a big fan of that. I've always found it easier bowling into the wind, as the ball naturally holds up in the wind regardless of what pace you are bowling. But the most important thing is the revs on the ball, and I've been known to get quite a bit of revs on the ball, which is a strength of mine. Bowling with the wind, it sort of takes the revs off the ball, if you understand what I'm saying. So bowling into the wind has always been a strength of mine, and I like bowling in these conditions. The other day the wind was just behind my back a little bit, so the ball wasn't consistently spinning, which really takes out the fun of bowling spin.
USA getting very aggressive here. 2 slips and a gully for the last couple deliveries. Tahir Malanta finishes out the over, just 1 run from it, but the wicket to fall 2 for 1 after 2 overs.
I love that ploy, especially in a low target that they're chasing. And Nick's gonna go through third man anyway, so he's quite accurate, as everybody in the country knows that Saurabh doesn't give you a lot, doesn't give you much to work with as a batsman. So taking the mid wicket out and putting him in gully is a real aggressive ploy, but that can work. This bowling partnership it's like a hot and cold, a yin and a yang. They kind of complement each other quite nicely. Rusty being kind of aggressive, and sort of being nice and consistent, just trying to hit a good length.
Rusty getting it full to Lahir Malanta. We saw him in the last over, banging it in short. Now, when you're bowling into the wind, like you say, you prefer that. What is your aim in terms of preferred method of dismissal? Because I think guys are trying to come down the track and the ball just dips sharply, not just with the revs, but because the ball just doesn't carry, because the wind is taking it almost back towards you. Stumpings come into play quite frequently.
Massively. That's an important dismissal in this format of the game. That's why the wicketkeeper is the most important person on the field for me personally. The way you get over the ball, overspin on the ball, it's important to sort of fox the batsman. And the other day I got out Monak Patel leaving his crease, but sort of beat him in the air, like you just explained, with the ball hanging, and then just dropping down on him. And that's the key part of bowling to a right-hander as a finger spinner, off spinner, is to try and be consistent in your lines and lengths, and let him make the mistake in order to get your wicket. Sometimes you do get a good delivery that just skids on maybe or spins through the gate, LBW, yes, that's a big part, but the mid-wicket field is important. So to create some sort of pressure, the ball generally goes to the mid-wicket. So your best fielder needs to be in that position to get him, to keep him on strike for 3 balls of the over and let him make a play. And then the left hand is a lot easier because there's 3 modes of dismissal you can get: the LBW, caught, and bowled. If you're bowling at the line of the stumps and just trying to vary your pace and vary the shape on the ball.
It's that back of a length. And soft hands from both these left-handers, just milking singles. Typical one-day shot out to third man. Just keeping this score ticking. We didn't see an awful lot of singles in the power play in the first innings. 50 dot balls in the power play for USA. They got a few boundaries, but they were really struggling to turn over the strike, and that looks like to be a focus here for this left-handed pair, even with the slips in place. Just using the pace on the ball that is coming with Rusty Tron bowling with the wind at his back.
Pete, Rusty's bowling a typical South African length, we call it back home, where it's sort of back of a length, trying to hammer it in, try to get the ball through waist high, and that makes it uncomfortable back in South Africa. But yeah, he's got to be slightly fuller to try and hit the top of the bails, which would be an ideal length, which basically would take away that run down to third man, which gets them to rotate the strike.
There's just that variable bounce. Sammy Aslam going back, and just looks like it's skidding a little bit now. 2 runs in that over, 4 for 1 after 3. Now, we've seen that an awful lot here. Are we going to start to call that the Texas length?
We can change that up. The PV length or the Texas length. That would work nicely. Texas sometimes to me feels like it's its own country. That's how big it is. Corey Anderson lives out in Dallas, and I say, why do you keep flying into Houston? He says, it's either a 45-minute flight or a 4-hour drive. He's from New Zealand, which every flight is about 45 minutes. Every single flight's about 45 minutes.
We're seeing it again. 2 slips and a gully. Nastosh Kenjige is the man at gully. And swarming offside field. Kareem Agor, like a tiger at backward point, pouncing on the ball.
Netravalka is a real wily character. As you saw there, Lahiru shuffling down, trying to get wide outside the off stump to sort of nullify the swing, but also give him an opportunity to work the ball through the leg side. But again, Netravalka just adjusting his line and basically shifting the stumps with Lahiru and still trying to hit the ball on the off stump.
This time just straying a little bit on the hips and easily tucked away into mid-wicket. Xavier Marshall to pick up a single. Just again, that back of the length. Saurav Netravalkar again bowling into the wind, but the wind is kind of a cross breeze as well. It's going from left to right for the left-handers. Now, I talked about bowling into the wind, and the conditions, like you said, they swirl around. At the start of the week, the wind was blowing from the highway end, the 290 end, from south to north towards the trees. It's shifted around at times, with Saurav now bowling into the wind. But we've had that cross breeze too. So in terms of drift and have the wind assisting in the drift, we saw Harmeet Singh with the wind blowing west to east. He was coming around the wicket and he was getting that natural angle to get drift away from the left-hander before turning back in. How has the wind assisted you in terms of keeping batters off balance in terms of the drift this week?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, at the game against the West, I bowled from the opposite end to the interstate, which really helped my ball drifting into the batsman. So the importance about drift is really changing the eye line of the batsman and making him commit to the ball as it's being released, and then at the end just dipping and drifting away from that eye line, which brings in a mistake from the batsman. So that sometimes you have to generate yourself by really getting some high revs on the ball, and then other times, like you said, the conditions sort of help you, like Harmeet Singh did today, and that's always a nice thing to bowl with. But again, as you get experienced and learn a bit more about these type of things, bowling does become a bit easier when there's a crosswind that goes in your favor.
Just 1 run from that over, 5 for 1 after 4. Now, you mentioned the options before that you're aiming for when you're bowling into the wind and the kind of dismissals you're trying to achieve. If you're bowling with a cross breeze like that and it's shifting the line of the ball with the drift, if you're targeting one type of dismissal, are you aiming more for LBW, or are you trying to catch more of an outside edge to the keeper's slip in that situation?
In that situation, generally I prefer an LBW because when for example I'm bowling to a left-hander, the hands normally come ahead of the front pad to try and nullify the spin. And if I get the ball just to skid on a little bit, it does feel better for me to get the LBW because you really outfox them then because they're playing the line that I release the ball at. But sometimes they push out too far, ball skids on, hits them LBW. So generally, if I'm bowling that with that intensity or that mindset, I'm looking for an LBW. But if the leg's out the way, I don't mind seeing the poles being knocked over too.
Slight change of the field. Monak Patel has now put himself in at a leg gully position. It's still Sushant Madani, who's in at a very wide slip, more like an orthodox second slip position. Jaskaran Malhotra with the gloves on. As Rusty Tron charges in for his third over. And it thick edge towards backward point. Kareem Agor doing the fielding. We saw Chance go down a little bit before you got to the ground, Dane. Sanjay Krishnamurti was in it. Short leg, just kind of behind square with Carmine LaRue bowling. And Carmine LaRue had the perfect delivery, tucked up Gadjanan on the hips. And it went straight to short leg just behind square. And Sanjay Krishnamurti just couldn't hold on. But with the way the balls have been angled into the body, it's an interesting ploy for Monak Patel to put himself in at that leg gully position.
What I think Rusty's planning to do is a sort of bluff him to the point where he's trying to get his feet stuck in the crease to look for that bold LBW. It's not necessarily for a ball to be flicked to Monak Patel, and that's the brilliant thing about cricket. You don't necessarily have fielders in the position for the ball to go there, but just to be in the mind of the batsman, to kind of think, I can't quite play that because there's someone around the corner. And Lahiru's quite a player that likes the offside, so he sort of stays leg side of the ball, which means he's trying to just hit most of the balls through the offside. So this is a kind of ploy where maybe Rusty's seen something in his defense or his technique where he can exploit. And that, again, in this low run chases, you got to try things early on. You don't want to wait until they 50, 40 out and then you make the change, you know. It's basically like the Lakers trying to make a trade with 2 games to go. There's no point to it.
Playoff roster's already set. They're eliminated. It's too late for LeBron. It might be too late for Sammy Aslam here.
Oh,
But Sushant Madani can't hold on to the chance. Perfect delivery. We've seen this time and again throughout the league. That back of the length ball goes off the gloves. Lobbed up to Sushant Madani. He's at a wide slip and he backpedals and he just got tangled up with the wind. You could see the wind swirling that ball, Dane.
Yes.
And he got tied up in knots.
He's taking quite some time to get back into his fielding position. He cannot believe that he's dropped that. His hands are in his head. His head in his hands. I beg your pardon. I'm quite surprised by that drop catch. Again, we just spoke about the tough wind conditions. Maybe that just put him off slightly.
Well, I just want to get a look at that replay again after the next delivery or perhaps at the end of the over. But to me, this is an indication as well. You've got the wind being a factor, but his lower body positioning, he didn't get his legs settled at all. And the best fielders I've seen this week taking the catches, whether it's been in the ring or out in the outfield, their lower body balance and positioning has been outstanding. Saw it yesterday with Anirudh Emmanuel as a subfielder, both on the boundary at deep mid-wicket and a short fine leg, lunging forward to catch a paddle, scoop delivery. We'll have a look at the replay again. Give us your take on it, Dane.
Yeah, as you can see, backpedaled, couldn't find his position where he wanted to catch it. He thought it would be over his head. That's why he wanted to face the interstate, but got twirled up with his feet, like you said, and was never in a position to catch that ball. And what about the Kane Train's effort yesterday? Like you called Marty Kane.
The Kane train
Choo-choo.
leaving the station to go pouch a magnificent catch.
But you said it perfectly. The feet are the most important thing in catching a ball. If your feet's not set, your hands are going to be moving, your head's going to be moving all over the place, and it will end up being a drop catch like that.
End of the over, 1 run from it, 6 for 1 after 5. If we could just get a look at that replay again, just to emphasize that point, Dane.
Yes.
Just the lower body.
Yes.
When you see the ball come off the edge, you see him crouching low, and then it looks to me like he gets his hips too high. He's standing too upright.
And at that point, he thought the ball's going to be over his head, so he was going to face the interstate, but the wind kind of held it up, and he never recovered to get his hands into a secure position, and his head was also never still. So if your head's bumping up and down, you're never going to be in a position to catch that.
And Saurabh Netravalkar starts this 6th over, 2 full on the legs of Lahiri Malanta. And that's clipped away to fine leg for 1. Now, I was talking about and focusing on the lower body, but you made an excellent point. The head position.
Yes.
Bobbing the head. You see that an awful lot where chances go down because guys are not set. Instead of getting to a ball early to get their body set so that their head is still, sometimes guys put catches down because they're still running or they're coasting. They get a bit too casual, and their body's still moving, and the body's still moving. The head is bobbing up and down. That's one of the things that I don't think gets talked about often enough.
No.
And all you have to do is go out into your own cricket field locally or into a backyard. If doesn't matter if it's cricket, American football, baseball, some other sport. If you're trying to catch a football, if it's a deep pass 40 yards downfield, if you're not running smoothly enough, your head, it's not your hands that are going to let you down.
No.
It's your head, your vision. Your head's bobbing up and down. You're seeing 2 or 3 objects.
You grabbed I think Mudani grabbed the wrong one there. The key for having been brought up in South... Oh, that's beautiful delivery.
Bullseye for Saurabh Netravalkar. The stumps light up, and the former USA captain has a 2nd wicket.
Not a great shot by Sami Aslam. Again, the pressure by Netravalkar has been unbelievable since he started. Like I said, he's a perfect foil for Rusty being the aggressor, and him just settling into a good length was really good to see. Trying to get Sami Aslam to make the mistake. He advanced down the pitch and tried to hoik it through mid-wicket where there was no fielder.
And the second happiest guy with that dismissal besides Saurabh Netravalkar is going to be Sushant Madani. Doesn't cost them any runs after the drop chance. Sami Aslam out for 3. We'll have a look at the replay.
As I said, shuffling down, hitting the top of the stumps. Not a great shot from the experienced Sami Aslam. They needed him to bat through the power play. And just a disappointing shot from an experienced cricketer. The partnership's key here. The 2 former Sri Lankan players coming in together. Shayan Jayasuriya batted beautifully against the MLC East the other day. He batted them through the innings to get them over the line with Sharlif and Skalkvik at the other end. But yeah, this is going to be an important partnership for MLC West. Just going back to the fielding, Peter. The most important thing, me growing up in South Africa, fielding was a really important part of grassroots back home in South Africa, and it was always told to us that if there's no effort, it's the biggest disrespect for a fielder to put down a catch. If you don't get to the ball quick enough and show energy to get to the ball, it's always the biggest disrespect to the bowler because the bowler's putting in the hard yards. So fielding's a really important part of the game. It wins you games. That they got a lifeline with Sami Aslam playing that shot now. But if he got through to get a 45 or a 60 not out in a low chase, they get them over the line. So again, cricket's a game of small margins. We've got to try and take our opportunities as much as we can.
Staying aggressive with the field settings. 2 slips and a goal-in for the new batter, Shehan Jayasuriya. I got to ask you about this. One of the things that frustrates me the most about a lot of development coaching in America in terms of cricket is the lack of emphasis on fielding.
Yep.
I see coaches in a lot of indoor academies and elsewhere, they'll spend 90 to 95% of a session on batting and bowling, whether it's on a machine or with live arms.
I've got a good story about fielding.
And fielding is almost always an afterthought as
Yes.
Netravalkar runs in and gets it on a perfect length. And I've done a decent amount of coaching in New Jersey with junior players, and I didn't grow up batting and bowling, so the thing I try to focus on when I've worked with the junior players is fielding, because that's the one thing I grew up with, whether it's cricket or any other sport. It's the one thing I can contribute in a positive manner, and it's always the hardest thing to get kids to buy into because they're in a system where it's not emphasized. And what I find just so remarkable about it is, as you see Shehan Jayasuriya get off the mark with a single to end the over, 2 runs from it, 8 for 2 after 6. If it's a sport like Little League Baseball or even Pee Wee ice hockey, I grew up playing a lot of ice hockey, the skills and the skills drills that had nothing to do with the offensive aspect of the game, those took up 80 to 90% of our practices. If it was ice hockey, the coaches would not let us touch the pucks until the last 10 minutes of practice. We didn't spend 3 hours just having target practice on the goalie.
No.
We were doing all sorts of fundamental drills. And baseball, the same thing. We would spend 90 to 95% of a practice session in Little League Baseball on nothing but fielding. And if you got 3 minutes of batting practice, that was a lot. And yet, I see in junior cricket in the U.S., predominantly, the script is flipped. It's the exact opposite.
Definitely.
What was it like for you in South Africa, and what are the things that you've tried to apply in your coaching opportunities here in the U.S. to try and change some of that?
Yeah, from, like I said, in South Africa, the culture has always been around fielding. I mean, growing up watching a guy like John T. Rhodes, it really took the fielding part or aspect of the game to another level. So even from a junior to professional, the professional game, fielding was always an important part of it. And we would spend close to an hour 20 minutes every training session doing fielding. And that was because it was such an important part of the game. I said I had a good story about some fielding in the US, and I was out in Maryland, and we had the MLC Junior Championship under 15 team that was going out to North Carolina. We had a middle session, and I got a phone call from a dad after the session, and he said, "Why is my son just standing around in the field?" And I told him, "Sir, with the most respect, that's called fielding. He's got to do that to be a part of the team." And he was like, "Oh, he really apologizes," because he eventually because his son was an opening batsman, so his son batted first in the first group and then just stood around in the field, and that kind of mindset is slowly but surely starting to shift with all the coaching that's been done around the country now. Kids are really excited because if you make it fun, you sort of add a two-team sort of concept to your fielding. The kids always love that. And in America, it's all about the results. So if I'm going against my friends, I want to beat them. 10 catches in a row, for example. Catching tennis balls, which makes them feel comfortable with the act of catching, without being hurt by a cricket ball. So sort of those kind of concepts are starting to develop. And you saw the fielding standards in the minor league kind of did improve as the competition went on, because there was a huge aspect of that put onto the teams.
You can see here Malanta going up over the top, over cover, getting onto his toes to deposit that over the boundary. Boundary for Lahiro Malanta, his first, and the first in this innings for MLC West.
It's a great shot. That's his area. Like I said earlier, he stays leg side of the ball, looks for any kind of width, but even better, it was slightly shorter, so he could just flay his hands through the ball, and that was a great shot to start or try to get some momentum to the crease. What he's done well is he hasn't allowed the USA Invitational team to bowl at him. He's always looked for the rotation of strike. Like they say, it's a bit of a cliche, but the easiest place to bat in a game of cricket is the non-strikers end.
Tehran getting it full this time, correcting his length. And there was a change in the field as well with Monang Patel, who was at a leg goalie earlier, shifting back into an orthodox slip position, and Shushan Madani shifting over to goalie. Now, very, very important question I have for you, Dane. And Shadley Van Skalkvik is behind me in the box
That's a
as
lovely
well.
pronunciation.
We've got Carmine LaRue. We've got a full house of South African talent here. Now, Rusty Tehran. Am I saying that right? Rusty Tehran.
Yes.
Okay, Rusty Tehran.
I still call him by his government name, Juan, sometimes.
This is something that has puzzled me for many, many years. Seeing Rusty Tehran play for South Africa, and now Rusty Tehran playing for USA. Now, another famous South African, Charlize Theron.
Yes.
Is she a sellout? Did she adjust her name to Americanize it to make it easier
No.
for the American community to say? Or did she say Charlize Theron when
She
she was
did
in
say-
South Africa?
No, she did. It's close. I mean, Theron. I think the if you're getting paid 40 million US for a movie, you're going to change your name for people to understand it. You know what I mean? And for example, Manus Labeskagni, as we say, he's Australian now, so he's allowed to. I mean, he's allowed to change his name if he's or the pronunciation of it. You obviously don't agree with it, but we say Theron. I still say Rusty Theron, like it is. A silent H. She's obviously not making it made it the silent H anymore, so she's gone the Theron route.
I take the opposite angle on this, Dane.
Yes.
If she's making $40 million a year in a movie,
Yeah.
she can tell people, I'm making $40 million. You better learn to say my name right.
That's true.
It's Tehran.
That's
Charlize Theron.
That's true. That is true. And she's got an American accent now too. And again, I mean, each to their own. But
But I think I've seen some of these interviews where she's gone back on South African TV channels and she slips back into a
yeah,
South African
South
accent.
African,
What's
yeah.
going on there? Is
I
that
don't-
just great acting?
it's great. Actually, I was
Should she
about
have a
to
couple
say
more
that.
Academy
I
Awards?
was about to say that. I was about to say that. Her life's good. Like I said, 40 million a movie maybe, and that's not South African rand. It's US dollars, by the way. It definitely makes life easier at the end of the day. So she's not a sellout. Firstly, as you'll get to know our South African people, we like to claim our people. So she's definitely been an inspiration to everyone. She's from a part in South Africa called Benoni. Not a lot of famous people are from Benoni. So what is the nickname? The Benoni bombshell. I think they called her that. So yeah, she's still Charlize Theron to me. Not Theron.
I know there's some cricket grounds in Benoni they use for ICC World Cricket League tournaments.
Yes, that's the one. Yes, that's the one. Willamore Park, Benoni, it's called.
It's been used for quite a number of ICC events
Yes.
over the years.
Under 19 World Cup recently was played there too. Yeah.
It's kind of a smaller venue.
Yes, it used to be the Titans' second ground. Us Cape Town boys didn't appreciate going there because there was not much to do. We from under the mountain. We spoiled, so there wasn't much to do there. The guys from Bloemfontein always thought that's an upgrade for them.
This one chipped back nearly a return catch for Saurabh Netravalkar. He's got hands on head. And it landed in no man's land halfway between Saurabh Netravalkar and Stephen Taylor at mid-off.
I hope they let Netravalkar go for a bit longer here. He's been exceptionally good. This is his kind of surface. As you saw, beautiful shape. Shayan Jayasuriya just holding his shape, not falling or not succumbing to closing his hands on that delivery.
And we've seen this a lot. We talked about the wind and how it's affected deliveries in terms of the angle. And there it is. Can't get away with it a second time. This time the leading edge does go back to Saurabh Netravalkar. Just a check drive. Held up a bit. And we've seen this a lot, Dane. I was going to ask about this, and then the wicket happens. Leading edges and just guys playing through the shot just a fraction too early when the bowlers have been bowling into the wind. And we see that affect that delivery and affect that shot leading to a wicket.
It's game on now. As you can see, Shayan Jayasuriya walking off 2 from 9 deliveries. Again, pushing his hands at the ball. I think you could have taken it from Leiro, letting the ball come to him better. But as you can see, they're just pushing his hands out way ahead of his front pad. Not in a good position. He threw his head back as Netravalkar took the catch. It's a type of pitch where you really got to knuckle down and know that there are 50 overs to bat through. Just looks like the West guys are kind of trying to get ahead of the game and not allowing the game to come to them and just try to get over the line.
See it again. Saurabh Netravalkar just dragged the length back fractionally, and it held up in the pitch too. Now, with the wind, he's bowling into the wind. I've got to ask, bowlers bowling from this end, do you encourage, as a captain, do you encourage your pace bowlers who are bowling into the wind, and you see those kind of things happen where it's a struggle to try and time the ball is sticking. You encourage them to bowl more cutters, more slower balls with the wind conditions to produce a dismissal like that.
Yeah, I think that's really important. For Natravalka, his natural skill set is that looking to bowl the cutter. But again, this wind, the cross wind that's helping him is letting the ball swing, which makes him a very difficult bowler to face, because when the ball swings and it nips off the surface, there's two things you got to take into consideration. So he's looked really good. That's why I asked. I hope Monang gives him a couple of extra overs to try and really crack through this batting lineup of the MLC West.
Ahmad Azam is the new batter to the crease, and it's a very audacious leave.
Yep. It's a great start by Natravalka. The biggest thing for a captain, you would want a start just like that, trying to be around that off stump early on. With the ball swinging, it makes it really uncomfortable. You can't really leave. You can't really just commit to a ball because the ball's swinging and nipping around quite nicely.
Ahmad Azam was the MVP of the minor league season last summer in 2021. And this time, much easier leave. And Saurabh Netravalkar is the type of bowler who, when he's in rhythm, he does tend to get these lengthy spells. Ends with a wicket maiden, 13 for 3 now. All 3 wickets going to the former USA captain. And I've seen him over the years. Dane, you called for it. When he gets into a good rhythm, he's the one bowler in the USA pace bowling unit who, whether it was when he was captain and he would leave himself on, or when Monang Patel is captain now, or prior to that, Ibrahim Khalil, you'll see him bowl, if he's in rhythm like this, 6, 7, 8 overs in an opening spell. I saw him bowl 10 straight last summer against USA Under-19 squad. He was giving him a rough initiation. He said, I'm going to show these youngins who's the boss. He had them in deep trouble on a very spicy wicket in Santa Clara as Ahmad Azam nearly run out for a duck. We'll have a look at the replay on this. Lahiru Malanta was trying to tip and run behind point.
This is when things become real edgy. You're trying to look for runs, and that just showed right there. Ahmad Azam obviously trying to rotate the strike, taking a risk or two, but that's what happens if you're in a low chase and all of a sudden it's 14 for 3, teams on the back foot. You're trying to make a play, so you look for any sort of gap where you can just say, okay, here's my opportunity. I need to sneak through. But yeah, it's these are the things that make a low run chase really exciting. The odd run out, the odd drop catch with 10 runs to win 1 wicket in hand, that keeps the game exciting.
And you can see that height and bounce and that pace and the wind at the back of Rusty Tehran. Saw Carmine LaRue and Cornet Dry get the same kind of bounce, bowling with the wind at their back. And this time, it goes for 5 wides. Jaskaran Malhotra couldn't get high enough. We saw Lahiru Malanta during the first innings do some fantastic work, saving what could have been a number of wides to the boundary, and this time Jaskaran Malhotra just can't get up high enough.
Those are the type of deliveries that you get rewarded for, or at a later stage in your innings, because what is done to the batsman's mindset right there is he's thinking, that's reared off a length, I can't just commit onto the front foot if there's a good ball. So Rusty might reap the rewards 6, 7, 8 balls later by just bowling that delivery. So it does go a long way. You shouldn't feel down if the ball takes off, goes for 4 wides. Yes, it's a low run chase, but they've started well enough in order to sort of give themselves another opportunity.
Well, we almost saw a wicket next ball. Forget 5 or 6 balls later. Ahmad Azam plays it with soft enough hands to make sure it went to ground short of Sushant Madani at gully, but Carmine LaRue was behind us in the box. Did that exact thing against Xavier Marshall in the first innings. Was going short. Despite the wide, he was called for consecutive wides and still went short. And Xavier Marshall ended up gloving it behind. So that's that strategy, Dane, that you're talking about. To not get discouraged, to not let it affect your length, to continue peppering them on that back of a length.
Cricket's all about investment. The longer investment in the longer format. So 4-day, 5-day cricket, there's an investment that needs to be made. Sometimes it takes longer. The T20 game, it's maybe a 2-3 ball investment that you make. 50 over, you take 2-3 overs to make that investment. So that's the beauty of this game of cricket. And it's all about understanding and your game awareness being up there.
Goes short again, and this time Hamad Azam is up for the challenge. Pulls this confidently wide of Nastosh Kenjigate in the leg side and goes to the rope for 4.
I think both teams won't be too discouraged with that. The captain, Monang Patel, was hands in his head, so he wasn't that unhappy with the outcome. But he just rolled his wrist over that beautifully. Did last season's minor league MVP Hamad Azam to get another boundary. The West now at 23 for 3. Psychologically, the target now under 100 to win. So psychologically, that does give the MLC West some sort of hope in this chase.
And this time, adjusting the length and adjusting the line, have it left alone. Now I gotta ask you, Dane, that match I was referencing, Sarvan Chavalkar captained a squad out in the Bay Area against the USA Under-19 squad. USA Under-19, I believe, was bowled out for 55 or 60 in 21 overs. Sarvan Chavalkar bowled 10 out of those 21 overs, bowled unbroken, 10 straight with the new ball. And I asked him about it after play. As a Yorker is speared in, but dug out good bowling and good batting by Hamad Azam to adjust and flick that out. As the MLC West squad nearly doubles their total in this over, 11 runs from it, 24 for 3 after 9. Now I asked Sarvan Chavalkar, I said, hey, come on, these are kids, go easy on them, give them a break. And he said, hey, I grew up in the Mumbai school. We didn't get any breaks. The senior players, they made it hard for us because they wanted us to learn, and it was a test. It was sink or swim. If you can stand up to that, then you can prove yourself and you can move on to senior level. If you can't stand up to that, goodbye. They weed them out. And he said, I'm just trying to impart the same lessons I learned growing up in Mumbai to these kids to make them learn, hey, no participation medals. There's no participation medal.
No, not at all.
None of that in cricket.
None
Maybe
at
in some
all.
other sports in the U.S., but there's no participation medals when it comes to
none at all.
coming up against the USA captain. I'm curious, in South Africa, when you were coming up through the system, what was it like in terms of the senior players and how they trained some of the youngsters? Did you get any leniency?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, not at all. I played in a Cape Cobras team that were glittered with South African players, and that for me sort of sped up my development in the game. I had Claude Henderson, Robin Peterson were the spinners in the team, and Claude Henderson had 904 first-class wickets. So I was just, like a sponge around him. I was basically like, right around him all the time, trying to learn. I had Justin Kemp, played Herschel Gibbs, Shaw Langeveld, Rory Kleinveld, Vernon Philander. All of these guys that I could learn from. Andrew Patik, who played one ODI, unfortunately, for South Africa. But those are the type of guys that I sort of learned from. I'm a huge fan of Undisputed with Skip and Shannon. And Shannon Sharp, one of the funniest guys that I've seen here, he said that the older you get, the younger guys are on you to try to take your spot. So you got to work smarter than the young guys because you're not as quick or you're not as strong as the younger guys. So you got to be kind of smart to the way you do things, and that is the biggest lesson I can give to the youngsters. Try to be smart from a younger age, which makes you develop your game so much easier. And that for me was important. I wasn't trying to take that place. I was just trying to learn, and that for me was the best part. But Netravalka's mentality is spot on. We never got it easy. And yes, sometimes growing up in America could be a lot easier for some kids, but the mindset of the game of cricket is still the same throughout the years. You don't get it easy. It's not the easiest sport. And that for me was the biggest thing in my career.
Now this was double-edged too. It wasn't just about the batters. I said, Saurav, why don't you give one of these other young bowlers a chance to bowl? Come on, it's a 50-over match. They're not getting a chance to bowl 10 overs. He said, hey, I'm showing them. This is how you bowl a 10-over spell. This is how you develop the stamina.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not just give you free overs.
Of course.
You got to come and take them from me.
Of course. And that's spot on. And again, he's such a wily character. He's got a good skill set, swings the ball. He never leaves a good length. And sometimes this format of the game, he will be such a menace to the game. And as you can see, he's so consistent in T20 cricket. He has a different skill set. He changes his pace, bowls a different way to the way he bowls in 50-over cricket. Because right now, he's just running in, trying to hit a good area, let the batsman make a mistake, and which they have done in the 3 dismissal that he has.
Another gem of a delivery. It's that length that's troubled everybody here this week. See it again on the replay.
A good length, Pete, never changes. From the days of W.G. Grace to Shadley van Schalkwyk, the length does not change here in 2022. From the 1900s to 2022, a good length in cricket never changes.
And it's also that different challenge coming around the wicket. So
Different angle, yep.
just changing the angle a bit. And this time Hamad Azam confidently striding forward to blunt this to extra cover. Completes another maiden, 2 in a row now for Saurav Netravalkar. And the way he's going, as Dane Pete has said, I don't see him coming off anytime soon. If USA is trying to win this game, 24 for 3 at the end of the power play. You saw USA in the first innings, 50 dot balls in their first 10 overs. And for the MLC West, 48 dot balls in the first 10 here. So both teams really struggling to not just find the boundary, but struggling to rotate the strike in these conditions.
And that's an important part of a run chase in a low run chase, I should say. You try to find a way to get closer to the target. So all the US national team's trying to do now is to bowl a lot of dot balls, put them under pressure, let them make the mistake. I think the two batters out there know how important this partnership is. The longer this partnership goes, the closer they'll get to the target. And again, the new ball is really important. I love the fact that Monang Patel hasn't changed the field much and just telling his bowlers to hit a good length, hit a good area to try and penetrate this partnership.
One of the things I've liked about the captains this week, whether it's the USA captains, yourself, Dane, or David White, or Corey Anderson, I haven't seen the formulaic captaincy. So often, once the 11th over hits, no matter what the score is, you see captains push out those extra 2 fielders immediately to the boundary. They just kind of blindly, almost in robotic fashion, without even thinking, here's the script. We're at the 11th over. Push 2 fielders out, take the slips out. And we haven't seen a lot of that. The captains have been thinking, adjusting to the match situations, recognizing that in this situation, MLC West batters haven't really done anything to force the field to be pushed back. If they're not scoring singles, they're not getting boundaries. Keep the field in. There's no reason to take slips out. Stay aggressive.
Spot on. That's the most important thing of reading the game and having your awareness up on a level where you're trying to find a wicket. I referenced with Nick earlier that playing the game of 50 over cricket now, it's pointless bowling 10 overs, none for 25, where your mindset should be trying to go 10 overs, 4 for 70 if you're bowling in the middle period, or 10 overs, 3 for 35 as an opening bowler. Because with you having the number in the wicket column rising, it means that you're doing a good job for your team, because the modern day people want to keep wickets in hand, but bat at a strike rate if conditions allow, or at a run rate if conditions allow at 6 and over, to try and get to that 300 mark. Obviously with conditions, you got to read the game, communicate to the dugout and say, listen, it feels like a 200, 220 pitch will win the game. But that right there from Lahiro is really important, trying to rotate the strike, because the best side to bat on cricket is the non-strikers in.
Good tight single, attacking the field. Just tip and run. That was one of the things I really liked in the first innings from David White. Again, instead of just having a formulaic script that you stick to, bring in a third or fourth change medium pacer on in the middle overs just to kind of let the game float along. What did he do? He brought back Carmine LaRue for a 3-over burst at a stage where USA was already 4 wickets down. He could have let the game float along, bring on a different bowler, bring on the spinners. No, he said, I'm attacking. I'm not waiting to have Carmine LaRue come back in the 40th over. I want to kill the game off early. That's just what he did. Carmine LaRue took a wicket in that spell. That changed the game, as Malantha is not going to try and come back for a second run here. It clearly went off the bat. Xavier Marshall saves it. And USA's looks like they're putting in an appeal for obstructing the field. I think it's an overly ambitious one,
Yes,
Dane.
yes. I think he was trying to slide his bat down. Not that he's a mod. Ooh.
Well, if he did that intentionally, he must be the most skilled
100%.
player of all time.
Yes, just like Ben Stokes was in the final.
To not be looking at the ball and to still be able to deflect it away.
Yes.
He's got his back turned to play.
Going back to your point on the bowling changes, I mean, Monok Patel's in a real comfortable position with the form that Jasdeep Singh has shown throughout the week too. He's been taking wickets, bowling with good energy, bowling a consistent line and length, which is always good to see, you know. And right now, if you get another wicket that gets closer to the all-rounders, and the all-rounders obviously are not as skilled as the top order batsmen. So he's got his bowling options. I would like to see Netravalka keep going, get Jasdeep Singh on from the other end, and then you have your spinners in Kareem Agor, which is he's a really good bowler with lots of potential, still really young. Nosh too, to try and really hold the game together in the middle period, and hopefully the batsmen make a mistake.
We've been talking so much about Saurav Netravalkar staying in rhythm and staying on, but Rusty Tron is doing the same thing, showing his fitness and stamina.
Yeah.
And again, it's a case of Monok Patel reading the game. I'm not going to take Rusty Tron off defending a total of 121 just so I can save him for the 40th over. He's trying to kill the game off now. You don't need to go to a 5th bowling option. There's more than likely the match isn't going to last beyond the 40th over. Try and use your 4 best bowlers here. And if you can pinch out another wicket here, like you said, Dane, brings in younger players in the middle order. Sanjay Krishnamurti.
There we go. Shadley van Skalkwyk showed good form the other day. We peppered him with some short pitch bowling. Just felt he was back at the Amangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, facing a couple of bounces, a quick South African pitch. But yeah, we showed no mercy on him, but unfortunately got over the line for the MLC West. But yeah, there's a couple of wickets that they just need right now, and I think everybody understands the nature of this game right now. It's in the balance. They need someone just to take the game by the scruff of the neck and try to get them over the line here.
Solid defense. And this time they can't pinch the single. Stephen Taylor attacking from mid-on.
Pete, thanks for the entertaining stint. I'll be off soon, but I really enjoyed it. I wish we could depart like the greatest of all time, Stone Cold did when he left the squared circle, as they say.
No, I was talking with Nikhil about this earlier. I was afraid, am I going to be in line for a Stone Cold Stunner?
No.
This was going to happen.
Definitely not. I'll take it easy. But you know, the famous way that Stone Cold left the squared circle was
Cracking open a few cold ones.
That's the one. Couple of Pepsis. or brown Fantas, as they say. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Being in the commentary box, this is definitely the best place to be. It's the easiest place to be a part of cricket.
You're talking to a Coca-Cola man. They serve
Sorry.
Coca-Cola. They serve Coca-Cola at the Chick-fil-A, don't they, Carmi? This one chipped just over Xavier Marshall at short mid-wicket. The plan was there. They had the catching man in position, but Ahmad Azam just able to flick this beyond the reach of Xavier Marshall.
Pete, I've got a foreigner question, right? Why are there huge queues in the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A? Not that I've ever had Chick-fil-A. I don't know how it tastes, but obviously being an athlete. But seeing the queues outside the Chick-fil-A drive-thru for 6 days out of the week, it's incredible. I mean, from breakfast time all the way through until closing time.
I think the answer is self-explanatory, Dane.
Is it good?
It's as good as that delivery from Saurabh Netravalkar. Finding the outside edge. His 4th wicket in this spell.
Beautiful piece of bowling. You spoke about the change of angle and he's reaped the rewards, like I said. The investment of Rusty Theron's bouncer about 14 deliveries ago has really showed in that delivery. Netravalkar has bowled a beautiful spell up front, putting the West under pressure. And it's going to be, yes, Hamad Azam, the MVP of the minor league in 2021, leaving, but being crossed by a young talent in Sanjay Krishnamurti. This will be a great challenge for the young man to try and get his team over the line.
See it again. Netravalkar just so adept at nipping away in that 4th, 5th stump channel. And Hamad Azam really stretching a long way away from his body. He didn't really need to play at that, but that's just the pressure that Saurabh Netravalkar builds. He gets you on that 4th stump line and then just draws you away a little bit more than you need to play at. And just feeling for that bat on ball produces the edge. And we keep on saying it. He's in such a good rhythm. There's no need to take him off. He's going to keep going here, I think. Dane.
100%. I've asked for that, and they've listened. He looks like a guy that will bowl his 10 up front for the captain if need be. But with it being 28 for 4 right now, that target seems like 200 right now. Like I said, the importance of getting into the middle order. But for me, driving back to the hotel now, I'll be really tuned in to see how Sanjay Krishnamurti, a real cricket lover, will try to get his team over the line here. This is a great challenge for him, and I think it's gonna keep him going through this partnership with Leiru.
You said, Dane, they can hear you out in the middle. Is your microphone a megaphone like Jimmy Hart, the map of the South? Is that how they can hear you?
No, I think they just read the game pretty well.
So Sanjay Krishnamurti.
I don't want to take any credit.
2 slips and a goal in place for Sanjay Krishnamurti, the teenager from the Bay Area, as Netravalkar, his local teammate, runs in. And a confident stride forward.
Good
but
start.
Even better fielding by Nasosh Kenjigate in the covers, and he gets a pat on the back from Vatsal Vagela. So it ends the over, 2 runs from it, but another wicket, 4th for Netravalkar. As I want to say thank you again to Dane Pete for this stint today.
Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyable. Thanks for having me.
The pleasure is all ours, Dane. As Dane Pete graciously graces us with his presence here. The MLC East captain. 28 for 4 after 12 overs. And this is turning into a barn burner here. A real slobber knocker, in the words of Jim Ross. 28 for 4, chasing a target of 121. And USA not giving up, not giving an inch here in this contest, as Nikhil Tamchandani is back in the commentary box. Nikhil, it's been a 12 overs full of action, full of intensity, just like we saw yesterday. These low targets, nobody's lying down here trying to defend them as Jesse Singh replaces Rusty Theron for the 13th.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Really an intriguing battle unfolding here in the middle at the PV5 venue. You thought that 120 looks like 200 now, the way that they've started. Do have a lot of batting still left, the MLC West. These two at the crease, Bhaskar Yadram, Shadi Van Skalvik. But no one would have expected this. 6 runs, 4 wickets for Saurabh Netravalkar. Perfect definition of showing that it's not all about the pace. This man just able to have the ball on a string, move it both ways. He's got that sideways movement. He's been big trouble for this West team.
Slip in a gully in place for Jesse Singh. Madani at gully. And Monang Patel at slip. As a misfield here, Kenjige, rarely do you see that from him. He's so sure-handed. But a very sloppy effort there. Just a bit too eager trying to attack that ball, and it slips through his hands and allows Sanjay Krishnamurthy to get off strike and get off the mark.
Yeah, I must say, I'm very surprised to see, no one able to put their hand up and look to bat through this innings. And I mean, Wells, it hasn't been the easiest of going on this surface. You look at the dismissal of the Sami Aslam coming down the track, playing across the ball. Not really needed at that stage. So it's been a bit of both. Some good batting, but also some erratic thinking in terms of the batting team. But these two very capable. The good thing is that Krishnamurthy would have just played a knock of 45 for his East team a couple of days ago, so he's in good touch. Milanta, every time he comes to the crease, Peter, just looks so easy on the eye.
You used the word erratic, some erratic fielding now from USA. Back-to-back misfields. As Kareem Agor, the culprit on that occasion, along with Nastesh Kenjige, who couldn't clean up, so 3 singles in a row for this 13th over. And finally, they are able to plug it up with a dot as Sanjay Krishnamurthy defends into the offside.
Yeah, very similar in terms of where the two teams were at after 10. USA were 29 for 2. So the West actually worse off. But the good thing for them is they know exactly what they're chasing. Just 90 more needed. No need to panic. These two, you think if they can spend some time, they'll be in a good position to win. Just less than 2.5 needed per over as well.
Krishnamurthy looking confident out here. But with the scoreline as it is, USA keeping the pressure on with the field settings. Slip is gone. Madani is still in at gully, and there's still just 2 men outside the ring at the moment at deep final leg and deep third man. Everybody else is in the circle. And now Monang Patel does come back to slip. So a few moves on the chessboard as USA continues to try to attack. Jesse Singh getting some extra bounce now. Sanjay Krishnamurthy joins the parade of batters who've been hit on the gloves. He starts shaking his hand to try and get rid of the pain. 3 singles in the over, 31 for 4 after 13.
Well, it's safe to say that no one expected this. We could have consecutive days of truly nail-biting action. Yesterday we saw a narrow 10-run win, just 152 runs on the board, and it proved to be too much for the USA Invitational 11. But now they're on the flip side. Just 6 wickets needed now for victory. Still 90 runs to get. Pick a winner, Peter.
My money's on USA right now just because Saurabh Netravalkar at the moment looks like he's going to bowl 10 straight. I don't think he's coming off at all. If he keeps on bowling with the rhythm he's in right now, you could see another 2 or 3 wickets falling.
I do think the plan will be from these two in the middle just to see out Netravalkar's 10. They do have threatening seamers, but if they can see out Netravalkar, who's getting the ball to move a lot off the seam, he then can begin to open up and score a bit more off of the other remaining bowlers.
This time strays on the legs, but it gets away with it as the Flick by Malanta, picks out Nastosh Kenjige, and he keeps Sanjay Krishnamurthy honest at the non-strikers end with a direct hit. Ricochets away, but not wide enough of Stephen Taylor and Xavier Marshall at mid-on and mid-off to allow for an overthrow.
Just look at the face of Saurabh Netravalkar, Peter Delapenna. He looks like 20 years old. I told him this. With that haircut, he got a fully clean beard. He looks like my age with that. Clean up before this series started.
Tell you what else keeps him looking young and clean and relaxed. It's that ukulele. He's chilled out, playing his music back in the hotel room. Living easy. A former Mumbai representative, former USA captain who lives in the Bay Area. First came to the USA to New York as a grad student at Cornell. And for those not familiar with their New York geography, that's not New York City, that's upstate New York. That's where the cows are. Big farmland up in that part of upstate New York, in Cornell and Ithaca. Not exactly city life by any stretch of the imagination. And he's in a big city now in San Francisco on the West Coast. Now proving to be a big contributor here, as usual for USA. Gets it full and it's flicked straight to Xavier Marshall. What an amazing spell this has been, just in the last couple overs in particular, too. His last 4 overs, Nikhil. 22 dots, 2 wickets, and just a 2 right before the wicket that he took of Hamad Azam. He's been relentless in the pressure that he's built here. And again, the fielding is backing him up. Diving stop by Madani at wide second slip goal. He preserves another maiden. Saurabh Netravalkar now. He's stringing him up. Maiden after maiden. He's got 3 of them now. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 6. What a spell this is, and I really don't think it's going to end anytime soon. USA is going to keep attacking to try and win this game. 31 for 4 after 14.
We will have drinks. Join us after a short break. So back on the way here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. 14 overs down, but the MLC West team struggling, you could say. 31 for 4. Yes, they need 121, but still a 90-run deficit, which seems like a mountain to climb at this stage. They do have two very competent batters at the crease, Sanjay Krishnamurti, Lahira Melanta. Peter Delapena still alongside me. So Peter, the over is not a problem for this run chase, but it's all about the wickets. 4 already gone down. So Jasdeep Singh really is bowling well on this surface. Last couple of overs, though, they have gotten some luck. The West, every run you think will be so critical. They're counting down one by one. You would think these two will want to take it in tens, Peter. They're at 90, then 80, and so on.
Well, just as long as they're coming, but absolutely, Nikhil, it's what you got to do. Just break it down into smaller chunks. Even in a target of 121 at this stage, just break it down into just bite-sized nuggets. Like you said, run by run. That's all that Lahira Melanta and Sanjay Krishnamurti need to be focusing on at the moment. Otherwise, this 121 is looking awfully steep in the context of the current situation.
Yeah, good batting by these two, specifically Lahira Melanta. Just been happy to knock it around for the ones. That's how you got to take it. I know I'm not a big baseball man, Peter, but I know the saying, you got to win it in singles. Just hit some singles. No need for the big home runs just yet.
Call that small ball in baseball. You don't need the big home run, just small ball. Singles, just knocking the ball around, get a stolen base, sacrifice bunt, move the runner around the stations until you get him across home plate. You don't always need to be looking for the big one swing of the bat to try and affect the game. And it's that small ball type of cricket. Just singles, pinching singles, putting pressure on the ring fielders. Now these singles just forced the change in the fielders. 2 catching short men at cover. Now Stush Kenjige, and it looks like Gajanan Singh at a short cover and a short extra cover in tight, as well as Monak Patel at slip and Sushant Madani at gully. So really 4 catching men, 2 in front of the wicket and 2 behind the wicket, has really now forced Sanjay Krishnamurti to have to think about things a little bit further.
Yeah, big flash from Krishnamurti. Got to break it down. Got to make it simple, this equation for these two. Already got 2 in the over. You think about one more single and bam, you already got the required quota per over. It's just got to break it down ball by ball. It's easier said than done, though. Easier for us to call it from in here. But in terms of that heat, the win, and the fact that they've lost 4 wickets, the pressure against international quality bowlers won't be easy.
Saurabh Netravalkar has bowled so well, and Rusty Tron in his opening spell the other end, but Jesse Singh, no slouch at first change. He was arguably the best bowler on the day for USA yesterday, taking 3 wickets, including the big wicket of the captain, Corey Anderson, from MLC Central, and his efforts unfortunately went to waste with the ball, but he was very sharp yesterday. If he can follow that up again today, USA is in with a very serious chance of stealing a victory here, Nikhil.
Well, very interesting to see the captain, Mona Patel, at slip. You can see him there encouraging his team. End of the 15th over, 33 for 4. And let's have a look at what has unfolded thus far in this innings in terms of the wickets. To fall, 4 went down for the MLC West team. Saurabh Netravalkar has just got this ball on a string. Just another tickle from David White. Malhotra, the keeper, made no mistake. Then next came Sami Aslam. Soft dismissal.
Poor shot. Really the most at fault of any of the dismissals in this innings. The other 3 deliveries, just like this one, held up in the pitch. And a return catch from Shehan Jayasuriya with the David White dismissal. And then this one, Hamid Azam, 2 gems. Just shows the skill of Saurabh Netravalkar. The only one that really shouldn't have happened. Sami Aslam, just a very poor shot. And Saurabh Netravalkar thought he might bowl 10 straight. Change of plan. Stephen Taylor is coming on. The ball with Lahira Malanta, the left-hander, on strike. And a slip is in place. So a different kind of pressure now being faced by MLC West.
Well, full toss, not the best of starts from Taylor. Easy one. Yeah, the key thing about all those wickets, the one key component was that Lahiro Malanta was at the other end for all of them. Came in at number 3 and has watched his team just crumble under the heat. Oh, that's a really good shot. Sanjay Krishnamurthy would be really disappointed he wasn't able to get off strike.
Well, it's something that has been a habit of his. And Coach Jay Arun Kumar, Coach Jack has tried to work on as part of the USA setup and also out in the West Coast. He does play these really good shots. Another one, straight off the middle of the bat. The problem is he's picking out the fielders. His placement has been an issue. The previous shot, middled it straight to Monak Patel at extra cover and then middles it again, but straight to mid-off. He's got to focus on the touch. Right there, he did try to take some steam off of it to try and pick the gap at backward point, but Jesse Singh hot onto the ball, so just the pressure starting to pile up a little bit, and that's the one area of this game Sanjay Krishnamurthy needs to work on. He times the ball so well, but it's the placement he needs to adjust at times.
With 4 dot balls in a row, he has to be careful here, Krishnamurthy, and I'll be looking to see, hoping that he doesn't give it away. Yes, it's 4 dot balls, but you're only chasing 120. No need for any big risky shot. Just patience in the end. Plays it well. Just 1 run from Taylor's first. 34 for 4. So Singh will continue from the other end. Has caused some problems. How important is Lahiro Malanta now in this run chase, Peter?
What we've seen throughout the week is that if a guy gets set, he's got to make the most of it. It's been a wicket that's been very hard for players to get in on. So once you've been out there for this length of time, you got to cash in. Saw it yesterday. We saw it the day before. Guys who are fresh to the crease, it's very hard to get a start. He's been out there now for 31 deliveries. And even though he's scoring at a strike rate just a hair under 50, it might sound slow in a 50-over match, but in the context, that's all you need. If you score it a strike rate of 50 in this chase, you're going to win, get across the line with 7 or 8 overs to spare.
Oh, that one fired into the body of Malanta. You just think, though, someone able to get a big 30 or a 40 here would go a long way in this West team, getting very close to that 120 to win. Monarch Patel got 43. His team got close to 150 yesterday. Today only 120. See flexing that hamstring, the right hamstring or quad from Jesse Singh has given him some problems throughout this tournament. I just wonder though, Peter, are the US team missing that 4-team option on these green pitches? Only the 3 main options in Nachavalka, Rusty Theron, and Jasdeep Singh.
Well, traditionally, USA has been a team that is flooded with all-rounders. So it does feel somewhat odd that they only have 3 pace bowling options. However, all those all-rounders typically have tilted towards spin. Ian Holland, of course, is in county cricket at the moment. It's just resumed another season with Hampshire.
Ali Khan, another one that's missing from this USA team.
He's a big hole with big shoes to fill. So when you take away those pieces of the puzzle, there were 2 significant contributors to USA's victory in Antigua at the America's Regional T20 qualifier. All of a sudden, it significantly changes the balance of the team. Abhishek Paradkar is another player who's made his debut in September in Oman. He's currently at University in Leeds, going to what used to be recognized as an MCC University in Leeds. He's focused on his cricket there. In the early part of the UK season, Elmore Hutchinson, who was such a mainstay for so many years for USA, hasn't announced his retirement, but the message has been sent by selectors and administrators that they're moving on from Elmore, who was such a massive presence for USA, literally and figuratively, towering at 6'6" with his left arm medium pace and his prodigious blast, sailing over the rope with the bat.
Speaking of which, Lahir Milanta latches onto that one, latches on well. Just pulled that one in front of square, watched it all the way onto the bat to ensure he positioned it and beat the field at deep backward square. Got a boundary.
Jesse Singh's pace, even with the wind at his back, you can't really afford to bowl short to these kind of professionals. That just set up to get whacked through mid-wicket. He's got to keep it on that good length, just slightly back of length. Anytime you go short, Jesse Singh is bowling mid to high 70s. You're asking for trouble. You rarely see Sarabh Netravalkar bowl a bouncer at his pace. Jesse Singh at a similar pace, flirting with danger, and that's a much better length.
They got very deep in his crease. Milanta, end of 17. 4 comes from it. Exactly what's needed from the West. 38 for 4. Just on your previous point, though, Peter, I think Elmore Hutchinson on this surface, always been a big fan, but I think he could have been really effective for this USA team.
Elmore, a very distinguished career for USA. He's in the top 10 for USA in both runs and wickets in 50-over cricket. Again, the majority of his career did not have the recognition of ODI status. He's played 11 official ODIs for USA. Top score of 49 not out. And only took 4 wickets in his ODI career, an average of 56. You look at that and you say, what's so special about Elmore Hutchinson? Really doesn't tell the story. He played so many impactful innings with the bat and impactful performances with the ball during this stretch of time when USA was competing in World Cricket League competitions. Unfortunately, didn't get that ODI recognition, but if you look through the overall stats, USA in 50-over cricket, whether recognized as ODIs or not ODIs, he had a very distinguished career for USA. The problem is he's 39 years old, as this one is driven through wide mid-off in the gap at extra cover. Sanjay Krishnamurti with a boundary. He's been timing the ball so well. Hasn't been able to pick the gaps until now, but he does so here, Nikhil.
Yeah, very full from Taylor, and Krishnamurti finally gets one in the gap. He just hits it so well, times it magnificently well down the ground. And all of a sudden now the USA back on the receiving end of some treatment from these two. The partnership just shows you again 17 deliveries for Krishnamurti, 36 for Milanta. Time at the crease so valuable on these surfaces.
Krishnamurti got to cash in here. He's been timing the ball so well from the time he's gotten out to the middle. Yeah, Elmar Hutchinson, 39 years old. Some people might argue he was still performing at that age, so why move him on? But that's the decision that's been made. But as you said, Nikhil, in this kind of situation, this is where he stood out for USA, both with bat and ball. So many times he dug USA out. Situations when they were 70 for 7, 80 for 8, with a very gritty 40 or 50 to get them up above 150, 160. That's what USA was really missing today with the bat.
If you think about how valuable that 150 would have been. Taylor's come around the wicket now to change the angle to Krishnamurti. Bowling at the body does take that element of the leg before decision, though, out of the question. Bowling around, most of those deliveries will pitch outside leg.
What he's doing, though, I think he's just trying to slant it across, and again, he's got the wind blowing left to right into the body of Sanjay, so just using the wind to aid in that drift. The wind's not going to help you there, though, if you don't pitch the ball. Full toss again. We saw it at the start of Taylor's spell in the first over, Nikhil, and again, this time he's punished much worse than he was to Milantha. Sanjay Krishnamurti just blitzes this through mid-off for a boundary.
Yeah, knew it straight away. Mid-off up in the circle. And just too full from Stephen Taylor. You can see what he's trying to do. Trying to be as full, trying to bring that slip into play, but on 2 occasions now, way too full. And when you're only defending 120, Peter, runs so critical every single run. All of a sudden, just 75 to win. And these two looking well set. Means thinking to be done for Monat Patel, the captain of the USA team.
Well, MLC West only had 2 boundaries in the first 16 overs of this chase, and now they've had 3 boundaries in the space of the last 7 balls. So just this tiny burst of momentum has shifted the scales dramatically back towards MLC West.
So he's going back to Rusty Theron, the seam of Theron. Jesse saying having some difficulties with that right quad. So I just wonder, was that giving him some trouble? So the seam of Theron, just 4 overs left. Got to make use of this. I expect the West not to take too many risks against Rusty Theron. That was a big over for them, though, Peter. The last one, 9 from it.
And not only is Jesse Singh out of the attack, as you said, he's off the field completely, getting some treatment on the physio table for USA. Like you said, he's got some leg issues, groin or hamstring, or both.
Well, something we saw Rusty Theron able to do yesterday so well in his 3 wickets. Just able to hit the top of off consistently. He's trying for that as well, trying to push that ball across the left-hander. Not an easy skill to do, though, to perform, to perfect in this game of cricket.
Monat Patel is still trying to attack as much as possible. He's only pushed 1 extra fielder outside the ring. So deep backward square leg is joined, deep final leg and deep third man, and he's still got a wide slip, Sushant Madani in place. More than an orthodox second slip.
that one, but straight to Gore. Almost like a half-hearted cut. I don't know if Milanta really wanted to take that risk, playing away from the body. He's been so tight, being able to leave those deliveries. And my question for you, Peter, is you've taken Saurabh Netravalka off. Here's Jasdeep Singh getting some treatment to that quad. Netravalka's come out the attack. Stephen Taylor since has been expensive. Do you go back to Taylor, or do you actually throw the ball to Netravalka? Maybe a Vatsa Vaikela. Always a risk with the left-handed Milanta at the crease.
Well, I would have bowled Saurabh Netravalka 10 straight. If you're treating this as a competitive match, as Milanta is able to punch this behind point just wide of Kareem Agor on this occasion, I would have kept Saurabh Netravalka on for 10 straight. He was in that kind of rhythm. I've seen him do it before. And if Stephen Taylor is not going to stay on, Monak Patel in his captaincy, he's shown that he'll always be very sharp at noticing the little things in terms of who's on strike and who's not. If it's an over where a right-hander is in on strike, like Sanjay Krishnamurti, that's when you could see Vatsal Vagela come on at the start of an over with Sanjay on strike.
They get banned on that, but didn't carry to Monak Patel at slip. Asking a question, Rusty Theron. Need that fifth wicket, you would think, with this partnership developing nicely. How many deliveries have we seen off that outside edge?
If we'll hear Milanta's on strike, you might see Taylor continue, but you've got Kareem Agor, Hastish Kenjige, Vatsal Vagela. I'd like to see either Kenjige or Vagela come out into the attack if Sanjay Krishnamurti is on strike at the start of the next over.
Just one run from this over. Very good one from Rusty Theron. Ends the 19th, 47 for 4. Just 74 needed to win now, you would think. Seems like a small total, but on this surface, the way things have gone, hasn't been easy, won't be easy to get that remaining 74. And a lot lies on the shoulders of that man, Lahira Milanta.
Oh, you brought it up. You brought the question up. Nikhil, here is Saurabh Netravalka. Said I would have bowled him 10 straight. They've yanked Stephen Taylor after 2 overs. Left-handers on strike. Lahira Milanta. And there's no point saving Saurabh Netravalka's last 3 overs for the traditional death stage of the match between the 40th and 50th. The time is now. If USA is going to come back, and not only are they bringing Saurabh Netravalka back, but Monak Patel is being very aggressive. He's bringing 2 slips and a gully back in place. He's got Rusty Theron in at a very short cover. So a lot of catching fielders put into place as now Theron swaps out with Stephen Taylor, who's got much better hands, much more agile in those close-in positions. So Stephen Taylor in at a very short cover, short extra cover position just off the pitch. You can see there as the camera pans around. Saurabh Netravalka about to start his 8th over.
Got a solid defense from Lahira Milanta. Has played a lot of 50 over cricket. Milanta in Sri Lanka. 51 list day matches. An average of over 30. 200s along with that, so can play. Does spend time at the crease. Not a bad strike rate either, 81.
Well, again, he's going at just under 50 right now. Whether it's 81 or 50, that's all that's required here from this stage. Either one will get MLC West a victory. Monak Patel is in at first slip, Kajanan Singh at second slip, and Sushat Madani in at gully.
Well, just helps that along the way. Sanjay Krishnamurti and just gets into the boundary. So just very short from Nachavalka. A rare loose delivery.
You rarely see him bowl short. When he's loose, it's because it's too full. You rarely see him go short. But it's one area where we haven't really seen Sanjay Krishnamurti tested an awful lot. Nachavalkar, he's very familiar with Krishnamurti. The two of them together up in the Bay Area, playing an awful lot of cricket together, and they know each other's games very well. He decided to test the youngster, and Sanjay Krishnamurti was up to the challenge.
Well, a partnership of only 24, but that 24 seems like 100 runs at this stage. And because more importantly than the runs, it's the time that these two have spent in the middle. That's what's made it so valuable to the MLC West and their chances. Krishnamurti, though, this is a gem of an innings here, Peter. Under 19, drafted in today for Ummuk Chan as a replacement player, 14 from 25. He's supported Melantha well.
Well, he may be a replacement player. We said it at the start of the game, but it's really a name only. You look at the way he's performed throughout this week. He's one of the top scorers a few days ago when he was in the MLC East squad. So he's more than capable of replacing the expected runs from Ummuk Chand. And he's digging in, showcasing not just the technique, 3 boundaries so far, but also the temperament in this kind of situation, the difficult conditions, and also just the pressure facing a USA national team.
Got some steep bounce there, Nachavalkar, but does his job. He's shown that intent to score, even though they are in trouble. 50 comes up in that over, end of 20. 52 for 4. Krishnamurti battling on with Lahiru Malanta. Who will win this contest? Hard to pick a winner from this stage. But a huge improvement from the 14th over, Peter. They were 31 for 4. These two have stayed together for the remaining 6.
Baby steps, that's all it takes. Just string together. You were talking about Nikhil. You don't have to think in chunks of 10 or 15. All you need is 2 or 3 runs and over, and you're going to get across the line if you're the MLC West squad.
Just a trend I've noticed. The longer you stay at the crease, the more opportunities you have to score. Bowlers become more tired, trying to work out and try different things to get you out. And we've seen it with Melantha here. They've tried everything at him. He's just held his ground, been persistent, shown that grit, and in turn it's paid off for him.
And it's starting to rub off by osmosis onto Krishnamurti as well. 2 of them digging in. Saw Monak Patel do it. All these things, players, especially the young ones, learning by observation. Sometimes you don't need to have somebody tell you something. You just watch and learn.
What I like about this Krishnamurti innings, and I hope we don't put the commentator's curse on him, Peter. Yes, he's come out in a really tight situation for his team, but not once has he not pounced on the bad deliveries or gone into a shell. He still looked to score, hasn't been too fazed by what's going on before him, playing every ball on its merit. That's the way you have to go about it. To think that this man is under 19, it's just sensational. Such a quality player.
He's had a lot of technical training. He's worked a long time with Jay Arun Kumar, whether in Bangalore or in the Bay Area, around the USA national team setup. He's also had a lot of support off the field from his family. A lot of these youngsters, the teenagers in particular, you always know their families are supporting them to help them get them to this point. And they'll be watching at home, I have no doubt. His mom, Julie, and his dad, Satya, following along from the West Coast, out in the Bay Area.
Well, that's what Rusty Theron wants. He wants to get Krishnamurti looking to play that cut because he's got those two fielders inside the slip cordon. He's also got the point and the cover, as well as the third man and Mirov to round out the fielders that he's got in the offside. So he's challenging Krishnamurti on that fourth stump line. So you want to just leave those. Krishnamurti wouldn't want to throw it away from here. Really short.
I'm surprised that wasn't called a wide. It didn't look playable from here, Nikhil. We don't have a square on camera, but that one sailed over his head. The umpire, Shane Samuels, had it square leg, deemed it was legal, though. Just signals one for the over. The short deliveries.
Well, clearly going on the leg side. They were excited for a minute, but just a single to end the over. Much harder to score off the seam. 53 for 4 after 21.
Just a short chat here in between overs between Monank Patel and Sarvnet Javalkar before Monank goes back to the slips region. Just discussing a little bit of strategy as to how to approach this next over because Sarvnet Javalkar only has 2 left. They're going to bowl him out here. Had 2 slips and a gully to start of his previous over, and on this occasion, Monank Patel brings himself out of the cordon. It's just going to be Gajanan Singh at slip, and Sushant Madani at a gully position.
I think for the West, it just has to be not to give Netravalka that 5th wicket. You have to keep him out for these next 2 overs. It won't be easy, but Melanta's shown he's got the fortitude, concentration to be able to do that.
I'm more curious to see the maturity of Sanjay Krishnamurti. If he does get on strike, will he have the presence of mind to just look to see him off as Melanta pinches a very tight single here to Xavier Marshall at mid-off. Good running. And now the youngster is on strike. Will he have that presence of mind to just see Sarvnet Javalkar off here, not really take any risks unless it's genuinely a loose delivery? There's no reason to attack here. So many overs left, and USA, as you said, Nikhil, short of pace bowling options. Jesse Singh off the field, getting treatment for an injured leg. If they can see off this spell here, the last 10 balls, 11 balls from Sarvnet Javalkar and Rusty Theron as well, the equation's going to get an awful lot easier for MLC West.
We're just watching Melanta bat in this encounter. Peter, it just really makes me excited to see how the Marsville Cardinals will line up in the minor league this year. We had DMP earlier. He'll be there. Aditya Gupta, one of the under-19 players, the leg spinner in this tournament. He is going to be in that team. Melanta in that team. Obas Pinyar, who's not in this series due to injury, but one of the better batters out of this MLC group.
Obas PNR scored a century at the USA Cricket National Championships representing the Midwest region. He's based in St. Louis. last year. But as you said, he's going to be shifting from St. Louis to North Carolina ahead of this upcoming minor league cricket season. To be a big addition to the Morrisville Cardinals squad. Clever slower ball, and it nearly foxed. Sanjay Krishnamurti pushed his hands quite early at this, and the extra bounce is what actually saved him in the end here, Nikhil.
Yeah, look at that. Seriously bouncing. And I think it's because he cut his fingers across the ball. So it just gripped in the surface. Got that bit of extra bounce. Fortunate Krishnamurti in the end.
He was timing the ball. It's the first genuine slower ball we've seen in a long time from Saurabh Netravalki. He was timing everything, and on that occasion he just pushed his hands, timing it too early.
Well, he's timed that one exquisitely well. Should come back for an easy 2. Do that in the end. So the 3 required per over, they've gotten that as they chip away closer and closer to that. 121. Seems like they're chasing 275, Peter.
Been quite a challenge in this challenge series organized by Major League Cricket, Nikhil. No matter the target, all the games have been very competitive. And 2 days in a row now we've seen targets in the well under 200 range be filled with plenty of drama as they have recovered MLC West from 28 for 4. This partnership now doubling the score, 56 for 4 after 22 overs. So Sanjay Krishnamurti and Lahiro Malanta accounting for half the runs while they've been together at the crease. Very impressive fight back from these two, Nikhil.
Yeah, the restraint shown has been exactly what's needed in this situation. It's going to be Vaikela for the first time with his left arm spin. And this is what this partnership has done well. They forced Monak Patel to go to spin because of how they batted against the seam. Seen out the majority of this main seamer's overs. Rusty Theron just with 2 left. And, of course, Netravalka with just 1. So he's had no choice but to go to the spin options. Not sure what the fitness of Jasdeep Singh, just 2 overs for him.
Patel Vagela made his USA senior team debut against Ireland in December. Took 2 for 16 in 3 overs against Ireland in one of the T20s. Former USA under-19 representative as well, and part of the first set of brother-sister senior team representatives in USA cricket history. Along with his sister Isani, who made her debut for the USA women's senior team in Mexico last October at the ICC America's Women's T20 qualifier.
Oh, she's a player, Peter. I'm telling you, I covered her during the under-19 nationals. She can seriously bat. Oh my goodness. Vaikela, first delivery, stays completely down, and the change in bowling works for the Invitation 11. Malanta can't believe it. All the hard work. Hard to control that. It just didn't bounce.
Well, not only is Lahiro Malanta going to be frustrated by that, but the rest of the MLC West lineup is not going to be too happy if that's what they're going to have to face for the rest of this chase. That variable bounce, we've seen it more often from the pace bowlers, but if you see that from a spinner, it's going to be playing on your mind throughout the rest of this chase. If you're an incoming MLC West batter, there's nothing you can do about a delivery like that. As you said, Nikhil, pitched on a good length, and look at how low this skids. Goes onto the back foot. Not a prayer to keep that one out. On the length it was pitched, once he went back, he was a goner. Lahiro Malanta, all that hard work, grafting away, and now done in by a grubber, as they call it in some parts of the world.
Well, nothing Milantha could do about it. He's disgusted. Really wanted to see it home. And all of a sudden now, another wicket. Sat 65 goes from seeing like a small total for this partnership, which is meandering along nicely. Now another uphill battle for Charlie van Schalkwyk, who's come to the crease. And I think not only will that rattle Milantha, but Sanjay Krishnamurti at the other end, we're seeing that he's not going to know what to expect. But I think the slower bowler with less pace on the ball is what's made it just scoot low, as they like to say.
And I'd be curious to see Sanjay Krishnamurti against spinners, somebody who I have seen in the past. He likes to use his feet. And would that be an option to try and use your feet to convert some of these filler deliveries into full tosses? Because you don't want to let the ball pitch. As soon as you let the ball pitch, you can see what kind of havoc it wreaks on this wicket. And the wind isn't helping matters either, as you see the bails fly off. The Zing bails, we've seen that time and again this week. That's just how strong the wind is. Officially, the forecast says it's 20 miles an hour in downtown Prairie View, but it's gusting easily over 30 miles an hour here.
Another left-hander, Van Schalkwyk comes to the middle. He played a great knock for the West in their first win of this Houston Challenge. The one that keeps very low. But Van Schalkwyk in that game against the East was able to put down 44 not out as they cruised to victory. You have to be very careful with this bounce. Just 65 needed. But on this surface, that could be like chasing 150 on a hard pitch.
I was going to say, Nikhil, just 65.
Really and truly, it seems right there. You expect, maybe a 3 runs and over. You expect to get that relatively soon, but the way that this pitch is played throughout the day, not just in this second innings or the first.
It's that variable bounce again. We saw one on that length skid so low, bowled here Milantha at ankle height, shoe top height, same length. This time it spits off the wicket, almost hits Charlie van Schalkwyk in the gloves. And as I said, anybody who's watching from the Team 10 for MLC West, we've got an awful lot to think about, seeing the way these deliveries are bouncing. Wicket maiden for Vatsal Vagela to start off 56 for 5 after 23.
And after seeing that, the captain is going back to spin. He's going back to Stephen Taylor. After seeing that one delivery really creep on Milantha, just sense worry will begin to set in at some stage for this West team. This will already test the mettle of Sanjay Krishnamurti. Does he have the maturity to be able to forget what he's seen at the other end, losing his partner in Milantha? I know for me, it would definitely rattle me seeing that happen to my partner at the other end. Stephen Taylor starts with a dot. We did see Krishnamurti hit Taylor for 2 boundaries in his second over, which went for 8 runs. Just works it into the onside. Good batting from Sanjay Krishnamurti. He continues, needs some support now with the wicket of Milantha. Still no Karima Gore or Noshish Kenji get into the attack. A plethora of spin options, though, in this USA Invitational 11. Do have the hard-hitting Bhaskar Yadram in next, as well as Harmeet Singh, who can bat. Carmi LaRue. So after the Yadram and Singh, you don't really want to be leaving too much to chase for the lower order. So these two, as well as the next two to come, very important. Cuts that one, but straight to the man, Jasdeep Singh. Back on the field. Again, driving behind square. No run. Just another one of those overs. Just concedes 1 run. Pressure's on the MLC West in this encounter. 57 for 5. So Vaikela, first over, wicket and a maiden. The crucial wicket of Lahira Milanta as well. Can Vaikela strike again? He's appealing for the caught behind, appealing for the stumping. The umpire, though, not interested. Krishnamurti trying to show them that his foot didn't leave the crease. Yeah, pretty solidly down in place. So good decision by Samuels in the end. And you just think the heart of Sanjay Krishnamurti has to be pumping. His team's chances relying on him. He's got to start. Has been happy to come on the front foot. Probably the way you need to go against this spin. Wherever it pitches, because of that low bounce you've seen from Vaikela, playing on the front foot seems to be the mode to negate this challenge. Another one that just stays a bit low. Krishnamurti's on his way, gets off strike. Van Skalvik, usually a pretty free-flowing player. Today you sense that challenge will be a bit greater. Plays that one into the gap as well. So they picked up 2 singles. Really and truly all that's required. 3 singles and over from here gets them to that 120. But they won't want to spend 50 overs chasing that 120. They got to see through this period. USA have already got their tails up at the moment. The big drive and crowd catch tricks me there. Monat Patel did well. Just feels that with one hand. Made it look so easy at extra cover. Loud appeal on the front foot and given, would you believe it? Vaikela strikes again. The man with the golden arm. He's come in and broken the partnership. Not only has he taken one, he's taken both. And on the front foot, umpire Jeremy Lindo sent him with a deadly finger. So real trouble now for the MLC West. They lose their 6 at 59. And a good knock from Krishnamurti comes to an end, but it just wasn't enough. The left arm spin of Vaikela deceiving him. Didn't hesitate. Jeremy and Lindo, they were pretty confident. The USA Invitational 11. Now here comes Bhaskar Yadram. Interested to see. I'm intrigued to see how he plays this situation. Because the Bhaskar Yadram I know bats one way, and that's to use a might. And a quick 30 from 15 balls gets the job done, you would think. 2 very competent batters at the crease. These 2 were the ones that won the game for the MLC West, in the first game against the East of this challenge. Josh Darts come alongside me. Josh, the MLC West chasing that 120. Thought it would be pretty easy going, but it has been a struggle. 4 wickets left for the USA to get. Which corner would you rather be in at this stage?
Right you are there, Nikhil. We are in for a slobber knocker, as Peter Della Penna tweeted earlier this afternoon. At this stage, I think it's advantage USA. Advantage Team USA at this stage. But as you said, it'll be interesting to see Bhaskar Yadram to the crease. Let's hope he plays his natural game here. Opens up those shoulders, and he could knock off the 62 in pretty quick time.
Well, he would have sat in there and seen how this ball has been bouncing.
We're actually talking about that before, walking a lap of the ground with Liam Plunkett and Bert Cockley, and came up, sometimes when you're only chasing 120, best way about it can be to try and knock them off as quickly as possible. Not to be, though, today for the MLC West, and we're in for a close one.
Well, this game of cricket yesterday, this exact same thing happened to the Invitational 11. They were 64 for 2 at one stage, skidded out for 142. Today, on the flip side, they're doing exactly the same.
As Van Shalwick takes that one down the ground, and we'll be seeing the maximum there.
Well, you just mentioned sometimes the best way is taking it on. Just too full from Taylor again. He's got that length wrong.
Have a look on the replay here. And yeah, just a step hit there. And then Shalwick obliges and pops that one over the advertising boards.
Could that be the strategy? 2 spinners in tandem operating at each end. Could the strategy from 2 powerful batters just to be, anytime it's too full or too short, going after it. Yeah, I'm yet to face.
I think with the wind at his back, he might be looking to go again here.
Yeah, judging this field, given that he's got no sweeper on the cover boundary, expects he wants the ball very straight.
Very, very difficult for them to be given out bowling at that angle there from Taylor. I was just about to make a comment, Nikhil. Operating over the wicket to the left-hander here. And with that ball needing to pitch very full in order to be pitching in line with that leg stump, be given out LBW. Ooh, can't pierce the offside field there. We've just seen Taylor miss full with the first one. Second one found the right length. And that's the key on this wicket, I think, Nikhil. The more you can trap the batter's feet to the crease by hitting that right length, bowlers are certainly in play.
Well, goes again. This time he's got a man back. It doesn't matter. He hits it straight and hits it well. An expensive over for the USA Invitational 11. Could this be the over that changes it? It went for 6, actually.
No, 4.
No, it was given 4. Replays just told me 6. It tricked me in the end.
Yep. Just the one bounce there. As I said, with the wind behind his back, any length there, and he'll be looking to pop that one up and over. He gets the right length, and he's got it there again. Taylor just struggling with his length here. Van Shalwick taking full toll. 10 off the first 4 balls. Pressure back on the bowler here.
He has set that cover fielder back on the boundary. Goes full again. Crowd catch. Hits it into the ground. Van Skalvik. All happening here. 69 for 6 in pursuit of 120. Who would have expected this? That's, I think, where Taylor wants to operate.
That's
Bowling
that length
over the
there.
wicket.
Yep.
End of 26. A big over for the West. 10 from it. 69 for 6.
Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas. As we see MLC West in pursuit of the USA Invitational 11's 120. Vatsal Vegela operating 2 wickets in 2 overs so far. Yadram faces first ball and that one falls just short of first slip. Have a look at the replay here. Anchored to the crease there, Yadram prods at it and just falls short of Sushant Madani there at first slip. Vegela 13 balls into his spell here, looking dangerous. It's been a great week here in Texas so far. Close game yesterday with MLC Central getting over the line in a thriller, winning by 10 runs. It looks like we're in for another one today. Vegela settling into his spell nicely here. Of course, made his debut for the USA national team in December versus Ireland. Yet to make his ODI debut as that one beats the outside edge. Yadram yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries in. Vegela in and bowls. Defended by Yadram.
Has been very quiet thus far, Bhaskar Yadram. He does have long off back on the boundary. He would be hitting against the wind as well, so if I'm Vatsal Vegela, I want to flight a few. Let me tempt Bhaskar Yadram, but he keeps it out well. 69 for 6, a maiden. It will be interesting to see if he goes back to Stephen Taylor, Monat Patel. He is going to go back to him. Even after conceding 10. Brave move, but he does have the left-handed Van Scarvett Taylor, the only off-spinning option in this team.
Taylor in and bowls. Played nicely down the ground by Van Shalwick, but some tidy work by Taylor off his own bowling prevents a single there. Nikhil, I'm a bit surprised to see him operating over the wicket here to Van Shalwick. Imagine he's looking at a dry patch. Ooh, and that one beats the outside edge. Yeah, surprised to see him operating over the wicket here. Traditionally, you see a right arm off spinner bowling around the wicket, bringing in LBW into play. Taylor bowls, jammed out by Van Shalwick.
I think he believes in him, his abilities to push that ball across. Skarvik, bowling very full, does have the 2 fielders on the boundary straight, long on and long off.
Nicely played there by Shelly Van Shalwick. Closed out the game for MLC West the other day in their contest against the East just 2 days ago. Very impressive 40 not out to finish off the game. We'll be looking to do the same here again today, Nikhil.
Yeah, this is the battle I want to see, though. Bhaskar Yadram with the win against Stephen Taylor. If he goes full, I don't think he'll go full. Got 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Could be very flat and straight. But if he does flight one and goes full and is brave enough, Stephen Taylor, you've got to take a gamble when you're only defending 120. As expected. Goes flat.
And this is where, as a captain, you'd love Taylor to close out the over here. Just the one off it so far. Let's see whether he's game to flight one up here. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled by Stephen Taylor. Just the one off the over. One off the last as well. MLC West, 70 for 6 after 28 overs in pursuit of USA Cricket's 120. Vagella back for his 4th over here. We see him once again challenging both edges of the bat. That's the beauty of left arm orthodox spin, Nikhil. We saw it, a masterclass earlier today from Umar Khan and Harmeet Singh. Vatsal Vagella showing us again the value of a left arm finger spinner, if I might say so myself. Or as that one beats everyone, it's going to run away.
Well, more crucial runs for this MLC West team. Interested to see the signal. It's
Umpire Lindo singles 4 byes, and that one appeared to keep low, Nikhil. That one shot and beaten everyone except for Peter Della Penna.
What it's meant, Josh, less than 50 runs to win. This was the period where you saw from yesterday, the Invitational 11, they were getting to this stage, they were comfortable. And then came a flurry of quick wickets, and things became tight again. These two have done relatively well so far to keep the scoring going.
Oh, and that one shot low again. We're really starting to see this wicket play some tricks now, Nikhil.
I think Vatscavi would be thinking about needing to get it home as quick as possible. Now, who knows what could happen on this?
Oh, mix up. Yeah, drum. Oh, we have an appeal here for obstructing the field. But it appears the ball hit Yadram.
And if I know Bhaskar Yadram, he'll be pleading with the fielders in his typical traditional Guyanese accent, saying that he never changed the line of his his run, which is true on the replay. You can see just ran straight through, was not looking back for a second to see where that ball was. The umpires are going to come together here. But I really don't think he'll be penalized for that. Just ran straight through.
Wouldn't mind having a look at the replay of that one there. I don't believe he changed his line here, but we'll have a look.
Vaskalvik calls straight away.
No, it doesn't appear to have changed his line to me there, Nikhil. Of course, the USA Invitational 11 appearing to appeal for that one. Not out decision from the umpires, and a single recorded in the scorebook after all that. It's a motor dismissal we've seen come in to cricket more in a few recent years. Of course, famous one with Ben Stokes and Mitchell Stark at Lords. As that one squeezed away by Yadram behind point. It's going to run away. Marshall can't catch it. Valuable runs for MLC West.
Yeah, off the outside edge. And another boundary in the over, which means that 9 come from it. Just off the outside edge. Slightly open the face, Yadram. So maybe good positioning in the end. What it means, though, 42 needed now. Two very capable batters at the crease, 79 for 6.
Nikhil, we've seen a couple of big overs in this partnership. Of course, Shadley Van Shalwick taking 11 off Stephen Taylor over just a short time ago, followed by 9 off that one. And when defending a small total, Nikhil, really want to prevent those big overs as much as possible.
On back to Netravalkar. Saurabh Netravalkar, the former USA captain, for his final over, 4 for 14.
Just showed us why he's the leader of the USA attack in 50 over cricket today, Nikhil. Beautiful spell up the top. Of course, taking the first 4 wickets of the innings.
So just 1 over left in his spell. Looking for that wicket. They crucially need that wicket. Not only does he want his 5-wicket haul, but before that, they'll be thinking more about the fact that they need to take a wicket to break this partnership and eat into that lower order. Van Skalvik on strike.
It's bowled him. That's the 5 for the skipper. Dragging his team back into the game.
Well, straight away, immediate impact. Netravalkar's got his 5th. And Van Skalvik looking to drive. He loses off stump in the process. It's trouble now for the MLC West. Trouble brewing. He's gone for 13. 79 for 7. And we will have drinks. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a nail-biting finish. Five wickets for Saurabh Netravalkar. The left-handed Harmeet Singh comes to the middle. Josh, put on your Bhaskar Yadram hat. How do you play the situation? Do you go after the bowling, just 42 to win, play a blinder here for your team, or do you trust in your partner, see it out till the end?
Full throttle, I think, Nikhil. Absolutely put the foot down and go. Hell for leather here and see if you can knock these 42 off quickly.
Really good delivery to Netravalkar.
Netravalkar, 4 balls left in his spell. Looking for a 6th. In and delivers to Singh. Plays it off his pads. A beautiful shot through wide mid on there. That one will run away for 4. Off the mark with the boundary there, Harmeet Singh, off just his second ball.
Making the intentions clear. These two gonna go after the bowling, regardless of how the pitch is played. I don't know, Josh, but the cricket gods seem to reward positivity.
I think that's the only way to play on this wicket, to be honest, Nikhil. When you've got a challenging wicket, often positivity is the best path to success. And 3 balls left in what's been a great spell here from Surab Netravalkar. In and bowls, and he's beaten. Beaten between bat and pad there. He's operated beautifully from this highway end. 2 balls left in his spell. Searching for a 6th. The USA Invitational 11. Now just 3 wickets away from defending. 120 here against MLC West today. Well played by Harmeet Singh there. Often batted in the middle order there for the Seattle Thunderbolts. They'll be looking to guide the MLC West team home. That's the end of the over. And the end of the spell for the former captain. He finishes with 5 for 18 off his 10 overs with 3 maidens. MLC West, 7 for 83. Vatsal Vaghela. In for his 5th over now. 2 for 7 off 4 so far. As you said last over, Nikhil, be interesting to see how Bhaskar Yadram responds to the loss of his partner, Ben Shalwick, last over.
He's taking it on, Josh. I think he's taking it on. Anything full?
Oh, and that one scoots through the gate, narrowly misses the leg stump. And Yadram scurries back for a second. Oh, see what umpire Lindo has to say, and it's runs off the bat there. 40 now required.
Well, every delivery they're oohing and eyeing the USA team. But now less than 40 to win. This could go anyway, Josh. 1 wicket here, back in the favor of the USA team. 2 capable batters at the crease, looking to score.
See them drop deep mid-wicket. Drop deep mid-wicket out there, Rusty Theron. Mid on up in the circle. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square.
Well, one thing Bhaskar Yadram's look to do is come on the front foot. Almost every delivery, probably smartly as well.
I think what you're seeing here is him using his height there, Nikhil. Being able to get forward. Big stride, big man. Get that down to the pitch of the ball to the extent possible. Plays that one from the crease into the offside. Bhaskar Yadram, of course, star of minor league cricket last season for the Empire State Titans with his big hitting.
I think probably wisely. I know he said anything full he would go up, but given the fact, and he was aware of it, having spoken to him yesterday when he was facing this quicker bowlers, he didn't want to hit against the wind because he knew wouldn't be able to get value for his shot. So I think the plan may be see out the bowling from this end and then attack from the other. Already got 2 in the over. If you can get a single here, you're well on track.
Absolutely. Here, are we looking for anything full? It's got the power to clear that boundary there towards mid-on. Is that one? Oh, well fielded off his own bowling and nearly a mix-up there. Beautiful fielding off his own bowling there by Vatsalveg-Heller. Brings us to the end of the over here. We'll have a look at it again. Plays that one. Just outside the camera shot. Basker Yadram, of course, 29 sixes in last year's minor league cricket championship, Nikhil.
Yeah, he hit it to all parts. Yadram. A couple of those. Just 6 sixes away, you know, Josh.
You got somewhere to be tonight? Keen to get home?
No, of course not. Enjoying every moment of this cricket. But I'm just saying, a man that deals in maximums. Saw Rahul Tewatia today hit 2 to finish to win the game in the IPL. Yadram may have just been streaming that.
As we see one of the stars of this week's MLC Houston Challenge back into the attack for the USA Invitational 11. Rusty Theron, quite miserly today. None for 24 off 8 overs. You'd have to think that this must be the last roll of the dice for Captain Patel.
Yeah, he's throwing everything at this Monat Patel. He's bowling all of his front line bowlers up front. Netravalka's completed his 10. Just the 2 left now for Rusty Theron. He's going to have to bowl that one over as well.
Oh, that hurts it. Even though Rusty would like everyone to believe that he's 29. When you've played 2 back-to-back days, every extra delivery, an extra bit of pain for the big man. I won't be happy about having to re-bowl that one again. He's in. Bowling to Harmeet Singh. And as the batsman here, I think, knowing that Netravalka, the star of the day with 5 wickets, is bowled out, knowing that Theron's only got 11 deliveries left now, I think it's definitely a matter of getting through these 11.
Very nervous, you would think, USA camp. They want this victory, 3 wickets away, having lost yesterday. All will be very tense. Assistant coach Kevin Darlington, manager Kirk Higgins, Ritwik Behera, the substitute Yasser Mohammed getting suited up to come on the field, it seems like.
Theron in and bowls, slapped by Harmeet Singh, but well fielded there at cover by captain Monank Patel. Saves 4. And every run important now with under 35 needed. Beautiful shot there from Harmeet Singh. But for no runs.
Well, Josh, if you look at after this over from Monat Patel,
Played by Singh. And that one, a dive by Xavier Marshall. Runs away.
but it won't get to the boundary, so still does save a run, and every run critical.
Saves a run there.
32 now to win. You look at who's to come in terms of with the ball in hand, Josh. 7 overs for Jasdeep Singh. He's been effective on this surface, but has dealt with a quad problem.
Yes, it'll be fascinating to see who they turn to. Theron. Just 9 balls left in his spell now.
A mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Rusty Theron, anything too full. I expect Yadram to really go full throttle, given the fact that he's hitting with the wind down the ground.
I'd be expecting Theron to be bashing the wicket here, not providing Yadram with that length to get under it if there is anything full.
And he is setting back that deep square leg fielder, where we saw exactly how the MLC Central team was able to get a lot of these U.S. Invitational batters out yesterday, heading into the big side.
He set the short ball trap here for Yadram. Be interesting to see if he takes it, whether he's happy getting under them. 9 balls left in Rusty Theron's spell. Oh, and that one shoots low. Well played by the big man, Bhaskar Yadram, just jamming the bat down in time. We'll have another look at that one. Shooting low.
I think ideally Yadram needs to get this team to less than 20 to win. You don't want to leave 3 lower order batters with 30 to win. It seems like a mountain, but really 10 apiece will get them home. That's how they have to think about this. Keep it simple, break it down run by run.
Digs it in, played down to third man by Bhaskar Yadram. Gets down the other end. The score moves along to 7 for 90.
Come on, Josh. This is America. There are more than 7 runs.
What do you think? What do you think that American cricket adopted the runs followed by the wickets?
Because they're closer to the West Indies or closer to other nations than Australia. And also, it's just a normal thing to do.
It's Theron in and bowls to Harmeet Singh, left alone. Takes us to the end of the 32nd, Nikhil. MLC West in pursuit of USA Cricket's 120, 90 for 7.
31 needed to win. Just the over for Rusty Theron remaining in his spell. Hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. A rare occurrence in this Houston challenge. So Vasa Vaghela, sorry. Surprised that we haven't seen any of the left-arm spin of Noshis Kenjige or Kareem Magor. You're a left-arm spinner yourself.
Look at imagine we might be seeing them into the attack following the completion of Theron's spell from the US 290 end here at Prairie View Cricket Complex.
Almost rolls onto his stumps. Bhaskar Yadram hits the bottom of the bat. Has shown a clear defensive intent, though, against Vatsa Vaghela.
And I think the success of Vaghela so far has really come down to the length that he's been able to maintain. As that one jumps. Really starting to see some tricks here from this wicket this afternoon. We'll have another look at that one here. He gets that one to really bite. Wow.
I just wonder if you can predict the length from Vaghela looking to bowl very full. Can you come down the trap? Use your feet to get close.
As Yadram lines that one up. He's seen enough. Can do nothing more than toe end that one out to Rusty Theron at deep mid-wicket for just a single.
Well, that was the delivery he identified. He wanted to go after that one. Right intent, I think, to hit it through mid-wicket as opposed to down the ground against the wind. But just didn't get the elevation to go for 6.
As we see Vatsal Vaghela into left-handed Harmeet Singh. That one beats the outside edge. Really challenging the batsman here. making the most of this variable bounce on offer here today at Prairie View Cricket Complex. That one played down the ground. Harmeet Singh makes his way to the other end. 1 ball left in this over. What's going to happen here, Nikhil? I'd love to see the young left arm figure spinner give this one a little bit of air. See if he can tempt Yadram into another big shot, just like we saw 2 balls ago.
It's only 29 to win, but I think when you're defending a small total, you have to take risks, have to gamble. And that will be a gamble by just throwing one up.
As he manages to maintain that length that he's done so well through 6 overs so far. 2 off the over. MLC West, 92 for 7, just 29 needed.
Well, I'm nervous, Josh. Can only imagine what the 2 batters out there, what the captain, what the fielders, and even the bowlers are feeling. Hard to pick a winner from here. Hard to predict a winner. They do have the off-spin option of Jaskar Malhotra, but he has on the gloves.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to bowl today, I think, Nikhil. Might find it difficult to put many revs on the ball with the gloves on.
And they are going to go to Stephen Taylor. I think Yadram. No, they're not. They're going back to Theron. I saw Stephen Taylor looking, motioning like he wanted to bowl. But it is Rusty Theron. Last over for him.
I think this is proactive captaincy. 1 wicket here could really break the back of this chase. 6 balls for the MLC West batsman to get through here from Theron.
And I also
this one finds a gap. An acrobatic effort there at backward point. To no avail. Run recorded to Harmeet Singh. He's looked quite good so far, Nikhil, without putting the commentator's curse on.
I want to see that line improve, though, from Theron. I think given how the surface is played with that variable bounce, just want to be a lot straighter on the stumps. And if one shoots low, you're in with a big shout because it'll just go straight onto the stump. At that line, even if it stays low, outside the off stump, not going to challenge Harmeet Singh too much. Let's see what he does to Bhaskar Yadram.
We've got a wicket. Catch. Taken at backward point. And Yadram's got to go.
Well, would you believe it? Diving across to his right. I think it's Kareem Agor, who's just an unbelievable fielder. And Rasi Theron can only hug. He went short. Bhaskar Yadram took it on. And is that the game-changing moment? Is that the defining moment in this one? Just a half-hearted take on by Yadram. Didn't look like he fully got to it. It was very high. What a catch that is.
An absolute stunner from the best fielder in the US national team, Kareem Agor.
Well, sometimes when you're down, you need your players to produce miracles. That right there was truly an amazing bit of fielding. Yadram's gone for 8. Couldn't get the job done for this West team. Well, in comes Carmi LaRue. First time batting in this Houston Challenge. Have a look at it again. It was very high. Got some extra bounce. And because of it, just did Yadram. And here, look at it in slow motion. Full length dive. What a catch that is from Kareem Agor. Take a bow.
We've seen some incredible fielding so far in this MLC Houston Challenge. Marty Kane yesterday. 2 absolute stunners on the fence. But that one might just take the cake there, Nikhil.
You've got 2 lower order batters now in, Josh. With 28 runs to get. A long way to go, you think?
I think these next 4 balls will tell us which way this one's going to go, Nikhil.
I just wonder, though, was that needed from Bhaskar Yadram? Knowing that Rasi Theron in the final over his spell, could he have just let that one go by to be taken by the keeper?
I don't think that's the way that Bhaskar plays. And it's not the reason he's certainly here. So, unfortunately, for Bhaskar, an incredible piece of fielding there. Theron in. And I think with the number 10 at the crease, you want to be making the batsman play as much as you can, Nikhil. That one, a little bit of a waste there from Theron. 3 deliveries left in his spell. He'll be looking to target the stumps. Of course, Formerly in a previous life, a Yorker King of South Africa. We'll be seeing if he can produce one of them. Take the stumps of Carmine LaRue here.
Well, every delivery is so precious to this US Invitational 11.
Is that one through? And he beats him. We'll have another look at it here. Oh. Through the gap between bat and pad. And luckily for Carmine LaRue, it doesn't cannon in to those zing stumps. Nikhil. And 2 more balls here. MLC West, 93 for 8. Still needing 28 here. You'd have to think that the game will come down to these 2 balls, Nikhil. LaRue solid in defence. Of course, a rest day for the USA Cricket Invitational 11 tomorrow. Nikhil, I'll be here. MLC Central taking on MLC East. 2 good friends, Corey Anderson and Dane Pete, squaring off. Who have you got in that one?
Oh, always hard to predict a winner. The East will be looking for a win. The Central will be coming off the high of a win.
Oh, I see.
Fast Bowlers Union, Josh. What happens at the Fast Bowlers Union?
Oh, I look forward to the... I was about to say, Nikhil, I look forward to the next time that we see those 2 square off in the nets in the Bay Area where I'm from. Rusty tends not to bring his pads to training, though, and maybe that's why. As he shortens up Carmine LaRue. That brings us to the end of 34 now. USA Cricket searching for the last 2 wickets. MLC West searching for 28 more runs to take the victory today. We'll be right back. Interesting move here from the captain, Monarch Patel. Stephen Taylor into the attack. Yet to pick up a wicket today. And you'd have to think that we'll see Vatsal Vahela switching ends here. Of course, 28 needed now for the MLC West to take the victory. Nikhil, you've been to Houston many a time. What's in store for Friday evening?
Well, Josh, of course, keeping it professional on the job. An early night's rest to prepare for tomorrow.
Right you are.
Come on, Josh. I thought you knew better of me to ask that question.
I was just asking if you knew any nice restaurants we might be able to frequent, Nikhil.
No, I may do some cooking. What about you, Josh? You know, you're a man that's usually very busy, so the weekend is a time of relaxation.
No time. Oh, some commotion here.
I think something's flew in the eye of Jaskar Malhotra. We saw this yesterday with umpire Martin Imamdar. And given these high winds, always very difficult. It's called the physio on. Unexpected stoppage in play, Josh.
Well, it gives me time to tell you what I'm going to be doing for dinner tonight, Nikhil, doesn't it? Of course. Number of tournaments being played down here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. One of the only multi-field complexes here in this fine country. Means that I've had time to explore some of the fine dining options of Houston, Nikhil.
Why have you not invited me, Josh?
To be quite honest with you, Nikhil, I like to enjoy my dinner in peace, and of course with your with your social media presence and being well known throughout the USA cricket community, and I'd almost say the US community in general. Of course, I don't want to be interrupted with requests for signatures and selfies.
I thought you were more going on the road of me talking that much. I didn't think it was that much unbearable.
Not at all. We've shared some wonderful journeys to and from the field each day, talking cricket, talking life. As we see Malhotra make his way from the field here. Of course, these high winds causing some havoc over the past couple of days here. It's nice to come in here and take some take a break from the wind in this nice commentary position here.
So Malhotra seems to be okay, thankfully.
As we see the captain, Monarch Patel, take the gloves again. Of course, keeping in the first two matches of the series. Nikhil, 27 needed, 2 wickets in hand. You'd have to think that it's the USA's game to lose from here.
Yeah, definitely, especially that they've got 2 low order batters at the crease. No one really set from that top order. Stephen Taylor.
LaRue plays this one to the substitute fielder, Yasir Mohammed. Onto the field in place of Jasker and Malhotra. Of course, feel free to let us know who you think's going to take the cake in this one. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Let us know. Of course, Rusty Theron bowled out now. Suram Netravalka. As that one flies past the right hand of Sushan Madani at slip and runs away for a much-needed boundary.
Well, Dane Pete said it earlier today. ODI, it's not even ODI, 50 over cricket is all about the ebbs and flows. Just when you think USA have got this one flies past slip, 4 crucial runs. Getting close to this MLC West team. Can Carmine LaRue play a stunner? He's done his job with the ball today, but can he finish it off for his team with the bat? Josh D, you know the bowlers must be really saying, we do all the hard work in the field. We get them out for 120. We still got to come and finish off the job for the batters. Just play 11 bowlers.
I've often said, Nikhil, that almost go the other way in T20 cricket. Just pick 11 batters, score 300, and back yourself to defend it. As LaRue plays this one off the pads out to deep square. Used to be famous for that in my Ricky Ponting Cricket 2005 days, Nikhil. Load up a batting lineup, aim to score 300 in a T20, and it doesn't matter when you got that many on the board.
Yeah, solid, valid point.
We see the left-hander on strike now, Stephen Taylor.
As you said, Harmeet Singh, his race to double figure is actually shaped up very nicely. A lot, I think, depends on him. 22 to win. Over is not a problem. It's all about those 22 runs. This could go either way. Don't move a muscle. 99 for 8.
We see the reintroduction of Jasdeep Singh, of course. Just 3 overs today so far. Coming off the field after his 3rd over. Some treatment on a quad. We'll see him re-enter the attack here. With MLC West needing just 22. Only 2 wickets in hand.
So he's gone back to seam. Pretty much expected, given the fact that Rusty Theron was able to get that wicket. Singh's got 7 overs remaining. You'd think, though, Carmi LaRue will look to strike and look to score as well.
The Singh in. Bowling to LaRue. Played beautifully through the offside. Got him down to number 10. Maybe it's too low to kill.
Full face of the bat. What a shot that is. That moved me out of my seat. Made me stand, Josh. A shot of real class. I just held it as well for Peter De La Pena.
His bat sponsors will be happy with that one, Nikhil. Showing the maker's name and punching that through wide mid-off. For a much-needed boundary. Less than 20 now.
18 to win, Josh. But another wicket here gives us a similar situation to what we had yesterday, with the number 11 having to do the scoring. Almost went again. Much straighter this time from Jasdeep Singh. You can tell that you're a little nervous, Josh. I can see it in your body language. Don't mind that I'm the one standing.
Just waiting for the tweets to roll in, letting us know who they think is going to take the victory here, Nikhil.
But with your 20,000 Twitter followers, I thought they would have already been rolling in by the second.
As LaRue gets this one just up and over mid-on. And that breeze taking it away. As they'll scurry back for a second. And for a moment there, you thought that that one might have found the hands of mid-on
Yeah,
on the edge of the circle.
Marshall was sitting under it to take that catch, then just realized it's going over his head. De La Pena, Peter De La Pena has to be nervous. Everyone's feeling it. He's in the sun, right next to the action.
Of course, capturing some fantastic images from this series. Singh in, bowls to LaRue. He's played off his pads. Can't get past the youth of Ritwik Behera at mid-wicket. Turned off his hip there. They'll scurry through for a single. Nikhil, what's one innovation you'd love to see to the game of cricket?
Josh, at this stage, you asked me that question when I'm thinking about heart is beating to see this finish. And let me think. I think
I'd love to see the batters not be allowed to wear shoes, personally.
why, Josh?
I think you'd see a lot more Yorkers bowled.
I think you'll see a lot more toes broken as well. That wouldn't be good for the game.
Certainly an extra dimension.
I think you're going on Peter's line about wrestling. You guys like a lot of violence. Cricket is a gentleman's game. Another single for Harmeet Singh. Why didn't they just send these guys in the top order, Josh?
I'm not totally sure, Nikhil, but
I finally done it. I'm stumped. Josh Dascombe.
I'm stoked that they didn't, because we're in for a cliffhanger here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. 14 needed, 14 overs, 2 wickets in hand. We'll be right back here. Don't turn off your televisions.
Josh, before we start this next over, has the 20,000 followers said anything? Or are they all sleeping? You know, you have a big Indian following. It is very early in the morning there.
The only question I've been asked, Nikhil, on Twitter today is whether or not I'd rather be attacked by 20 duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck. What do you think?
Josh, there's great humor. Well, all I'm trying to do is do my job and focus on the cricket. He just tries to distract me, but I won't be wavered. Vatsal Vakela.
Back into the attack. There's some tidy running there between LaRue and Singh scurrying through for the single. 13 needed now.
I'll take the 20 horses, Josh, at duck size.
20 horses at duck size.
Yeah, I don't think they can do much damage as opposed to one major duck.
Yeah. I think I tend to agree with you.
But Vatsavakela, you will remember in that over, came back in for his, well, not came back in, came into the attack, really, for the first over and got the wicket of Lahir Malanta in the first delivery. So he's gone to him because he's got that type of golden arm. Also got the wicket, the crucial wicket of Sanjay Krishnamurti. But the way Carmine LaRue is batted, they'll need that wicket. This has all the makings to go down to the final wicket. You just sense it.
As that one back cut through to the right of Stephen Taylor there at short cover. Just the single.
I need to ask Carmine LaRue, what happened? Did he fall asleep? Why is he batting at number 10? The way he's batted in these 16 deliveries for 12.
Certainly showing he's more than capable with bat in hand. Of course, Umar Khan nervously awaiting here. Pending the fall of wicket in at bowls to Singh. Played into the offside.
I think if there's one person you don't want to be in the world right now is Umar Khan. Because he's probably thinking about the fact that he needs to get runs. If he has to go in there, maybe may just be 10 runs. Can he keep it out? All things going on in his mind.
An appeal. Umpire Lindo keeps his hands by his side.
Down the leg side, not given a wide. I just wondered, did it brush the pad on the way through?
We'll have a look at the replay here. Yes, just appears to come off Harmeet Singh's front pad. Vakela in and bowls. Singh cuts this one and it beats the fielder, gets a hand to it. Of course, running away to the boundary. Yasir Muhammad does enough to take enough pace off that one and keep it. Saves 2 runs. Down to 10 needed.
Well, a crucial right hand stuck out by Yasir Muhammad, because that would have been another boundary had he got nothing on it.
Last ball of the over. Singh in and pops that one over wide mid on. Tidied up down there on the long on boundary by Jesse Singh. Successful over for MLC West. 5 off it. 9 needed. 112 for 8.
Does he go back to Jasdeep Singh, Josh? Pretty easy decision for you.
Interesting with so many options. Nikhil, just the 5 bowlers used today. Yet to see Kareem Agor or Nostrus Kenjige into the attack. It looks like we might be seeing it now for the first time. The left arm finger spin of Nostrus Kenjige.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move. I think given the way that these two just played the over of left arm spin, I would have gone back to seam. That's just me. There's a reason I'm in this commentary box and not out there on the field. I've tried my time and I failed. So let me leave the captaincy to Monak Patel.
Comment here from one of our viewers at home, Nikhil. Thinking that we underestimated the power of 20 duck-sized horses. 20 is a lot, it seems.
Josh, I thought that your followers would have been talking about the cricket. So that viewer would go with the one big duck.
It appears so.
Just imagine though, that a duck of that size, he can step on you, he can quack on you. In hindsight, you know, hindsight's 2020, Josh. I think I may go with the duck. Your viewer at home has swayed me that way.
One that we can discuss over dinner a bit later tonight, Nikhil.
If you invite me.
As Kenjige in and bowls. Singh slaps this one to the left of Ritwik Beher at cover. Xavier Marshall puts in the big slide, manages to prevent the boundary and saves 2.
Well, a good start to the over by Harmeet Singh. He had the power of 20 ducks behind that one.
That's done, me. Well done. Of course, just 7 needed now. One big hit away from locking this game up. You'd think Harmeet Singh, with the wind at his back here, if he gets the length that he's looking for, might try and put this game to bed in one big swing of the back, Nikhil.
I think he may leave that for Carmel LaRue. Or no, he doesn't.
Slaps that one down the ground. Straight into the rope for a boundary. 3 needed.
Well, it was just very full from Kenjige. And Harmeet Singh is playing a blinder. This is a match-winning innings. First, 10 overs for 17 runs and a wicket. Now, contributing with the bat in hand. He's raced up to a match-winning 17. They're 3 away. At one stage, Josh, you just didn't know if they could get home. The Lord has played a blinder for this MLC West team.
And in the context of this low-scoring game, the value of 21 off just 23 deliveries on a wicket like this cannot be understated, Nikhil.
No, not only that, but Carmel LaRue, 13 valuable runs, a couple of classical drives, just put the confidence back in the West.
Kenjige pulls that length back.
As any lower order batter would, after doing all the hard work, Harmeet Singh, you knew the wind ran through his mind for a minute. He wanted to finish it with one big shot.
Some tidy work there. Kenjige off his own bowling. $173 people tuning into this absolute cliffhanger of a finish here. Friday afternoon here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. Just 3 needed by MLC West. There's a big swing of the bat, and that will be the game.
Well, Harmeet Singh take a bow. He's bossed it with the ball and then finished it with the bat. Opened up that right foot really, and just swung for the hills. It was just too full from Nosh Kenjige, and Harmeet Singh did the rest. Mammoth maximum to end, and somehow, someway, the MLC West have pulled out a 2-wicket victory at Prairie View. You mentioned these low-scoring contests. They always produce the nail-biters, the cracking games, the cracking encounters. And the US Invitational 11 suffered 2 heartbreaks in 2 days. Yesterday they were on the wrong side of things. This is the batting card. 22 for Milantha, as well as Sanjay Krishnamurthy, 18. You thought at that stage they were well on their way, but then Sal Vakela brought the partnership, got both of the wickets. But what a finish from Harmeet Singh, top scoring the innings on 27 of just 26 deliveries, and Carmi LaRue supports him well with 13. Wow, what a finish. What a game of cricket we've had. The bowling, well, they tried. Saurabh Chavalkar does his thing again. 5 wickets for him. Just 18 runs conceded. 2 for Vatsal Vakela and just 1 for Rusty Theron. But it just didn't have enough in the tank to restrict the West in this one. Unbelievable finish. Unbelievable game of cricket. Here's the wickets and how it unfolded. The first one was taken by Chavalkar. Just got the thick, fine edge of David West. Then Sami Aslam came down the track and he lost his leg stump. Chavalkar was in on the app early. An easy return catch to Shian Jayasuriya just popped up in the air. And this was when the West faced real trouble. Lahiri Milantha at the other end watching it on. Another edge being found. Hamad Azam just threw it away after doing the hard work, spending some deliveries at the crease. But this was the wicket that really changed the game. Vatsal Vakela just stayed low, creeped on him. And he couldn't believe it. Milantha had to depart. Then Vakela again, finding the front foot of Sanjay Krishnamurthy and got that deadly finger to go up. And just you thought here, the USA Invitational, as Saurabh Chavalkar got his 5th, taking the wicket of Shadi Van Skalvik, you thought this was the game. But in came Harmeet Singh, in came Carmi LaRue, Bhaskar Yadram, the final wicket to fall. A stunner to Kareem Agor. But it was all about Singh. It was all about Carmi LaRue to finish it off. What a game of cricket we've had. This Houston Challenge has not disappointed in the slightest. 120 all out, the Invitation 11, and just with 8 wickets down, they get home in the end. The MLC West, thanks to Harmeet Singh's man of the match performance. Just 17 runs conceded and a wicket to go with it, and then 27 not out to finish it off. He said it. He stood in the commentary box. He said, "I'm going to finish it. Don't worry." And boy, did he do that. Do join us tomorrow for the Houston Challenge. Another cracking game of cricket is on its way.